A very good morning to our guest of honor, Ms. Goh Swee Chen, Chairman, National Arts Council. Ms. Yeo Chi Yen, Senior Advisor, Ministry of Culture, Community and Youth, and Chairman, National Heritage Board. Mrs. Rosa Daniel, Deputy Secretary, Culture, Ministry of Culture, Community and Youth. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and welcome to the conference on the future of culture. Culture for the future, what lies ahead? My name is Lester Leo. It's my pleasure to be your MC for this wonderful event. Now, as we approach the third decade of the 21st century, now it is timely to look at the trends, challenges, and opportunities that societies will face in the next decade and discuss how cultural institutions can capitalize on these new opportunities and meet the challenges posed by the fourth industrial revolution to remain relevant in the future. Now, this one-day conference today will thus provide a platform for cultural institutions to discuss the driving forces shaping the future of society and how they can respond to these challenges. Now, we shall begin the day's proceedings with the opening remarks by Mrs. Rosa Daniel, Deputy Secretary, Culture at the Ministry of Culture, Community and Youth, and Dean of Culture Academy. Please join me to welcome Mrs. Rosa Daniel.
Ms. Goh Swee Chen, Chairman, National Arts Council, Ms. Yeo Chi Yen, Senior Advisor to the Ministry of Culture, Community and Youth, and Chairman of the National Heritage Board, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning and welcome to this conference on the future of culture. And of course, a very special welcome to all our overseas speakers who have flown from afar to join us in what we hope will be a stimulating time for everyone to share insights with each other. Now, in this series of annual conferences that the Academy presents, we seek to bring together local and international thought leaders to discuss topical issues of common interest to cultural leaders everywhere. And in the process, we also seek to strengthen existing ties and foster new linkages that can lead to possibilities in working together. We chose to discuss digital transformation and its impact on the culture sector at the inaugural conference, which was held in 2016. Then in 2017, we focused on how culture can revive cities and bring communities together. In 2018, we discussed the need for and the importance of cultural institutions becoming more inclusive to diverse communities and their needs. 2020 marks the start of the third decade of the 21st century, and so we thought no better time than to discuss the future of what we do. We hope to glean insights through the driving forces that shape our operating environment over the next 10 years. And to discuss in this context the future of art, culture, and heritage to sustain our relevance and currency in an increasingly globalized and fast-paced world dominated by technology and powered by innovation. So what will the future hold for us, and what environment are we operating in? Will we be doing the same jobs now, or something totally different? Will we collect, store, document, care for, disseminate art, culture, and heritage in the same way that we do today? And will the tastes and needs of our consumers and patrons remain the same or change drastically? How can we better prepare ourselves for these new operating forces that will impact on us? So these are some of the issues that we hope we can hear from our speakers today. And we also have the opportunity to engage more deeply in conversations at the long table. So many of you may have participated in the long table conversations in other conferences, and yet others might find this a new experience. The long table really is, as some of you might know, a performance art that began in the 1990s. And has since been used in conferences to stimulate conversations. And so we hope that in bringing that to the conversation today, we would get active participation from audiences who are listening into conversations at the round table. And then, and if you did, you could pretend that you're also performing, since this is in the spirit of performance arts. So we hope that's a very new experience that will be a refreshing change to previous formats in the conference. And for those of you who attended previous conferences, you will know that I take this opportunity to update on the work of the Academy. So the Academy really started in the form that it is today about nearly 5 years ago. And it first and foremost seeks to train our own cultural leaders and as importantly, build the networks to cultural leaders outside of Singapore so that together we can explore, as this conference has shown, issues of interest and build those strong networks that lead to collaborations between our institutions and as well the individuals, the individuals, practitioners, thought leaders, arts administrators who work in our different countries. So we have to date managed to train over the last 4 to 5 years nearly 4,500 people through our lectures and talks, workshops, and milestone programs. These have been made possible by nearly 150 local and 50 international speakers and resource persons. We have an annual journal that we call Cultural Connections, and it began with a readership of 600, and today we have nearly 1,500 readers, and we hope that this will grow. Cultural Connections is a way by which we bring together articles of interest, many of which are written by people with really ground experience in leadership and in tackling interesting issues of the day. I hope you have an opportunity to read this. It is also online if you don't have the physical copy. In the spirit of reinventing ourselves, the Culture Academy went through a review this year. And so from 1 January 20, which is very soon, the Culture Academy will be formally cited in the ministry with a dean and vice dean to oversee its work, and 3 directors, each helming the strands of education and capability development, research and scholarship, and international relations. And this formalization of the Cultural Academy, strongly supported by the ministry, really is a strong affirmation of the role that the Culture Academy can play in nurturing current and future generations of culture leaders, deepening scholarship and expertise, as well as building on strong international linkages. And in doing so, the Culture Academy plays a role in deepening our understanding of Singapore and our place in the region, as well as fostering a deeper sense and appreciation of identity, our national identity through arts and heritage. So at this conference, I'm very pleased that we will be having the opportunity to listen to eminent futurists with us from Australia, Dubai, Hong Kong, South Korea, and the United Kingdom. And they will be joined by our own Singaporean thought leaders on futures thinking and how they have made progress in their respective organizations to respond to the challenges of today and the future. And hopefully, collectively, we are able to discuss the trends and opportunities and challenges that will impact on us. So now leaves me to thank our guest of honor, Chair of the National Arts Council, Ms. Goh, for taking time to be here. And of course, to Chair National Heritage Board and Advisor, Ms. Yeo, thank you very much for staying the day with us and for doing the conference roundup at the end of today. Of course, our thanks to the speakers, keynote speakers, as well as the speakers and panelists across the day. And it would not be complete for me to not thank very much our colleagues at the Culture Academy from the steering committee, comprising actually the cultural leaders of our different institutions, as well as the staff of Culture Academy who've worked very hard on this annual conference for today to happen. So I wish you all a very good conference ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Daniel. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, as DS has mentioned, now the highlight for today will be the long table. So this is like a performance art together with a dinner conversation. So I'll tell you more about that later on, but in the meantime, if you want to read more about the long table, it can be found in your conference booklet. Now, before I move on, before I invite our guest of honor on stage to deliver her opening speech, I'd like to share with all of you a little more about our guest of honor. Now, before helming the board of National Arts Council, Ms. Goh was chairman of Shell Companies in Singapore and retired from her post in January 2019. Now, she was also previously with Procter & Gamble and IBM. A global leader, she has lived and worked in Singapore, Malaysia, Netherlands, Australia, USA, Japan, and China. She has a diverse professional background, having led significant businesses in oil and gas, consumer goods, as well as companies in the IT sectors. Ms. Goh also sits on several boards, such as Capital Land, Singapore Airlines, and Singapore Power Limited. She chairs the Institute of HR Professionals and Global Compact Network Singapore. She also sits on the public service boards, including legal services, and she is a trustee on the board of the Nanyang Technological University. She has also chaired and sat on the boards of Shell joint ventures in China, Korea, as well as Saudi Arabia. So thus with great pleasure now that I invite our guest of honor, Ms. Goh Swee Chen, Chairman of the National Arts Council, on stage for her address. Ms. Goh, please.
Thank you. Now you know so much about me. I hadn't expected that detailed bio. Ms. Yeo Chee-yen, Senior Advisor to Ministry of Culture, Community, Youth, and Chairman of National Heritage Board. Ms. Rosa Daniel, Deputy Secretary, Culture, Ministry of Culture, Community, and Youth, and Chief Executive, National Arts Council. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And I want to thank you for giving me this honor to deliver the opening address for the annual Culture Academy Conference. There is a regular speak in the corporate world, and we always hear the term culture eats strategy for breakfast. Now, it does not mean that strategy is not important, but what it means is that powerful culture and the tacit understanding amongst employee and employers on behaviors, on relationships, on beliefs, gives more assurance on successes of an organization than a great strategy. And it is why culture has become such an important topic. And I do recognize that culture in this context of the Culture Academy reference art and heritage. But I wanted to draw the parallel between the corporate and the art worlds because there are a lot more similarity than we think. And it helps me make sense as well because I've grown up in the corporate world all my life. In both worlds, culture coalesces people, it coalesces corporations and societies. And in both worlds, culture evolves naturally over time through human intelligence and through constant and collective experiences. And as we explore this year's conference topic, the future of culture, culture for the future, what lies ahead, I wanted to also remind the audience that history shapes the present and it informs the future. And as we explore what lies ahead, the more we learn and understand about the past, the more prepared we will be for the future. And I'm actually paraphrasing a quote from Teddy Roosevelt. And to this end, I would like to start with Singapore's past. And most of us here in the room, our ancestors come mostly from Asia, predominantly China, India, some Indonesia, across the border in Malaysia. So we evolved from being a Sultanate of Johor to a British colony to independence in 1965. And over that course of period, Singapore has developed a distinct ethnic makeup and has become a globally oriented city-state. And this history has given rise to a blend of multicultural art scenes in a plural society that is uniquely our own, uniquely Singapore. And this is also the bicentennial year. We celebrate 200 years from Sir Stamford Raffles' first learning. And it is timely for us to now ask the question, how will emerging trends that we're seeing occurring around us every day influence Singapore's culture? Today, uncertainty and volatility dominate conversations. We are witnessing an increasing feeling of turbulence and change. And we should ask ourselves, are such feelings as old as mankind? Or is the world today truly more complex? I think I'm not going to touch that. I leave that to your own conclusion. But historians will tell you that today's world is no more turbulent than decades ago. So the topic for today's conference is truly timely as cultural institutions, whether we are administrators, professional policy makers, art practitioners, or heritage enthusiasts, it will be necessary to constantly reflect on how Singapore's culture may evolve and how the fabric that have been weaved can remain relevant with time. And in this light, I would like to share with you my perspectives on what the operating context can be for Singapore. How can the arts and culture and the heritage sector respond and play an even bigger role in the future of Singapore? Now, the drivers of the future society that I'm going to talk about will not be new to you. We've heard this constantly. Our newspapers, conversations have ensured that we are very aware of what these drivers are. And the first one is aging population. By the year 2035, 1 in every 4 Singaporean will be aged 65 and above. We are one of the fastest aging society. And this is in contrast with 1 in 8 in the year 2015. Now, this aging population also means that we will face a shrinking workforce due to declining birth rates, but at the same time, with better healthcare, standard of living, people will live longer and healthier lives. There was an article that was just released in November that looked at the possibility that Singaporeans will live to 100 years old. So this demographic shift, along with declining birth rate, can put immense pressure on the society. But on the other hand, let's explore, can art play a role in turning old to gold? How can the matured population be tapped on to develop and grow the art sector? And what are the jobs in the art sector that could be well suited to the silver workforce? There's also the concept, Singapore's concept of multiracialism or multiculturalism, and it is changing due to immigration, inter-ethnic and transnational marriages. We are home to a potpourri of ethnicities and religion. And you can even closer to home look at how our hawker stalls have evolved. Today we can find French, British, Korean, and many other international cuisines in our hawker stalls. Our diversity is our treasure, and we must not allow it to sow discord. So how can we continue to harness this diversity to define art and culture that is uniquely Singapore? And how can we define and ingrain a sense of national pride and identity and a sense of belonging and rootedness to Singapore? In 2016, the World Economic Forum raised the specter of technology revolution that will fundamentally alter the way we live, the way we work, the way we relate to each other. And it could be unlike anything that humankind has ever seen, the report added. Technology has also raised questions about ethics, values, integrity, safeguarding one's privacy. It has made jobs redundant, but at the same time, it's also created new jobs. It has enabled people to learn and complete tasks at the click of a button, and it has also made places, events more accessible. So how can we harness this potential of technology to change the way we work and to adapt it to serve the needs of the future society? Next, we move to climate challenge. And you would have heard so much, especially from the National Day rally from our Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong. The challenges of climate change cannot be underestimated, and its impact will be inescapable, touching every facet of our lives, from our livelihood to our well-being, in short, our very survival. So how can arts, culture, and heritage be deployed as forces for good? Can our local artists, can volunteers, patrons, and stakeholders and audiences be all part of these forces to be advocates? The economic center of gravity is pivoting towards Asia, especially ASEAN, China, and India. By 2030, ASEAN will be the 4th largest economy in the world, and our traditional trading partners will have more choices. They have more choices because the regions around us would have strengthened, and they would have more accessibility to skilled workforce, and Singapore will not be their only choice. So we need to always ask ourselves, what is Singapore's differentiation and values to the region? Where can we co-create value with our neighbors and collectively be recognized in the international arena? So what lies ahead for Singapore's culture scenes will largely be dependent on the alliances we establish and our responses to these emerging trends. And I started this speech with a plea to understand the history of Singapore's art and culture, a central archiving, cataloging art pieces of national and historical interest and importance. Their existence and their whereabouts would be a good starting point. Through fostering cultural understanding, art can also contribute to Singapore's economic progress and prosperity. To know ourselves is to know Southeast Asia well, and given our geopolitical ties and deep historical roots to the region, do we have the depth of scholarship in art history, in museum studies, or related fields that are centered on Southeast Asia? Can we collaborate with our Southeast Asian scholars to add knowledge, for instance, in conferences or in joint publications? We can deepen our knowledge in Southeast Asian history, art, and heritage to become subject matter experts relied upon by other government agencies so that together we can enhance the attractiveness of Singapore to both investors and to tourists alike. Let's explore what can jobs in the arts sector look like for the future for all facets of our population, from the young to the old, from the skilled to the unskilled. In the world of artificial intelligence, those who can create, those who can continue to use human intelligence, can build value for themselves and also for their society. Arts and culture will bring communities together, and we should actively increase access and reach so that all Singaporeans can appreciate culture regardless of economic or social background. Find ways to make art more collective and experiential. Art and heritage will remain vibrant if it's representative of the changing demographics. This is from young to old, gender, ethnicity. The National Arts Council, the National Heritage Board, the Esplanade, and our visual art galleries and bodies have all done a good job in bringing arts, culture, and heritage to the public. They've also collectively made concerted efforts to reach the underserved communities, to engage them in arts and culture in order to bring cheer and value to their lives. And in many respects, art is also an incubator of ideas, a facilitator of innovations. And you've heard this many times. Our sector has to innovate continuously. It has to learn how to use technology as a strategic lever and even be bold enough to turn issues on its head to attract and to retain new audiences. BBC shared an article on what art could look like in 20 years' time, and I wanted to share an extract that I think would be particularly pertinent for today's discussion. And let me just read out the extract. It says, "No conclusions should be drawn about art, present or future, because it is the force against universalism, which must be interrupted by artists as if to tell the world, wake up." We can have a role. The arts and culture sector can have a role to create the space for dialogue, for expressions that would enable Singaporeans to grow as global citizens. At the same time, we can play a role in strongly anchoring the arts and culture sector and the population of Singapore as a cohesive society to stay strong and to give the sense that Singapore is our home and a pride. Finally, my request to our cultural institutions and organizations: consider how much further you can play a role in engendering a sense of Singaporean identity amongst our new citizens and even our old Singaporeans to help them to be confident about our future. This is especially so because the Singaporean identity that is changing with new immigrations, long-term residents. How can all of us be working together in a sector collectively to bring pride and the many communities together to look forward to a very bright future despite global strife and economic challenges? I want to thank you again for giving me this opportunity to open this speech. Some serious notes. My apologies, I'm not known to be a very humorous person, rather serious, but I hope it gives you some points to what I've been thinking about, and I want to wish you all a very fruitful and enjoyable conference.
Thank you, Ms. Goh. Thank you to our guest of honor for the wonderful opening, and of course, some of the key pointers that she touched on, which will be covered on by our speakers, and hopefully by the end of today, all of you will come to your own conclusion on the future of culture. Now, before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be using Pigeonhole Live for the duration of this conference today. So you can submit your questions via Pigeonhole Live. So we're going to bring it up on the screen. So please log on to pigeonhole.at. Now, with the event passcode CACONF 2019. All right, so I'll give you about a minute or so to log in, or you can, of course, just scan the QR code. It will bring you directly to the event page. Once again, go to, if you are keying in the URL, it's www.pigeonhole.at, and the passcode is CACONF2019. All right, so I'd like to encourage everyone to log in, because throughout the duration of today, we'll be having a two-way conversation. Of course, you can submit your questions. We will be having a word cloud. I'll ask you for your inputs as well. And of course, later on, throughout all the way to the end of today, all right, we will be using Pigeonhole Live. All right, so once again, you can scan the QR code as well. It'll bring you straight to the event page. All right, anybody needs more time before I move on? Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. I'll just wait for you to be done. All right, so CACONF2019 if you are keying in manually. All right, everybody's good? Friends at the back is good as well. All right, so just scan the QR code. It will take you to the page directly with the passcode keyed in. Okay, so everybody is ready? Anybody needs more time? Okay, so I think we're ready to go. So once again, you can submit questions to any of our panels later on. And of course, our moderator will pick on your questions. You can also upvote questions as well, which you think are very useful. Please upvote the questions so our moderator can choose to answer that question first. Of course, if you choose to answer, or rather ask a question via the microphone, you can do so as well. Please raise your hand and we'll bring a microphone to you. Just a gentle reminder to please identify yourself as well as the organization that you are from. So moving on to our first keynote for this morning, delivered by Dr. Jeff Morgan. He's the Chief Executive for National Endowment for Science, Technology and the Arts. Now, he will be speaking on the frontiers of cultural policy. Now, this session will be moderated by Mr. Warren Fernandez, editor, The Straits Times, editor-in-chief, Singapore Press Holdings, English, Malay and Tamil Media Group, and president, the World Editors Forum. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Mr. Morgan and Mr. Fernandez on stage, please.
Audio preview.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you. Is this working? Thank you so much for the invitation. I think I better use this one. Is this on? Yeah. To be here. I've been a very happy member of audiences for culture in Singapore over many years, so it's nice to have a chance to speak to the shapers and to follow the very eminent introducers of this morning's session. My organization straddles quite a few different fields. We work on education, health, government innovation, and one of our priority fields is arts and the creative economy. So what I'm going to do is share some thoughts about, mainly about policy. I don't really have any predictions on the future of culture itself, perhaps for the reasons just said. None of us can really know what the future of culture is, but I will talk about how maybe we can be better prepared and some of the ways policy instruments can be adapted to the likely patterns of the next few years. So I thought I'd start off with a just a list of some of the things which cultural policymakers have tried to be achieving over the years. And as you can see, they range from nation building to a belief in art for art's sake, protection of heritage, giving groups, often minority groups, voice, community development, and then more recently, more of a focus on growing a creative economy as part of industrial strategies, technology frontiers, and in some countries, happiness, helping people experience joy. So one question to all of you is, what might be on that list in 5 or 10 years' time? Is it going to change, or is this roughly the landscape we should still expect to be in? There's then all the changing tools which agencies and governments have had. And this is a long list. In many places, buildings play a crucial part, and we are obviously in an iconic building here. There's, in some countries, the biggest focus is on experience in schools, developing festivals or clusters. I won't go through the whole list. And as you can see, again, as you go down the list, perhaps some of these are the newer tools and methods which are being talked about, ranging from different approaches to metrics and measurement. I'll talk a bit about R&D in culture and use of data tools to understand what's happening, and indeed for organizations like this to manage their relationships with audiences. So again, a question to all of you, perhaps on Pigeon, is, what might be added to that list? How are the changing goals and means changing? So I'm going to talk through 3 or 4 areas of our current practice, which are our attempts to engage with the frontiers of culture and be relevant not just to 2019, but to 2025 and 2030. And I'm going to begin with research. We have quite a large research team in Nesta trying to make sense of trends. And in the cultural field, we've mainly focused on 3 areas: skills and talent, valuation of culture, particularly working with our Ministry of Finance, and then geography. Where is creativity happening? I'm just going to focus on the first of these, but we may come back to the others later. So first of all, in terms of trying to understand skills and talent and the labour market for culture, we've developed a set of measures of creative jobs, which have now been adopted by the government, which show, as you can see in this chart, quite large employment in creative jobs, both within the classic creative industries, theatre, design, advertising, music, but about the same number in the rest of the economy. And we also see these are growing much faster than the average. So even though this is not that much more than 10% of jobs now, it is growing decade by decade quite steadily. And so a crucial issue for policy on the creative economy in this wider sense is, how do you sustain that? How do you maintain flows of talent, get schools developing the right skills, and so on? Quite interestingly, although some of these skills are very clustered in particular industries, obviously ones like design, there are some creative jobs, this is what this diagram is meant to show, right across everything from engineering to construction to healthcare. So it's both concentrated but also distributed. And what I'm going to share in the next few slides is some work we did a year or 2 ago with Oxford University, Pearson, and others, looking at the US and the UK, looking at likely trends in jobs in the next 10 or 15 years, and what that implied for education now, preparing young people for the future. This list summarizes what we predicted to be the skills most likely to be in greater demand in the economy as a whole in 12, 13 years' time. And as you can see, things like fluency of ideas, originality, creativity are absolutely core there. And it's one of the reasons we are having a big debate in our education system about whether it is too focused just on knowledge acquisition and transfer, not enough on these kinds of competences, which are, of course, absolutely core to most creative activity. In the more detailed analysis of jobs, we found actually creativity is the single best predictor of an occupation growing in the next 10 years. There are many others. I won't go again through all the detail there. But this is something happening in our economy much more generally, perhaps because of automation, AI, and so on. Those things which are harder to automate, of which creativity is a key one, are likely to be the ones in greater demand in pretty much every sector. We were also able to do much more fine-grained analysis, and I'll just give you a flavor of this. This, for example, essentially shows how some of the greatest demand will be for combinations of skills. So combinations of creative skills, but also project management skills, business management skills. That's the kind of sweet spot indicated by this diagram. We also showed in digital skills that the single digital skills most likely to be in greater demand in the next 10 years is actually animation. And indeed, most of the growing digital skills, it turns out, are not the ones which government in my country is providing money for training in. They're mainly training people in the digital skills most likely to decline in demand. So it's very important having this fine-grained analysis, because often ministers think everything digital will be in more demand, but it's in the nature of technology. Often large numbers of digital skills and technologies will be in declining demand even as the economy develops. And then we attempted to guess what jobs might exist in 10 years' time which don't exist now. And these are some of the components which we thought new jobs might include, or this is what comes out of the analysis and the algorithms. So you could try and imagine what might be a job which includes a mix of those skills you see in the first or second rank. Of course, nobody knows. But if we compare them to today's jobs, you get quite a surprising picture, which is very different from what most of our leaders assumed. And this is roughly the picture of the closest existing occupations to new ones. And they're things like florists, dressmakers, window dressers. No one would have guessed this. Everyone assumes it will be AI programmers and so on. But in fact, it's the nature of labor markets that often they generate more jobs growth in these quite labor-intensive roles, and ones which combine in some ways very traditional skills with a new digital element. And of course, you see this in a city like this, around hospitality or restaurants or so on. The jobs dynamic is quite paradoxical. It's not simply that technology jobs rise in number. And again, if you look at these, it's the combinations of creativity and often business and management skills which are probably the key, at least for the next 10 years, to cultivate. Now, for us, this is leading to a lot of attempts to give children more experience of making, inventing, shaping, and so on. This is a program on the screen which finishes this week, where we've been challenging 11 to 16-year-olds to come up with ways of using AI to solve social problems. There are many examples of this kind, but they're all trying to give young people experience of invention, innovation, and creativity in a way which really integrates the arts and creativity with science and technology. So the next thing I wanted to talk about was how to bring in innovation and R&D to the arts. So our arts organizations and our arts funders in the UK at least have no tradition of funding systematic R&D. We do it for aerospace and pharmaceuticals and nanotech, but not for the arts. And we've been trying to see if it's possible to develop an R&D methodology which can straddle the arts and an industry. And obviously this is a period of extraordinary creativity on the boundaries of augmented reality, virtual reality, AI, and so on, and amazing things happening all over the world in that space. The method we developed to try and accelerate action on this was creating what we called the Digital R&D Fund for the Arts, mainly funded by our Arts Council, but also with our academic funding body, the Arts and Humanities Research Council, as a partner. And what we did was to challenge arts organizations to create partnerships with tech companies and academic institutions to experiment both with new art forms, but also with new business models and new audience relationships using maturing and emergent digital technologies. We ran about 52 projects. This sort of summarizes some of the things which came out of it. And I'll just give you a flavor of the sort of stuff that led to. So one whole strand was on mobile. How do we actually really accelerate use of the smartphone as a device, both within galleries and museums, but also linking into audiences? And if you visit London, probably the most visible bit of that is the top one there, talking statues. So now there's a QR code on most of the statues, so you can talk to the person that it's a statue of. Obviously, it's not really them because they died 200 years ago, but it's an actor pretending to be them. And it sort of animates the public realm. And there are lots of other examples of this. And in a way, what that really so clarified is, in a period of enormous investment in R&D around smartphones, almost none of it was being done by the arts sector. So this ubiquitous technology was really remaining very underused from an arts point of view. Other fields we looked at were data, again funding a whole series of experiments, helping organizations use data in different ways, experimenting with business models, new kinds of micropayments and so on, and accessibility, experimenting with, for example, haptic technologies for experience of theatre. And in some ways that's about the most creative space perhaps at the moment, is thinking about how you get round disabilities but to create new art forms and actually to break boundaries, which may then be relevant to the whole of the rest of the audience too. These are some current things we're doing this year. There's a whole program called The Audience of the Future, working with Royal Shakespeare Company, Magic Leap, Punch Drunk. You may know some of these with demonstrators in 2020, which will be happening in London. And we've also been trying to understand potential uses of the arts around social issues, particularly mental health. How could we be using, again, VR, AR, and so on, as part of therapeutic programs for different kinds of mental health issue? And there's a whole other strand around dementia as well, the use of the arts within that context. It's a very dynamic field globally, this, somewhat short of hard evidence, which can really persuade sort of the health ministries to fund it. And so a lot of what we're trying to do is both experiment, but also measurement, assessment, evaluation, and evidence. And a few weeks ago, we launched one of my favorite projects, which is a prize around new forms of storytelling. And in a way, we're trying to sort of challenge both creative people of all kinds and partnerships to imagine what might storytelling look like in 5 or 10 years' time. Some of this will be very technological, and we now have in the UK a sort of national immersive storytelling centre and network. But our guess is some of this may be very almost anti-technological, almost getting back to the fireside. And anyway, we'll see what comes out of it. And again, this will be next summer in the UK. I hope there'll be lots of things to show from it of the boundaries of storytelling, because storytelling is still absolutely crucial to our daily lives, absolutely crucial to the creative economy as well. We think in stories as human beings. Next, I'm going to talk about finance, much more boring than storytelling, but many of you live and work around the use of money. And we've been trying to find ways of making money go further. Traditional arts funding, certainly in most countries I know, has hardly changed in 30 or 40, 50 years. It essentially is all in the form of grants given to organizations for particular purposes. And we've been trying to see how you could organize money in different ways. And about 5 years ago, I co-wrote with a colleague a report called The Art of Finance, really exploring new ways of using investment, loans, equity, quasi-loans, quasi-equity, convertible grants, and so on. New ways of using micropayments or challenges or crowdfunding. And in the last 5 years, we've been experimenting with pretty much the whole of that menu. In 2016, we launched a thing called the Arts Impact Fund, which brought together a group of investors, including the Arts Council, but also Bank of America, and us, we managed it, using essentially, it's a loan finance a service for arts organizations to help them grow or grow development, new projects, where they have to generate a financial return, an arts impact, but also a social impact. And we measure all three of those. And it was a smallish fund, 7 million initially, and I'll come on in a second to what's happened to it. We've experimented then with different kinds of accelerator, using accelerator models, with matched crowdfunding, quite a big experiment now in London on that, where, in a sense, organizations are committed money, public money, so long as they can demonstrate they can match it through crowdfunding from their audience. And we've developed a series of other sort of smallish funds on development finance, early stage finance, and so on for arts organizations. And right on the bottom left, bottom right, sorry, no, left, we will, I hope, next week announce the closure of our new £30 million Arts Impact Fund, which is the follow-on one on essentially a combined commercial public philanthropic fund for investment in arts organizations. Mainly because the first fund has actually worked really well. We've funded lots of good projects, default rates are very low, and everyone is basically happy with it. And I think this is just a flavor of some of the investees who we've supported. Some very, in some ways, traditional ones like Birmingham Royal Ballet, some very new ones, very edgy, some very tech-oriented, some not tech-oriented at all. One of our favorites is the one you'll see in the middle there, the National Holocaust Center, which is a really interesting project using holograms, essentially, to record Holocaust survivors, and then using AI, natural language processing, so that children can have a conversation with Holocaust survivors long into the future after they're dead. And so that's quite originally that was done as an R&D project, but because it's worked very well in terms of bringing in audiences, we've then been able to give a loan to the National Holocaust Center to help them grow and scale that by essentially selling the technology to other galleries and museums. So that's, I hope, a flavor of some of the ways money can be used to go further. I mean, I still expect most funding from arts agencies will be grants, but I think, and what we've been arguing is at least 10-20% of funding should be using these new tools, and especially if they can be revolving funds where you get the loans back, obviously that achieves more impact per dollar, pound, euro, and so on. Next, I'm just going to say a little bit about what we've been doing around the capacity of the field to think, to grow, to absorb. So one thing we've been doing now for the last 4 or 5 years is a regular survey of all arts organizations in the UK called Digital Culture. And it's very simple in a way, but it looks in detail at how much they are using the sort of things I've described, mobile, data analytics, etc., to try and provide a picture of where the gaps are, the problems, in order then to feed into the work of the Arts Council and others in providing detailed skills support to help the sector skill up. And essentially, certainly in the UK, we found the arts world was way behind business in terms of both investment and capacity, and some way behind the mainstream public sector as well in terms of literacy, fluency in using new digital tools. We've also, for the last few years, been running a thing called the Creative Enterprise Toolkit. This is now in about 40 countries, which is really training for often freelance, self-employed creative people in music or video or publishing. And this helps them learn basic business methods, how to do business planning, marketing, finance, investment, etc. It's all of this is freely available, I should say. And this has been run from Brazil to Russia to South Africa and turns out to fill a really important need. It may not be so much of a need here in Singapore, but in many countries, that often quite simple support, tailored though to the mindset and experiences of the creative entrepreneur, is not there. and yet learning a few basic skills hugely enhances their capacity to make a living, grow a business, and so on. And then probably very relevant to today's discussion, last year we produced for our Arts Council a survey called Experimental Culture, which was trying to predict or at least map scenarios for the next 10 or 15 years, what might be likely to happen to the everyday practice of culture. Again, this is freely available on our site, and looked at a number of different fields, including what maturing technologies, what effect would they have, different business models, financing arrangements, different kind of audience relationships, and different hybrids of both hardware, commercial culture, and subsidized culture. So I won't go through the detail, but if you're interested, it's very readable. And we developed it mainly then as a prompt for discussions like this to help people think about what bits of that may be relevant to their practice. So to summarize that, in terms of where I think future policy may be going, I think we will see more and more work to better understand and act on these boundaries of the arts, creative economy, education, what's needed, what's growing, what skills are needed, what mindsets are needed. This is, in some ways, we're seeing a much more integrative period where in the past these might have all been run by very separate silos, schools ministers, arts funders, industrial strategy. We're beginning to link them together. And so one good symptom of that in my country is in the last year, as part of the government's industrial strategy, there is an R&D allocation based on what we've been doing for the immersive sector, essentially for things like virtual reality. And that's being done in a much more integrative way, using what in the past would have been very much economic funding methods to support essentially new kinds of storytelling and experience. And I guess that in a way is the sense in which the R&D methods, which are normal in science, are now being brought into the arts and helping bring them together. I hope we will see more experiment with better ways of using money. Our pilots are still quite small scale and quite marginal, but I think they will grow. And then crucially, we have to help everyone in the field gain the capacity to change, the confidence to try out new tools, even though many of the purposes and goals may be very traditional ones about community cohesion and bonding and protection of heritage and so on. I want to end with, though, just two sort of thoughts for the future, perhaps to prompt some of our discussions. And the first of these very much echoes the keynote from Ms. Go. And this is looking at time and the prospect of liberated time. So the chart up there is a life expectancy chart going back, is that 500 years? And as all of you will know, at the moment, in most countries, life expectancy is carrying on upwards fairly healthily. Children born today, I'm sure in Singapore, can reasonably expect to live to 100. Some countries it's going down a little bit. In fact, in the UK, it's stopped going up, but there are very specific reasons for that. Overall, we can expect much longer lives in the next few decades. And then the other trend, which may not apply here so much, but in the rest of the world, is declining working time. This is a 200-year chart. Do any of you work less? Probably not in this room, I can tell. In the Netherlands, for example, the average working week is now 29 hours. Or one of them moved to the Netherlands. And even in a country like the UK, where we feel we're working much harder, in fact, objectively, the hours are going down. Now, it may be this is a trend which won't continue, but I think there's a pretty strong chance something like that will continue. And what that means is we're in this very odd position in many countries where the average age is older than ever, but the years left to live are also greater than ever. So that's just the top chart, and if you add that on with the likelihood of declining or static working hours, we're going to see in the next few decades an extraordinary release of billions of hours to do something with. Now, maybe everyone will spend their time just watching Netflix, whose greatest competitor is sleep, as they say. And it may be that, well, it definitely means there'll be lots more time for people to be consumers of culture, but I'd be pretty certain there'll be more and more desire to use that liberated time for creation as well, for involvement in making music, writing, film, all sorts of things. And in a way, that has already been the trend of the last 20 or 30 years, a mass democratization of cultural creativity and production. So I think one part of our discussion should be how do we prepare for a future with not only vastly more time for the appreciation, consumption, and production of culture, but probably much more appetite from people to be makers as well as users and consumers. And the final thing I want to share with you is about happiness. And I tried this out on a few colleagues last night. I'm going to show you some facts from the World Happiness Report 2019, which now ranks all the countries of the world in terms of happiness. And so my question was, what one factor most predicts whether a country scores high or low in terms of happiness? Would anyone in this room like to offer a guess? Is it the number of art galleries? They don't actually measure that, so it's up there. Any guesses? Okay. So, well, the answer is, as you can see there on the screen, people's answers to the question, if you were in trouble, do you have relatives or friends you can count on to help you whenever you need them or not? That explains 34% of the differences more than income, GDP, healthy life expectancy, and everything else. So we are in a period where probably, just like through most of human history, that answer that might still have been the best predictor of happiness. The crucial thing for most people is the strength of social supports around them. That's the listing. Slightly depressingly for Singapore, the top 4 countries are all ones with very high snowfall, which may be the best predictor, or may not. I think that is just by coincidence. But the crucial point is, we are in a period where, even though we are awash with technologies which appear to link us and connect us more than before, often, in fact, the spread of digital technologies is associated with a weakening of those everyday social supports. And I think we're going to see, and again, this was mentioned in the earlier speech, I think more and more interest in what can culture and the arts do to bring people together, to help strengthen social commitment, social bonds, a sense of belonging in all of its meanings, and how, in a sense, can we both look far into the future in terms of the amazing possibilities of technology in our times, but not lose sight of these very unchanging human needs for humanity and mutual support. So I will end on that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm sure you would all agree it's a fascinating account of culture over time and how it might play out, and how it has played out in the past and how it might play out in the future. As he was speaking, I sort of pictured in my mind our hyper-efficient civil service in Singapore going out and investing heavily in snowmaking machines to improve our happiness quotient.
It's what Dubai is doing, of course.
But I was fascinated by the story you were telling us about how culture began as culture for the elites, high art and opera and things like that, sharing their cultural experiences. And then we moved into culture for the masses, the democratization of culture, social and community building and nation building and social values and transmission of all of that. And how in the future, culture might be for humanity, to remind us who we are and the soul that we have, and differentiate us from the robots and artificial intelligence. And also, I was struck by your point about creativity and how that will be a big predictor about the jobs of the future. and especially heartened that in your list of jobs that might survive into the future, you had tailors and photographers and design thinking and storytelling, all of which gives hope for people like me in journalism. I think my colleagues in the newsroom will be very happy to hear that. But I think since this is a conference about the future of culture and the culture of the future, it's a very future-oriented session, let's start by talking about the future. And maybe you could flesh out for the audience here some of the cutting-edge technologies that you are coming across. You mentioned some of them, the use of holograms and talking statues and things like that. Tell us a little bit of where you see the future in terms of AR and VR and how some of it is being used by people who are creating culture today and where that might be going.
Well, you have some fantastic speakers on this later today who are better qualified than me. I'll maybe just mention sort of 3 or 4 dimensions of this. The first, which I think is really exciting, is just what could happen to the fabric of cities. And we've had a few attempts at this, trying to imagine what the city square of the future would be, where every surface is not just as at the moment you can do quite easily with projected pictures on it, but responds to people. As you walk across a square, can you be followed by lights? Can you see walls responding to you or perhaps playing with your gait? There's all sorts of possibilities there of essentially adding in sensors, little bits of AI, etc., to turn the experience of public spaces into something more like a performance, like a theatre. And I think we're going to see many cities experimenting with that. There's a bit happening already, but it's usually one-off festivals or installations, not part of the everyday fabric. And in a way, this takes us back to very ancient ideas about civic spaces as performative and cultural places of meaning generation. I think there's a very different strand of possibilities for galleries and buildings, where I think the frustration for many people at the moment is that particularly the VR tools are so isolating and individual. You go into a gallery, put on a VR headset and do slightly weird movements and look a bit crazy. And the search for some more collective versions of that, where we can, with a group, experience, again, a responsive physical environment. I think that will be very exciting. I think we're not quite there yet, though we're happy to be told otherwise. We are then going to see, again, already this is happening, the extraordinary amplification of tools for everyday creativity by the public. I mean, the fact that even on iMovie, anyone can make really quite high quality films in their own home, or can use things like Logic Pro to, again, make really high quality music. There's a fantastic product just on the market a couple of months ago from a UK company, which is the whole of, essentially it's an orchestra, which you can then control through your own keyboard, but with very precise dynamics of every instrument. And it's so sophisticated. And you just wonder what on earth would Beethoven have done with something like that. But it means that anyone, you can't become Beethoven, but you can become a bit closer. So, and those are moving very, very fast. And then, of course, we will see the tailoring and customization of offerings. In a way, that's the slightly worrying side of digital and culture, as in so much of digital at the moment, is the risk of separating people into even more precisely targeted bubbles, where they think because you like this film, this theatre, this music, therefore you will only like things just like it, which is the logic of Amazon recommendations and YouTube. I think we will want some institutions to do the opposite, to help people experience the completely unexpected and unpredictable things they would never have dreamed they would have liked. And I think that's perhaps one of the key roles for public arts bodies, is to constantly surprise the public.
That's fascinating. Let me take up that example that you mentioned on the orchestra, because I'm an orchestra lover as well, and I see my friend Hak Peng in the audience as well. About a week ago, I got a letter in the snail mail, as old-fashioned as it gets, and it was from the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra, offering me a Christmas present. And these days I'll take presents from anyone.
Yeah.
And it was to try to encourage me to resubscribe to a digital subscription to their digital concert hall. So if you think about it, obviously they were using data to track my usage and the fact that I was a lapsed subscriber. And to offer me a digital subscription to their concerts, as well as their new recording of the Beethoven's Ninth Symphony to celebrate the 250th anniversary. So here was an orchestra, a cultural institution, using data, using new technology, and also using a historical event. So you've got that whole interplay of past, present, and future there. Looking at how you are seeing it, do you see the future of orchestras being, allowing audiences to experience being in the making of that music as well through AR and VR?
Yeah. So three examples. About 12 years ago, we started a thing called NT Live, which was a National Theatre Live, which was essentially streaming National Theatre performances into cinemas around the UK. And then the Met obviously does that now from New York. But that was when that was started, people were very sceptical whether anyone would actually want to go to a cinema to watch a theatre performance. And there was the fear that it would cannibalize audiences. And in fact, people did want to go because they wanted some collective experience, even if it wasn't the one in the capital city. And it appeared to have no negative effect on audiences for face-to-face traditional theatre. The second example is one of the ones we funded through our R&D fund, which was for the Royal Opera House. And that essentially, very much as you described, helped them create a digital sort of surround for the opera performance, where you could much more easily find out the history of the writing, previous performances, see stage sets, and again, it would allow the audience to have a much richer experience, which then hopefully they would not again discourage them from actually buying the ticket to see the opera itself, but would enhance it and educate the audience. And that's been very popular, and there are lots of versions of that. And then finally, we've now got a number of the Audience of the Future projects are allowing you to be within an orchestra as it plays, using VR. So you can choose, this is true for theatre as well, where increasingly you can choose to be on stage and be part of the action. And if you want to experience being the piccolo player or so on, you will be able to do so with VR. I'm still not totally convinced that will be such an enhancement over the normal audience experience, but at least we're experimenting with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we should make this an interesting experience for our audience as well and take some questions. Get ready your questions. I'll come to you in a minute, but before I do that, I do want to take up some of the points in the thought-provoking opening remarks by Goh Swee Chen about how the big issues she put on the table, basically the aging of our society, and you mentioned it as well, that liberation of time, where we all move to Netherlands and have a lot more time to make art and culture. Tell us a little bit about that. And the second part is climate change. I see many questions coming in about what will the impact of climate change be, what opportunities that will create for culture and arts in the future. So aging and climate change.
Well, the aging question goes back to actually your first remarks. So you say that arts policy began as sort of elitist. In the UK, interestingly, there was a prior period in the 30s and 40s where it was expected that the main role of arts policy would be supporting amateur arts, the local orchestra, choir, amateur theatre group. And there was a really strong push for that being the main purpose of public policy, was to let millions of people take part as creators and shapers. Then, after the Second World War, it essentially got captured by the elite, and the majority of money went to opera, which had a tiny audience, but a very influential audience. The top civil servants and bankers and so on loved the opera, and managed to take most of the public money for their own pleasure in a slightly dubious way. And I think in many countries ever since, there's been a bit of a tension between those, whereas that first amateur-oriented approach obviously is much more relevant to an aging population where many, many people have a lot of time, but also are highly skilled as in playing music or writing poetry or acting. So I think we will see a new version of that intensive argument from the 1940s. I think another argument, which is very live in many European cities at the moment, is between the centre and the periphery. So again, in the last 30 or 40 years, all the money was taken by the central institutions in the city centre, often aimed at tourists. And now, certainly in Rome, Berlin, other big cities, the pressure is much more on to provide experiences and activities in the suburbs, the periphery, often lower income areas, and that to include participation opportunities, not just consumption. And again, you'd expect with an aging population, those pressures might continue. But I'd be fascinated to hear from all of you here what the thinking is. On climate change, there are so many dimensions to this at the moment. We have a very prominent organisation called Extinction Rebellion in the UK at the moment, which have really rethought the demonstration as a cultural performance. So they take over the bridges of London and do essentially almost theatre performances, dance, etc., as part of trying to engage people to think in different ways about climate change. I would say a large proportion of the artists, filmmakers, and so on are absolutely passionate about this issue and want to use their tools to make the public aware of what it will look like, a world with 3, 4, 5 degrees warming. And one of the things we spent early this week on was COP26. So the UK is hosting the next big climate gathering in Glasgow next September, these massive gatherings. And the question there is what can be created as a cultural sort of surround for that gathering, which will be really high impact. And probably it will be installations helping people picture rising sea levels, 4 or 5 degree warming, what that will mean for everyday life, to scare people, to be honest, rather than them just having nice meals and drinking together.
Okay, let's take the most highly rated question, since we are a highly democratic country.
Right.
26 votes for this question on, how do I get this up on the screen? There we are. How can the arts and cultural industry compete with the creative economy industries like gaming, animation, immersive experiences, Disney and Netflix? Can the arts compete with entertainment? Netflix, sleep versus the arts.
Well, I suspect in most countries the correct response is a combination of collaboration and competition. So in many ways, the experiences of going to the Berlin Philharmonic or going to a real classic arts museum or gallery, let alone taking part in being a member of a choir, these are completely unlike watching a Netflix movie at home. And one of the weaknesses of all of these industries listed here is they are very individual in their consumption model. Gaming slightly less, and there are obviously vast gaming gatherings, but the predominant model is you are essentially on your own and maybe linked online with some other people. I think there's a craving for human interaction. And one of the great surprises to the futurists of 20 or 30 years ago was just how strongly we want to be in rooms with other human beings. So if you read futurology of the 1960s or 70s, it predicted certainly the end of live music, live sports. The university would have completely gone by now. There's a famous Peter Drucker predicted by 2010 there would be no university campuses because everything would be online. What's happened in industries is much more complicated. So in music, payment for recorded music has, I think, halved roughly in the last 15 years as it's gone on to iTunes and so on. But people going to live concerts, the numbers have risen. The same for live sports. You both watch more, maybe pay-per-view on satellite cable, etc., and go and want to be in a crowd experiencing the roar of the event. So part of the reason there are festivals and carnivals all over the world is tapping into that desire for, in some ways, a very basic human wish to be in a crowd with others, experiencing something in real time. There's a wonderful book by an American writer called William McNeill called Keeping Together in Time, which looks through history at the incredible importance of people doing things physically in time with others, both in armies and in bands and choirs and dance and so on. And we a few weeks ago held an event on how could we combine VR and AR and so on with this underlying human desire to be doing things in time with others, perhaps on the dance floor. Anyway, that's part of, I think, the answer to competition is that's the limitation of most of the digitized offerings listed there.
Is there someone in the audience who wants to get on the dance floor and ask a question as well, or do we just do this electronically? Anyone, just raise your hands if you've got a question you'd like to shoot to Jeff.
And just on dancing, so one of the other things we've funded for quite a few years in the UK, a thing called social prescribing, which is getting local doctors to prescribe social experiences instead of drugs, particularly to older people. And the evidence of a prescription for a dance class is nearly always better than a drug. And about a month ago, our Minister of Health announced an academy of social prescribing. It's become integrated into our health service, and dance does come top of the health-enhancing prescriptions.
I think this is a good question for you, Jeff, since you're in Nesta. What are your views on the intersection between the arts and and sciences? How do you advocate the arts to policymakers who are used to seeing the arts only as CCA, extracurricular activities, basically?
Right. Well, we're rather envious of you in that respect with your extraordinary arts and science museum. I mean, I guess coming from an organisation which has science and arts in the title, I sort of take it for granted that they are interwoven. There's a huge number of scientists who got their inspiration for a scientific breakthrough from the arts and vice versa. We are in a period where the artists in residence in places like CERN are seeing all sorts of extraordinary hybrids and combinations of astronomy and arts or cellular biology and arts that it just seems really strange to separate them. And in terms of education, we've, again, like many around the world, been trying to push STEAM instead of STEM to say that although you do want children to learn science, technology, engineering, and maths, that's great. If you don't also add an arts and creativity element, you're letting them down in terms of their future careers, let alone everything else. And one of the reasons we've done all of this analysis on future jobs demand is to get policymakers to see how these fields are so interconnected now, and that science without arts is a bit dry and useless. But I thought Singapore knows all of this.
Let me take this question, which I think is quite fascinating because it might give us, put things in context of what's going on around the world today. I mean, we see culture as a unifying force from what you're describing, and culture to take us into the future. But culture can also be highly divisive. And in an age of growing populism, how do we prevent cultures from making us more narrow in our focus rather than accepting of diversity and differences?
So I think in Europe, this is probably the biggest question of the next few years. And it's a very big question, so I'm going to drink some water before answering it.
You probably need vodka rather than water.
Or a vodka. So climate change actually is a very live side of this. So in almost every European country, and I think the US and Canada, certainly it's the same, you can see a rapidly sharpening polarization of attitudes around climate change, which are becoming more cultural. In the cities, young, highly educated people see climate change as the most important issue of our times, the only real test of what we all do with our power and our money. They will march with Extinction Rebellion, they will become vegans, they will change their lifestyles, they will campaign, and this matters a lot. And almost in reaction to that, you see in the smaller towns, the rural areas, old manufacturing areas, particularly older men reacting very strongly against that, beginning to define themselves almost as anti-climate change believers. There was a new party in Canada this autumn in the election, largely founded around that. The populist parties in countries like Finland and Sweden, France and so on are increasingly almost taking pride in being anti-climate change action. So what was a kind of scientific or public policy issue is becoming cultural. So the question, how do we rebuild communication, empathy, conversation, mutual understanding between those two groups is absolutely critical for action on climate change. At the same time, one of the things we've written about recently is a broader version of the same divide which affects the creative and knowledge economy. And just give me a minute or so to explain this. I think 20 or 30 years ago, there was a hope that as the economy became more knowledge intensive, data intensive, etc., there would kind of be a trickle down. Everyone would end up benefiting. But instead, in most of the world, certainly the developed world, that hasn't happened. There's been almost a confinement of the leading edge of the knowledge and creative economy to particular places, to cities like this, or London, or San Francisco, or Paris, while other places have been completely left behind, even their own suburbs, let alone towns and rural areas. You can see the divide between the leading edge companies and the average. The gap between the frontier companies, the Googles, Alibabas, and so on, and the average company has widened in terms of productivity. You see the social divide between those with a degree or 3 or 4 degrees and, again, the average or the rest. And this stretching of the social fabric is having all sorts of consequences. It's one of the explanations, we think, for stagnant productivity in the economy across much of the world. It's driving social inequality and divisions, and it's increasingly shaping politics, where voting behavior in many countries now correlates more with your education level than with anything else. And in a way, that's a proxy for whether you think you can take part in the dynamic knowledge economy. So the big dilemma for an organization like mine, and perhaps for yours, is there's quite an easy strategy for the next 10 years where we do amazingly cool, exciting things in London, Manchester, Edinburgh, using all these technologies, but which essentially pander to the winners of the knowledge economy. The people who are already part of it, benefiting, very globalized, very optimistic, and so on. And we completely ignore those millions of people who are feeling left behind and increasingly angry and increasingly culturally hostile to this globalized, emergent, high-tech culture. And for them, many of them are returning to older identities of nation or ethnicity or religion as part of that reaction against the imbalances of the knowledge economy. So that's a long answer to a short question, but I do see further increasing polarization. I think many of the creative economy workers are part of that metropolitan, rather privileged bubble. And I think a crucial role we're trying to do is just to get more social interaction between them and the left behind, because they often live in social media bubbles where they just literally don't communicate with anyone who is experiencing the world in such a different way. In 2 years' time, our government, if it's re-elected in a week's time, goodness me, is planning a post-Brexit festival, which fills us all with horror. And yet, we have such bitterness over Brexit at the moment in Britain that part of me really hopes we turn that into a challenge to the creative world. What can be done at a national level, a town level, or even a street level, perhaps with meals and mini festivals to rebuild bridges over this very polarized, unhappy, sort of angry public. If anyone's got great ideas, please let me know.
This being Singapore, I've just got a message from the organizer saying we can go overtime and make you work a bit harder.
Oh, no.
So I can take one or two more questions from anybody in the audience if you have a question you
Or
really
a good
want to
idea
ask.
for the post-Brexit festival, please.
Let me see your show of hands, otherwise I'll stick with pigeonhole. Yes, someone at the back, please.
Hi, my name is Zuwei. I'm from the Arts Council. I noted in your bio that you wrote a book about collective intelligence recently. Can you tell us more about collective intelligence and how that's relevant in this world of technology and what we've been talking about, and how that kind of intersects with the point that our guest of honor mentioned in her opening remarks about how art is used as a force against universalism. So how do these two ideas kind of contest with each other?
So I won't give you a lengthy lecture on collective intelligence, so I encourage you to read the book, which is out in paperback next week. And essentially what that is about is how, alongside all the progress we're making in data and artificial intelligence, that's intelligence embodied in machines like your smartphone or computers or traffic systems, we've become increasingly interested in the parallel, which is how do you organize human intelligence at large scale. So examples you will all be familiar with are ones like Wikipedia, which is a collective intelligence encyclopedia. In science, things like Galaxy Zoo, you may know, where 1 million people, essentially amateur astronomers, watching out for new stars. There's lots of these things in nature. In healthcare, millions of patients sharing data, funding research to help solve rare diseases. And I've become increasingly convinced there is an emerging science and practice of collective intelligence, that it will be critical to the future of actually how governments work, how health systems work, and how the world solves the Sustainable Development Goals. And if you're really interested, I mean, our biggest program at the moment is with the United Nations, applying collective intelligence methods to the SDGs across Africa, Asia, and so on. That's a topic for another day. There is, though, a really interesting arts strand on that. And indeed, our last big event on this in October, we had a whole series of presentations of new ways of mobilizing large groups using collective intelligence methods as part of a cultural experience. So it could be, a town running a festival where it's trying to tell a new story of itself through a mixture of getting lots of people to create mini videos or stories and so on, but also projecting things on whole walls across the town, so the community sees itself as a single brain, in a sense, analyzing, creating, organizing memory. And there are some amazing organizations now applying collective intelligence methods in the arts and in culture. I think this will become a really important field. It's not quite there yet, though Singapore would be very well placed to be in the forefront. Actually, one of the projects presented at our conference took place here, I think about a year ago, under Umbrellium, an arts organization. So, yeah, watch this space. Whether that is an answer to the point about universalism, I don't know. Collective intelligence, in a way, is fractal. It can be my street, organizing itself more like a collective intelligence to handle its own physical design, play spaces, crime, etc. It could be a town, it can be a city, a country, or the whole world. So I think it's entirely viable to have collective intelligence methods to allow groups to explore difference rather than to try and converge them all into standardization. But I very strongly agree with the spirit of the comment, which is we want the arts to be a source of disruption, dissent, heresy, and not of too much conformism. I would be very sad if collective intelligence became a force of crushing, stifling conformism, but I don't think that's a danger quite yet.
As a follow-up to that, I would say Jeff has a new book, Social Innovation, which will be launched this afternoon. Am I right?
Yeah.
Could you just tell us briefly what the book is about?
So that's a book about really the emerging field of using innovation methods to solve social problems. And it's quite a lively field around the world. President Obama had a social innovation office in his White House. The European Union is running big programs on social innovation around everything from elder care to reducing plastics use. And the book tries to bring together a lot of experiences and examples. And perhaps I could give one live example, which I mentioned to you just before the session, but which perhaps brings a few of these threads together. So in the last 20 years or so in the UK, as in many countries, we've seen almost a collapse of local media, local newspapers, local radio, mainly because their main source of revenue, which was advertising, has been taken by Google and Facebook and others. Our government commissioned a big review last year of all the things going wrong in a way in the news, from fake news to this collapse of local news. And they recommended the creation of an R&D fund, essentially, to develop new models for running local news. And they recommended we should run it. We are now running it. It's called the Future News Fund. And what it's trying to do, very like our R&D fund in the arts, is to find new ideas which are a combination of a technology model, some way of organizing a platform, a business model, some way of funding that, which can be everything from micropayments to advertising to whatever, and likely some combination of professional paid journalists like Warren, but also probably collective intelligence, so mobilizing volunteers in the public, not only to generate news items, but also to scrutinize them, test their veracity, and so on. Anyway, our deadline is the end of this week, which is tomorrow, of course, for our first round of applicants. And we're hoping this will be part of essentially applying sort of social innovation methods to this really deep problem, not just in our media, but actually in our society. Because if you don't have reliable public interest news at a local level, it's very hard for anything else to function, whether a court system or democracy.
I couldn't agree with him more, and there's an idea for the MCCY to take up. Just for that, I'm going to spare you the question on Brexit and the future of the arts in the UK. Let me conclude with this question, which I think is probably a good way for us to round up. What are the best levers to inspire the next generation of audiences?
Oh, I don't know. Goodness me. You will know the answers to that. And in a way, I suspect the answers will be so multiple and varied. If I think of young teenagers, I have a 12-year-old son, for example, who, like many 12-year-olds, was obsessed with Fortnite. Then has completely lost interest in Fortnite. And what will motivate him and his friends will be very compelling experiences, which probably do have that social element, which are using some gamification elements to make things exciting, whereas for my mother, none of that will have any effect at all, and she will probably want something which is, kind of an enrichment to perhaps a familiar experience, like the Opera House example I gave. So, in a way, probably this is a question not best answered by people like me, or probably by many people like you, or any of us who are bureaucrats, and I'm basically a bureaucrat by training. The reason why I like the open processes of arts funding and of challenges, like the challenge I just described on the media, is their assumption is that the best ideas will be out there, not in here. So, and certainly the best ideas of what will really inspire people, you discover by trying things out, by experiment. And ideally trying things out very fast and quite small, and then when you see something really has an effect, really motivates people, gets their eyes glistening, then you pile in behind it. And I guess so many of the innovation methods of now are about doing that, not about trying to have a plan, not about trying to predict that in 2025 this will be the dominant technology, this is what audiences will love, because none of us can know, but turning everything into a dynamic discovery process. Perhaps that's the note on which to end, and that's the ideal sort of mental framework for arts and cultural policy, is very energetic, very curious, very open, willingness to explore and discover.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you will agree with me that that's a fascinating session and a great way to start our discussion on the future of culture. Please to join me in thanking our.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also to our moderator, Mr. Warren Fernandez. Can we have a group photo, please? Perhaps, we just stand together. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Jeff Morgan, and our moderator for this session, Mr. Warren Fernandez. A great start. Thank you very much. Let's give a big round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we break for tea break now, we have one simple request for all of you. So basically, if you can take out your mobile phones, now go on to Pigeonhole. Now you will see feedback. All right, so this is, let me explain first, okay? This is not actually a feedback. All right, so this is really, we want to, of course, our keynote speaker, Dr. Morgan, touch a little bit on collective knowledge, collective wisdom. So in this case, we want to tap on your collective wisdom as well. So please share with us your thoughts on this first keynote session. All right, the topic, of course, the frontiers, all right, of cultural policy. Share with us your thoughts on this subject or something which made you feel inspired during this first session. Could be during the Q&A or could be when our keynote speaker was presenting. All right, so just one very short, simple sentence. Share with us your thoughts on this topic or anything that made you feel inspired so far. All right, you could even touch on the future of culture as well. All right, so I'll give you about 30 seconds to do so. All right, thank you very much for sharing with us. So earlier on I mentioned at the start, this is a two-way conversation because no one person can, of course, influence culture that much. It's all collective. All right, so in this case, we want to tap on your collective wisdom today as well on the future of culture. All right, so thank you very much for filling that in. So we will continue to do that for the duration of the entire day today. After every session, we would like to for all of you to share your thoughts on the topic. Now, if you look behind with me as well, now you will see our graphic recording artist Wendy in the house today. All right, so she is recording visually what is done on stage, and of course, I'm pleased to announce that for the first session, now you can see her recording outside during the tea break immediately after this. All right, so a quick time check. All right, it's about 10:45 now. We will have a tea break all the way till 11:05 a.m. and we'll be back here. We'll start promptly on time. So thank you very much. Please feel free to enjoy tea break. We'll see you very shortly in about 20 minutes or so. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, if any of you would like to move down, we have a lot of empty seats below, so please feel free to move down if you wish. Anyone like to move down? We have a lot of space here that you can join us at the front. Feel free to slot in as well, even the second row as well, or available if you would like a closer view of what's happening here. So, welcome back from tea break, ladies and gentlemen. So from where I am, a lot of seats here in the middle. So if any of you, yes, please, if any of you would like to move down now, please feel free to just come to the front. All right, so you can have a closer view of the slides and also our speakers as well. So, well, welcome back. Hope all of you had an enjoyable tea break. Now, if you saw the visual recording, we'll be doing that for lunch as well as tea break later on as well. So, hope you had a chance to take a look at the visual recording earlier. All right, so we're going to move on now to our first panel for today. All right, now this panel will discuss on how cultural institutions can respond to a new era where digitalization and innovation rule the day. Now our speakers, our panelists for this panel are Dr. Noah Rafford, Chief Operating Officer at the Dubai Future Foundation. Also, Mr. Nicholas Pan, Managing Director, Strategy and Commerce of VMLY&R Asia, and Ms. Lee Casey, Head of Communications and Engagement, Science Gallery, Melbourne. The moderator for this session is Mr. Cheng Hak Peng, Chief Executive Officer of the Singapore Symphony Group. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome our moderator as well as our panelists on stage, please.
Audio preview.
So welcome back from everyone's tea break. I warmly encourage you to put aside the thoughts of the wonderful and delicious food outside that the Cultural Academy has provided for us yet again, and refocus ourselves on the future. Today's first panel, I have the great privilege of facilitating a wonderful panel of speakers who will speak about the topic of innovation and digitalization. How can cultural institutions respond? And our first speaker is Dr. Noah Rafford, and he has a very interesting title. So we start with the boring one first. The boring one is Chief Operating Officer, but the interesting one is Futurist in Chief at the Dubai Future Foundation. And he brings with him great expertise in thinking about the future. Actually, I really want your job. And the main areas that he has built his expertise on are on the topics of the future, what is foresight, what is innovation, and doing so, he crosses into a wide variety of areas that linked to the building of identity and culture in a country. Among the projects that he lists are the Museum of the Future. And I mean, what a great name for a museum. So may we please put our hands together and invite Dr. Noah Rafford to give us his views on how cultural institutions can respond to innovation.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Great. I tend to pace a little bit. So It's a pleasure to be here. It's my third time in Singapore this year. I've always considered myself a student and friend of Singapore, and it's great to be able to participate in the conversations around Singapore's future, because in many ways the conversations that we have in Dubai are quite similar to the conversations had here in Singapore. I mentioned the Dubai Future Foundation, which is an organization which I have the pleasure of working with. I've actually recently just given up the Chief Operating Officer title, thankfully. So part of the joys of having a growing organization is you can grow a team, and I no longer have operational responsibilities. So my job is just to have these interesting conversations with you about the future. But a little bit about the foundation. Our job in Dubai is to address this question: what does the future look like? Put simply, the UAE, like Singapore, is a very rapidly growing city-state as a nation, and the questions around what the future looks like have operational implications for the decisions we make today. So the Future Foundation is a wholly government-owned foundation, and our job is to address this, both what do we think it might look like and what do we do about it. So very much like Jeff's organization and Nesta and some of the equivalents here, we have a variety of programs. We have 140 staff or so, everything from think tanks to coding boot camps to technology accelerators to funding programs to policy labs. But the one that I want to talk about today, which is I think relevant to the conversation around culture and its future, is this project, which was mentioned, the Museum of the Future. Has anyone ever been to Dubai? Have you been to Dubai recently? Quick show of hands. Just a handful of you. You might have seen this if you have driven in Dubai, because it's basically right in the center of town. And the shape is a little bit surprising because you can't quite get a sense of the scale. But this is a building and an institution which is dedicated to addressing this question, helping ourselves within government, our stakeholders within civil society and the private sector, as well as the citizenry and the public at large, help to understand what are the challenges and opportunities that we face and what can we do about it. And the bulk of it, this purple bit, is directed at what we call these immersive experiential takes on the future. It's big. It's about 12,500 square meters, just front of house space. So just for scale, you can see that's a person. It's a little bit strange when you don't have a regular size building, but it's quite exciting to have an opportunity to work on a project like this. But it's, I think, a very valid question to ask: why does someone with a background in policy and strategy, why does the organization like the Prime Minister's Office, where we spun out of, create something like the Museum of the Future? And the short answer is because nobody was reading anything that we wrote. This is not just a factor of the region, I think. It's the reality of anyone in an executive position, has a lot of pressure, a lot of demands on their time, and the medium of reports and presentations tends to really be relatively ineffective, especially when you're talking about something which might not yet be a burning platform, like AI or climate change, although I will argue both of those are burning platforms. So in order to try to engage first our senior stakeholders and then the rest of the country, we started a series of experiments around 7 years ago at a large conference that we do, taking this concept of experiential futures, which is a term by my colleague Stuart Candy, around creating an alternate world that you can touch, feel, taste, and experience, and blending that with another term you designers might be familiar with called design fiction, creating products and TV shows and commercials and objects and artifacts that are real in their fidelity. They're physical, they're tangible, they're video, but they're talking about a world which does not yet exist. So we started building these experiences that explore how these fundamental human needs start to interact first with these emerging technologies, but also more importantly with the social implications of their interaction. So things around equity, things around privacy, things around climate change, and things around governance decision making. It's much easier to do this when you create an environment which is tangible and interactive. And I don't mean interactive in terms of digital per se. This doesn't mean an app or a screen or VR. What I mean is actually something more akin to a film set or a theatrical set. It's an alternate world, like a time machine that you can go into and walk into a room like this and then experience everything from the actors to the literature to the things you see on the screen, what the future might be like in this alternate world. So you see here an experience we created on the future of food in a post-climate change world, and you actually got to eat crickets and experiment with these genetically engineered foodstuffs. So the idea of eating crickets, whilst that's perhaps not so unfamiliar for us futurists and weirdos, for most people, it is kind of a shocking experience and provides a memorable experience. And also, people care mostly about themselves. I don't mean that in a bad way, but if you have a role to play in this world, then it's much easier to discover it by interacting with it. So this is an exhibition, an experience we created around the role of AI and robots in the family, vis-a-vis virtual girlfriends and robotic nannies and a lot of the issues which are already starting to come to fruition. And it's easier to have a sense of how you might feel if you're, say, your child was being raised by a robot or your husband had a virtual girlfriend than through a simulation like this than it is to talk about it in the context of a PowerPoint. So really, these are exercises to prompt a conversation, a social conversation about the future that we want. And what we found, though, paradoxically, was this approach was so effective that people wanted what they saw. So the rest of the foundation's work is around fulfilling this political demand through projects and pilot projects and policies and that stuff, including things like 3D printed buildings and blockchain. But I want to stop about that. I think it's useful context. But the real question is I like to share with you some of the lessons we've learned and perhaps perspectives we've developed over the last 7 years developing this around this key question of this morning, which is what lies ahead for culture. How do we build the cultural institutions that are best fit for the future? In our thinking, we kind of have developed this 4-stage model which kind of positions the work that we do in the context of an emerging future, but also in the historical legacy of the cultural industry. And I don't think it's unfair to say that most of the work that many of us are familiar with starts with this kind of Museum 1.0. These are nation-building exercises. This is derived from Napoleon's conquest of Egypt and Syria, bringing back the objects from the Italian campaign and creating the Louvre. And they're meant to establish yourselves as a nation, what are the identities and values that you assert, who you are, and then also to communicate that in many ways to the less than elites in your society. So that's the V&A, the Victoria and Albert. And one of my favorite quotes about the V&A is, when it was founded, it was intended to be an alternative to the gin hall. But, you know, the world moves on, and particularly in the context of post-colonialism, independence movements, civil rights movements in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, the context, the social context of museums and cultural institutions shifted to becoming a place that recognized the pluralism and the diversity in our society and tried to be more inclusive, accessible, and democratic. And you see the kinds of institutions like the Exploratorium or the Science Gallery and many other more contemporary institutions who are dedicated to this kind of hands-on participatory type of co-creation. More recently, we've seen a trend which I would argue is actually a kind of long-run extension of neoliberalism and kind of Wall Street politics of the focus on the self. My friend Shuman Basar wrote a great book called The Century of the Self, reflecting on some previous work, and the idea is that in the last 20 years or so, we generally tend to focus on things that give us enjoyment or indulgence or entertainment. And indeed, museums in the cultural sector have adapted to fulfill this desire, right? You see the Museum of Ice Cream and the Museum of Candy, these are Instagrammable moments that are devoid of anything other than the pleasure of the moment, and you broadcasting your experience of the pleasure of the moment as a means of self-affirmation. With each of these shifts, there's these cultural trends which change, these large-scale trends which changing, that then invoke a change in format about how we experience, communicate, and engage with culture, and indeed then that change in format suggests new forms of institutions that are more appropriate for that moment. So with that format, what I mean by this is it has shifted from the notion of you viewing things that experts curate for you, to you touching and interacting things, perhaps co-curating this as an audience member, to you being the thing. You are the show. And so each of these has a set of institutional requirements that come with that, from collecting to hiring to marketing communications, that reflect itself differently in the form of institution that you are or you need to become. So as we sort of think forward, though, often, because these cultural shifts take a decade or more, and then if you have a building, for example, or an institution, those often move quite slowly, we have this phenomenon where you try to take the old form of your institution and jam new cultural trends into it. And you get something like this. This is my son, Theo, at a very prestigious European museum, holding this kind of kludgy iPad, looking relatively dissatisfied with this experience. So that's why the subtitle of this talk is Don't Just Throw an iPad on it. The point here, as we adapt for the cultural shifts of the future, and indeed the cultural shifts which we are already experiencing today, is that you need to re-examine the format innovations that you're exploring, and I'll share some examples of that momentarily, not just try and cram the new onto the old, or as my friend Dave Snowden says, putting old wine in new skins. That's obviously not Dave Snowden's quote, but so what does sort of Museum 4.0 look like in this potential kind of framing of this hierarchy? Well, in order to understand that, I think we have to start to explore what are the major social trends which are underway now. We have to try to start to develop a hypothesis or a perspective on what the future might be like. And only then, if you buy this cultural shift, format, form argument. Only then can we start to articulate what is the right format and form for the museums of the future or the cultural institutions of the future. So I will take my remaining 5 minutes to share with you a couple of the things that we see as the profound social trends which are going to influence the cultural dialogue in the coming, let's say, decade. And the obvious one has been mentioned here, but that's this growing sense of social urgency around impending crises. And I say crises plural, the most obvious of which is the rapid acceleration of climate change. I myself have been stunned over the last few months how the degree of seriousness and speed and vociferousness that the notion that climate has already passed the point of no return and we're seeing the beginnings of what are catastrophic, irreversible feedback effects. That is becoming part of the public dialogue, from the UN Secretary General saying we've already lost the fight, to scientists coming out and saying, you know, the ice caps are melting 4 times faster than our worst case models, to the methane releases in Russia. It's really bad news. But more to the point, as Jeff mentioned, it's not just policy analysts and scientists and wonks like ourselves who are talking about it. Everyone is talking about it. And so that sense of crisis, both from climate, but also technological unemployment, social inequality, inequality between nations, between men and women, this is really coming to a boiling point. And you see this with the Extinction Rebellion, with Greta. I mean, I photoshopped up this little image of Greta as Joan d'Arc, because I think that the metaphor is similar, right? This is the young casting accusations against the sins of the elderly. And this is taking form of a generational conflict. So those of you who are on social media, the young in the room, might recognize this phrase, okay, boomer. There was a kind of cultural high watermark, if you could say that, for this phrase when a Green Party MP in New Zealand used this phrase to deflect criticism of her emphasis on climate change in the context of Parliament. It's basically young people saying, you the baby boomers, you screwed it up, you don't have anything to say anymore. And so this is becoming much more confrontational, much more challenging, and you start to see this in the arts world very profoundly, from this Extinction Rebellion protest, which is quite shocking, in the National Portrait Gallery, to just earlier with the Troy exhibition in front of the British Museum. You know, an exhibition about Troy. It has nothing to do with anything, but because it's being funded by a petrochemical organization, is now becoming an us versus them identity politics clarion call. So therefore, if your institution does not have some sense of urgency around these, not just climate change, but these critical issues that people care about, you will not have a role to play in that. In light of that, also, people want to prototype what I like to call a social simulation of how we might handle these challenges, right? How might we work our way through these challenges in a way that becomes desirable or at least less painful? So this is like LARPing, live action role playing in some sorts, but the experiential future or the experiential approach lends itself particularly well as a format to helping people deal with this psychological, social, and emotional trauma and anxiety that comes from a very scary future, particularly young people. So this is an example just right around the corner from here. I urge you to go check it out if you haven't. It's the 2219 Futures Imagined exhibit at Art Science Museum that my friend Honor curated here, a speaker later this afternoon. And it was done by one of our friends called Anna Jane and John Arden at Superflux. What's interesting about this is it's an HDB house. This is in the Art Science Museum if you haven't seen it, but it's full of little details which help you understand how life, in this case of a post-climate change, post-flooding Singapore, still goes on. How we can live our lives. So from the little details of your cooking books of how to cook in a time of scarcity, to the mealworms on the counter, actual worms, and suggesting we will be engaging in alternate forms of protein consumption, to the view out the window with flooded streets in Singapore, and the little details like the kids marking their height on the door. These experiential approaches are profoundly accessible and profoundly effective at helping us imagine a different way of living, imagine alternate responses in a way that most traditional museum and media outlets are not capable of evoking. Of course, this is central to our work in the Museum of the Future, imagining and exaggerating these outcomes. This is what if AI ruled our economy and gave you a job? How would you feel about that? And the prototype of this is very much the experiential theater movement. I'm sure you've heard of Punch Drunk or more recently Meow Wolf, which is a little bit more of a psychedelic version of this approach. But Sleep No More is this room, building you go into, and it's essentially along the themes of Macbeth. It's about avarice and and ambition gone wrong, and how do you handle that? And you're not quite sure as an audience member who is part of the audience and who's part of the play, and you can wander through the rooms in any way. It's powerful and evocative and emotionally engaging. And it's not just the arts institutions, it's the entertainment companies that are picking up on this. You've probably seen Star Wars Galaxy Edge, which is the biggest theme park at Disney now, and it's a full Star Wars world. It's a film set you can walk into, and the cast of characters are there like actors, and you can play some little role with missions. It's the kind of gamification of real life. I would argue this isn't connected to any real profound emotional transformation experience, but nonetheless, as a model for where cultural institutions are going, it's a profound one. And so then I think the last cultural shift which I want to draw your attention to is the notion that given the feelings of urgency of the crisis, people want to be involved with things that matter. Activities, institutions, actions, that their participation in it will actually produce some beneficial outcome, right? It's not just art for art's sake. It's not just entertainment for entertainment's sake. In our case, we have a huge flagship co-working space and program called Area 2071 that is our accelerators and our technology prototypes. Everything is in there. And the designs and the experience of the museum in the future literally feed into that in terms of the priorities of government and in terms of the issues and challenges that we're trying to get our community members involved in. But there are many other examples, perhaps not at that scale. I mean, the new museum in New York, another mutual friend and colleague, Julia Kagansky, just left but helped set this up, produces a series of small companies and technological innovations, which in this case are more focused on the arts. This is our friend Su-Gwen Chung, drawing with robots. She developed this robots with a series of technologists at the accelerator program in New Inc. And I understand there's similar programs here. You did this Future of Us exhibit recently in 2015. That's a policy polling exercise. Say what you may about the experience itself, it was a mechanism by which you could have a voice, and that voice might influence government. So I just will close with this notion that I think the future of cultural institutions, in order to maintain their relevance, have to be a place of urgency that responds to the climate, the inequality, the automation crisis, where we can experience a new sense of social imagination through these experiential, immersive worlds, and then your experience of that leads to some sort of real action, small though that may be. So the cultural shift leading to a formatting shift, leading to a new form of institution, I think is imperative. Even if you are an old institution, you can begin to experiment with how you might express your historic goals or your artistic goals through these new formats. And please, don't just try to cram it onto an iPad or an app. So thank you very much. I think I'm a minute over, so I apologize for your time.
Thank you very much, Noah. I'm not sure I have sat through so many minutes of so many new ideas at the same time. It's taking a while to process them. And if Noah was talking more about the physical connection between people and ideas, our next speaker is going to talk about the digital connection between people and ideas. And he is Mr. Nicholas Pan, and Managing Director of Strategy and Commerce at VMLY&R Asia. And he has had a career in the digital space, focusing a lot on digital communication and design, working with clients in the region and also in Singapore with a list of very illustrious clients here. And I will hand you over to him to talk about meaningful engagements.
Hi, morning everyone. So I really struggled to think about what to share on this stage. So I was thinking, should I share inspiration? Should I share some new technology and get everyone on board and understanding what these new technologies can do? But I thought maybe I should go something more fundamental, okay? Because we're talking about digitization and innovation, there's a seduction and temptation to go into the sexy and beautiful and wonderful gizmos and things like that. So let me start by saying, number one, I am no expert in the cultural institution sector like you guys. So I'll try my very best, but this is my favorite painting. It gives me a wonderful feeling, Picasso's Three Musicians. It's just like a few friends hanging out, having some wine, playing some music, just chilling. That's such a wonderful and nice feeling. I stood in front of this painting at MoMA in New York for quite a long time, just absorbing that feeling. And I was thinking to myself like, wow, this is such a wonderful feeling if only everyone could have felt this, There was no technology, there was no audio help, nothing whatsoever. But it was a wonderful experience for me. But I've been in the cultural institution online for a very long time. Right? I got my first modem in 1993. Okay, before the internet was around, I'm like, wow, what's this internet thing? When I got my first browser in 1995. So this is something I participated in 2001, which is called the Mirror Project. I'm not sure if many of you heard of this before. This was before selfies, before smartphones. Someone came up with this beautiful idea that, hey, let's just take pictures of our reflections and share it online. That's it. Someone had to build the website. It wasn't like Facebook. You could just go on and click a few buttons, right? I got really inspired. I saw this guy. He was taking a picture of his own reflection on the North Pole, the pole of the North Pole. That was just, wow, amazing. I said, I need to get involved, okay? So a few interesting places. Amazingly, the website is still there. It's amazing. So what do we think about when we say digitization and innovation? This is what comes to mind, right? Digital experiences, augmented realities, AI, bring your own device, omni-channel, cross-platform, and things like these are all the kind of things we think about, okay? But this is not only in the public sector, it's also in the private sector. We are seeing organizations, FMCG, automotive, all of them are going into this digitization and innovation as well. The fundamental question everybody's asking themselves, is this investment worthwhile? Are we going to have our ROI? Is this project initiative worth all our times? Is it meaningful for our audiences? Does it bring any value? So where is this world on digitization and innovation? And I would like to just share some observation. Who knows what this is? This is a crypto kitten. Okay? Basically, it's a game with blockchain, based on blockchain, and what you can do is you can purchase, you can collect, you can sell, you can breed even, okay? This is called Dragon, that's the name. It's a 9th generation crypto kitty. It has the tail of its dad and the teeth of his mom, okay? You can go online and check this out. September 2018, it was sold for $171,000 US. Someone actually bought it, okay? So if you want to go get it, I think it's on a great discount right now. So, yeah. But there is a whole online culture about this. A lot of people are participating, and a lot of new and interesting things are bubbling up. So the question is physical versus digital. What actually can make us think? What can make us reflect? What can make us have a different understanding? The next one is quite nice. This is in New York. New Museum actually partnered with Apple to create art in partnership. So art as in A-R-T, right? So they are using augmented reality, getting artists to create artwork all over New York, and also in the stores as well. So wonderful use of technology, but my question then to us is, do we then make them come to us, or do we go out to them, okay? Just a few weeks ago, my daughter, I was cycling with my daughter in Punggol Waterway, all right? And then we saw huge 5 stones, okay? So those who know, there is the arts in your neighborhood as well. So seeing, how art is coming to our audiences is wonderful as well. So do we want them to come to us, or do we actually go to them? This is Google Trends, and one of my favorite places to just understand a population and what they are interested in and what they are into. This is what was trending in 2018, and when 2019 ends, Google will release this information as well. Again, top searches for news, for gadgets, for movies, etc. They classify it in many, many different ways. And if you can see it from different countries, it's all different. Now, the point I'm trying to make is that we have more data than ever before. How can we leverage this data? How can we make meaningful decisions? And how do we engage our audience in a meaningful way? So we do have more data than ever before. And the problem also is that we are an extremely distracted generation. I love the question just now when we talk about competing with your Netflix and entertainment and the like. And I think Jeff had a great answer to that. Could we not participate together? And there is always a need for human connection as well. Now, how then do we, in this very distracted generation, make people reflect on history, inspire thought, contemplate on the future, and even have meaningful dialogues? Dialogues not about just what did you see last week on Netflix, what about deeper conversations? How do we get people involved? And my solution is very, very simple. It's just, let's just create very, very meaningful engagements with our audience. And I would like to share 3 key points on what I think would be great. I know a lot of us in the room are in the civil sector, and a lot of us are in the trenches. We've got projects to run, we've got initiatives, we've got papers to write. Okay, so what do we think about, and what do we do when we say like we want to go into innovation, want to go into digitization? So firstly, we need to figure out the content. Okay, what content should we have out there? Like I said, Singaporeans are extremely busy. They got their day jobs, and there's lots of online conversations they're participating in. Also, they have their own culture as well within their friends, the things they talk about, the time they spend together. So in order to figure out the content, we need to relentlessly listen to what they are all about. Okay? We need to know our audience. Put ourselves in our audience shoes, try to understand how they feel, what makes them tick. Really deep dive into it. I remember when I went back to reservist in Singapore for the military service, right? This was, I think, in the late 2000s. I was asking some of my friends to connect on Facebook. Some of them didn't know what Facebook was. They were like, well, what Facebook? They got no idea. Then I'm like, okay, I'm living literally in a bubble. I really need to go out there, talk to people more, and understand what is interesting to them. So great, pigeonhole feedback. Let's get the feedback loop going and try to know our audience as much as we can. And number 2 is know their culture. Where are our audiences spending their time? What are they doing? What motivates them? What makes them want to engage? Okay, so I think these are 2 key points of trying to figure out the content. So only understanding our audiences well, understanding where they are spending their time, then will we be able to figure out and curate even better content for them. Next point, we've got to figure out the format, all right? I don't have a pyramid structure, so we've got more mobile apps than ever, okay? I don't even want to count. On average, I think everyone has about 200 apps or something like that. Just crazy. Okay, and I love how my smartphone is telling me the amount of time I'm spending every week on Sunday morning, and I'm like, oh my gosh. So there are tons of channels out there. There are tons of platforms, technologies out there as well. And it's really pulling time away from us. And I get this question all the time. Should we get on this channel? Should we get on that channel? Should we employ this technology? Should we employ that technology? So to figure out a format, I think we need to thoroughly understand the platforms, what they do. A Facebook is good for certain things. Instagram is good for certain things. Android phone is good for certain things. And Apple phone is good for certain things as well. We need to understand that. And the very first thing we need to do is we need to experiment. We need to try it out for ourselves. We need to be practitioners. Just last year, I was doing an executive training at Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, and I made this point, which was very interesting, which is say, if you want to know a channel, you got to do something about it. Go and create an Instagram account, try to get 1,000 followers and see what happens. Practice it. Don't just talk about it and ask people for Instagram strategies. One person, one of the team members from the organizing committee actually took that to heart. So this year when I went back again for the same course, I just checked in with this lady again and said, how did it go? Did you do something about it? She said, yes. She got about 1,500 followers. Okay? She basically created an Instagram account of her 3 golden retrievers. Okay? And she now knows intimately, which hashtags work well, which day she posts works well. Puppy pictures work better than adult pictures, adult dog pictures, and things like that. Okay? So she knew it firsthand. So we can always practice. We got our smartphones. We can do something about it. Partner. We don't have to do everything ourselves. We can partner with people. How about allowing our space to be a test bed for other people, other private sector people who want to come in, try out a new technology, try out different things as well. We don't have to do it ourselves. There are lots of media channels at the bottom, like I mentioned, like Vice, Vox, Channel News Asia, etc., and things like that. There are lots of other players out there constantly looking at experimenting with different formats and things like that. So we could work with them. Lastly, we need to figure out the action. Okay, what do we want people to do? There are lots of things that we invest our time and effort into. Now, the thing that we want is measurable results, like it worked. Okay, we have ROI, we have numbers to show that it worked. Now, the challenge is we can only measure it if our audiences do something. So what is that something we want them to do is the question. We need to diligently plan for engagement, okay? It needs to be engineered. You can't just expect people to have a good feeling, yes, nice, and then they leave, right? You need to capture that data point. You need to make them interact and so that you can capture it. So I think one of the powerful things is asking yourself, if the audience were to interact with a touch point or an exhibit, why will they care? You know, ask yourself as an individual, if you stand there, you are the litmus test. Does it even make sense to you? Does this give you a meaningful, lasting impression? Does this make you reflect? Does it make you have the intended outcome that you want, okay, from the general public? So really, when I get a lot of RFPs and projects and things like that, and I really look at the briefs and I'm like, why are we doing this? You know, why would any audience even want to participate in this? But sometimes it's just like, we got to do it. So let's make sure we manage it at a paper level. Huh? So next point is, why will I share? Okay, it's not scalable to put media dollars to reach another audience, right? We need to make sure that when someone have that wonderful experience that you're trying to give them, that they will take it, okay, and they will want to share it with other people as well. So this is a very powerful mindset shift, not just a very compelling, powerful content, but if someone will want to share it. And you know, there are some things you will share, something you won't share, because it does reflect on you when you share something. So yesterday night I shared something very powerful, which I really love. Okay, I sent a warning on my Facebook page, do not give me any Christmas presents. And then I put hashtag sustainable Christmas. Okay, so I want people to share that, and I think people could resonate with that. And I think that's a meaningful engagement with some of my friends and my family members. So yeah, I love to end up with a summary slide where, you know, all the people in the trenches could get some tips on how to actually move forward and how do we respond in this digitization and innovative change in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. Our next speaker is Head of Communications and Engagement for Science Gallery Melbourne, and she's Miss Lee Casey. And she brings with herself extensive experience in the cultural sector and in communication as well. And what I found interesting is that the lead up with Noah talking about format, Nick talking about format, I can't think of any gallery in the world and any person more suitable to talk about format than talking about the new gallery at the Science Gallery Melbourne.
Thank you, and no pressure. Okay, cool. Apologies about my voice as well, but I should get through it. So I am Lee Casey. I am Head of Communications and Engagement for Science Gallery Melbourne. That's me there. My background is not necessarily in museums and galleries, so I have worked across performing arts and festivals, and the great thing about the Science Gallery Melbourne team being new is that we're all from different disciplines, different forms. We're not, I guess, a traditional museum or gallery team. So that's been a really amazing thing for us to come together and share those different insights. Science Gallery Melbourne is currently in development. We're part of a global network of galleries which was started in Dublin in 2008, and we now have 7 nodes that are in development or open. Both Dublin and London are open to the public, and the rest are now in development at various stages. So for us, our building opens towards the end of next year, 2020. Will be open to the public in early 2021. But what we have been doing in the lead up to building a gallery, which is an amazing luxury, I must say, is doing programming around the city and with different communities and also online in order to kind of introduce ourselves to the city, but also to build an audience of young people. So Science Gallery's mission is about igniting creativity for young people through the collision of art and science. The network is guided by this principle, and all the nodes sort of sit underneath that, though are responding to local contexts. So it's really important for us that we don't become, I guess, the McDonald's of arts and culture, that we are responding to our local communities, that we're working directly with young people, and that our programs and our people reflect that. So for Science Gallery Melbourne, our vision is to become a creative laboratory for young people to spark big ideas. So we have a genuine commitment to including young people in everything that we do and making sure that they're reflected at every stage of the process. We also want to be, I guess, more than, or not more than, but different to a museum or a gallery. Want to be this kind of laboratory, this place where disciplines collide and intersect. And so that interdisciplinarity is really at the core of what we do. Along with believing that young people hold the creative potential to solve the world's greatest problems. And we know that young people are underserved currently by the education system. In Australia, it's very siloed, it's very put into disciplines, and we want to really start to break down those barriers and really show that creativity is at the heart of everything and will be the way that we solve these future problems. So our pillars at Science Gallery Melbourne are these four. So our program will do 3 seasons a year. We're non-acquisitive, we don't have a collection. So it'll be around these future-focused themes. Engagement, so how we work with and embed young people in our process. Research, so we are part of the University of Melbourne, so we have a commitment to showcase research, conduct live research in the gallery, and also to be a place for researchers to come and study our processes and learning, so really embedding ourselves in the education system in Australia. And so this is really at the heart, it's at the heart of everything we do, is embedding young people, that our audience is at the heart of our practice, our values and our processes. And so that's from think tanks, from a curatorial perspective. We have young people on our curatorial panel. Our staff, we employ young people. I'm not one of them, you'll be shocked to hear. We involve them in our digital planning, so our strategy, how we're going to use technology, and also in the design of the building, which has been really exciting. So we are building a brand new gallery, and having worked in different parts of the cultural sector, I think this is an incredible position to be in, to be building a gallery in this digital age. So we're not in the position that I imagine a lot of organisations are, where you're trying to retrofit your organisation, your staff, your programs to adapt to a digital age, rather than building it with the kind of digital first approach. So we had a blank slate, which was really exciting, and we started to look around at what are the inspirations that we're going to use for our building, how are we going to incorporate digital, how are we going to look outside arts and culture. So we looked at places like airports, so this is LAX, retail, who I think are really excelling in terms of digital media facades and media architecture, but also as places that young people congregate and hang out and that they want to be in, which is not necessarily museums and galleries. And also fashion shows. So what we loved about this example with the drones bringing the fashion down the runway was that it wasn't tacked on, it was using technology in a way to deliver the programs. And that was, I guess, a light bulb moment for us to say, okay, inspiration is really easy, and we had a great time, but then reality hit. So competing budgets, working with a university, working with a number of government stakeholders as well is, as you all know, a bit more challenging. So we were like, okay, we could build this building that lights up, that shoots things out, that's amazing, but how is that we all genuinely believe in the transformative power that arts and culture play, how is that adding to it? So we went back to, I guess, our 4 pillars and looked at how we can incorporate these technologies and these new innovations into our program. So this is, I guess, through our program angle, this was an exhibition that we held in 2018 around the theme of perfection. This is Harmony, who's a robot companion, which is the language we use to get the university over the line. It's actually a sex robot. And so we had Harmony in the exhibition as a way, I guess, and she was able to interact with people. So really looking at that kind of interactive through the program. This is a beautiful work by artist Patricia Piccinini, who created this work partnering with scientists and researchers from Melbourne's leading hospital. And so Graham is designed as the perfect person to survive a car crash. So as an amazing sort of giant sculpture, Graham can look quite intimidating, but then users could scan around his body using AR technology to showcase the science behind that and show what was his insides that were able to survive this car crash. This is the entry to the gallery. So those bricks that are lit up will be, so it's all brick, but those ones will be replaced by tiny screens. So again, we'll be using this as a platform to showcase what's happening inside the gallery. So for example, our first exhibition when we open will be around the theme of mental health. So we'll be using that to showcase data on both a sort of individual level, but also a macro level as well. So research is the other one. So I'll just show you a really quick video about a work that we worked with with artist Lucy McRae, partnered with a computer scientist, Dr. Niels Wouters. This work has now travelled to Dublin and a number of other places as well. So this is just a short video, I guess, showing it. It's about future of AI and also facial recognition software. This is from a news clip from the ABC.
I think it's pretty safe to say that most of us are obsessed with our smartphones, and applications like this one, Snapchat, make use of artificial intelligence to firstly recognise my face and then allow me to apply filters and funny effects to my image. Today, I'm outside the State Library in Victoria to experience another form of AI technology over here. This one is promising to give me the perfect face.
Hi.
Hello.
Welcome to the Perfection Salon. My name is Lucy. I'm going to be your guide. The point of the biometric mirror is to have a discussion in a public arena about the implications artificial intelligence may have on our future, on culture, on beauty ideals.
Here's where the magic happens.
The first part of the treatment is to psychoanalyze the client through facial recognition, so we can tell you your age, your gender, how weird you are, how responsible you are, and then secondly, through another facial recognition photograph, merge your face into what is considered symmetrically perfect. And this is using a Macard mask which was developed by a Hollywood plastic surgeon, which is biostatistically beautiful. And the whole point of this second part of the biometric mirror is to really ask, what is perfection and who are the people who are designing the algorithms that are feeding artificial intelligence?
The technology is quite flawed because a lot of the data that artificial intelligence relies upon is crowdsourced. There's a lot of examples in the US, for instance, where it's being used in the legal system to decide, or basically to get an idea of who is more likely to reoffend than anyone else. And that's an algorithm just making that decision, and we see how it's biased, for instance, based on ethnicity.
So here's my printout.
Yep, it's your digital mask.
So I'll skip forward, but as you can see, this was a work that was based on research, and so users that came in and participated in the salon signed up and consented to their face being used in the research project as well, which is now been published. Thirdly is engagement, and I think this is the most kind of obvious one in a way, is using digital for audience engagement. It also has its challenges. We really love the live experience of the gallery. I'm very passionate about that, and so we know how important it is to not replace that, and also to not have a situation where users are walking through the museum and are just looking at their phones. So this is the foyer of our gallery. You'll see where those analogue screens are. There'll be screens that sort of showcase a dashboard of what's happening inside the gallery. So placing audience feedback and audience-generated content onto those screens for visitors to start to see themselves and see their peers when they arrive. We used touch screens instead of interpretive labels a couple of years ago, and we made people work for the content. So we made them answer a question that related to the artwork. And so we're trying to really simplify the amount of content that we're feeding. So really just posing these big questions, like would you change your DNA to alter your appearance? And then we also ask them to rate their work and their sort of emotional response through emojis, which has been great. And again, we're working with researchers at the university to kind of turn that into impact content as well. And then lastly, our fourth pillar is around learning, so our education program. So what we really want to do is build a global digital classroom, and we think this is where digital can play such an important role, particularly in a big country like Australia, providing access to young people in regional and remote areas who don't have access to city centres and to these cultural institutions. So they'll have access to academic experts from the university, artists, science gallery team, but also our global network through our other gallery peers. And that's just another render of our gallery. So my learnings, which are probably, I guess, not as pyramid and targeted as these guys, but, and you know, we're really still learning, but to me, it's not all digital all the time. I think you've got to think about how do we enhance the experience. So for me, that's really through programming. How do we incorporate the digital innovations and technology through the program and really make room for that live experience? The other thing that I think is really important is about how we resource and staff our teams. So traditional marketing teams might not necessarily have the skills to be digital experts, and I don't think we should assume that they are. I think when I started working in arts marketing, you know, I was booking print ads and posters and, you know, getting people to hand out flyers, and it's taken me a long way to come to the point where I know a little bit about this stuff. So really focus on that and resource for it, and also focus on the content, not the platforms. I think that's really important for cultural institutions. We have so much content, and how do we really start to bring that to a new audience, and really view our audience as participants rather than, I guess, consumers or voyeurs. We really want to see them as being active and involved inside our work, and that includes digital as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought it was quite interesting that your presentation and ideas fit exactly into Nick's three-stage framework.
See, it's not just
content,
pyramids.
format, and action. We are waiting for some more questions to come into Pigeonhole, and I encourage everyone in the audience to put in your questions or to vote. And so while we are waiting for that, I wanted to do one round with the panelists and ask you in a more stark fashion whether you feel outside of your own institutions, which have been doing such great work, in general and globally and for the cultural sector, do you feel optimistic or pessimistic about cultural institutions' ability to respond to innovation and digitalization? There may be a short explanation why.
That's a really hard question, particularly in this room. I think look, historically, I think artists are really adaptable, and we all work with artists, and I think using them as catalysts for this kind of change is really important. I think sometimes in cultural institutions we forget about the art and the artists. So to me, I think they're the ones that I feel really optimistic about. I think from an operational perspective, breaking down those silos, particularly in large institutions, is really hard. And I think reskilling teams and building new teams to really focus on digital content is really important.
So I'm an optimist in general, all right. Like I shared, when I got my first modem very early on, my thought was like, wow, it's wonderful. I could be connected to the rest of the world. In the future, I could work off a beach in Bali, and that's my life, right? No, it's not true. So, but where you have seen it we have used the technology for many, many different things. So I'm very encouraged that a lot of young people are born digital natives, so they're playing with the tools as they grow up. And I can only imagine, I can't imagine the possibilities that are going to come our way. Slightly pessimistic would be if we don't, let them fly. Don't let these ideas flourish, and don't let these take risks and actually try new things.
I think I'm optimistic, but because I'm pessimistic, if that makes sense. So I mean, if you look at these issues that are going to become a larger and larger part of our cultural conversation, the natural place for them to be had is in the context of our arts and cultural institutions, be those formal buildings like this or informal events on the street. And so there's a lot of opportunity there, but I'm pessimistic because oftentimes the speed at which we can adapt is very, very slow. And that makes me optimistic because these conversations are going to happen anyway. Right? They're going to happen on the street or online or around that. So I think the conversations will be had. I think the question is whether or not the arts institutions end up like that scene in Children of Men where the Tate Modern is just like this bastion of humanity's high art treasures whilst there's a squatter camp around it. Or it's more of an active and engaged dialogue. But so a bit of both sides.
Great, what a range of answers, and I think the summary is it depends, right? Which is always a very easy answer. I think for myself, one of the reasons why pessimistic comes up a bit more here, and also for me, is because maybe we are not the artists, but we are the ones facilitating the art and culture. But I do believe that as artists, the artists are the pinnacle of hope, and the purpose of art is to give hope, and therefore optimism is quite necessary. I also believe a lot in the adaptability of artists, and if digitalization is a trend, then they will somehow figure their way out, right? And while we are sticking on Noah's point and speech, I was wondering if Lee and Nick, how much would you say you agreed or disagreed with the points that he was making in his presentation and with his just recent point on optimism versus pessimism?
Don't talk about the pyramid.
Oh, I love the pyramid.
I love
totally
the,
agree
I love
with
the
pyramid.
framework because it does show the different tipping points where the focus shifts, and I think there's a certain level of maturity to understand those stages as well. So when you know the stage is coming, you know how to get ready for it and prepare otherwise. So then the focus will be very different. It's sad that we are in the second part of that framework, that we are a lot focused on ourselves here in Singapore, right? And I think it will be exciting to know how, in Singapore context, when can we reach that tipping point to go to the fourth level? That would be really interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was great. I love the pyramid. I guess I'm interested in knowing how can we work across that pyramid, because I guess at that base level, we're always going to have those institutions with with this sense of infrastructure and cultural value. So how does that interplay then with talking about these social issues. I could lose the ice cream museum, if I'm honest. But how do we, I guess, start to think about how, there might be that vertical line between the pyramid?
Yeah, I agree. It's not binary, right?
Yeah.
It's not either or. And I think as like Singapore, like a metropolitan city, we have people from different walks of life as well.
And I think that the formatting can be flexible with the format across the kinds of institutions. I was giving a talk to all of the museum professionals in Italy, in Milan, and this sweet woman at the end came up. She says, I manage this museum of Etruscan sailing artifacts. How do I do this, right? How do I try? And I kind of struggled because, it's a hard question, but you could have this experience. You build an Etruscan boat building factory or a dock, or, you recreate the issues that you rebuild the world there in a way that the format is engaging and contemporary, but the content might be retrospective. I mean, that's the best offer the best solution I could offer. I do think, though, that the institutions and the formats that are more capable and willing to boldly engage with these very, very hard-edged questions around climate shaming and generational equity and these things that are going to, I hypothesize, become the defining cultural war of the next decade, will be the ones that will be more successful, I suppose, in the long run. But it's it's a bolder proposition.
And there was a work that I saw in the 22-19 exhibition yesterday, and it had, I guess, what we would consider, wealthy kind of cultural artefacts, and they were just, in the foyer. Yeah. Rather than, in a museum, and to think that what we value will change in that time, I think is such a great provocation.
This idea of the foyer is a great transition to what is now the highest voted question in Pigeonhole. It starts with a reference to your presentation, Lee. I love what Lee said about being a luxury to be able to program all around the city while the museum is being built. Could the future of institutions break beyond the bounds of physical buildings? And I think it's an excellent question because I read Noah and Lee's presentations as being strongly about the need for a physical presence. And the ideas from Nick were much more around, if you stick to your content and your format and take some action on it, then digital connection will get you to that engagement that you need. I wonder how you might respond to this, and starting perhaps with Lee.
Yeah, sure. I mean, some people in our team think, we don't even need a gallery because we've got quite used to the programming model now, and I think it's something that we really want to continue once the building is open. I think it's been fantastic in terms of us experimenting and also building audiences. But for me, once we open, it's really important for us to keep being out in the community in order to reach new audiences. I think, museums and cultural institutions have a bad rap with young people in a lot of ways. They're not considered places that they're necessarily welcome, or maybe they're just a bit boring, which, sometimes they are. So I think it's important for us to still be out in communities, working with local people, and really starting to showcase, I guess, what arts and culture is and what it can be in a broader, more regional sense as well.
Yeah, I think definitely. I think the museum itself facilitates the conversations, right? But the conversations doesn't necessarily need to be in that building. It could be outside of the building and on many places as well. Something very interesting that our agency did, not to sell, right? But this is a very good example. Wendy's. For those who know Wendy's as a brand, fast food outlet, not here in Singapore, but they wanted to penetrate the young audience very, very much. That's their bullseye target audience. And they know that young people are spending a lot of time on Fortnite, right? Going in, first-person shooter, battle royale, playing these online games. And when the opportunity arose, they realized that there is this event within Fortnite where it is burgers versus pizzas, right? So the team in the office realized that there are freezers within the map, okay? And Wendy's stand for no frozen beef, right? So if there's a fridge, there's going to be frozen beef. So what we did was we created a character, which is a female with two pigtails, went into the game, and we took down every single fridge. Okay? It got so popular, the kids who were playing Fortnite, like, yeah, this is what it's all about, man. Let's join, let's trash all the fridge and things like that. It sort of derailed the game entirely. But it was such a brilliant insight and understanding what the audience were doing, what they're talking about, where they are hanging out, and getting your conversation in there as well, in a very meaningful way, right? So, and sort of respecting them for their space. I think that's really important. And museums of the future, does it need to be a building? Home is a concept now, right?
Yeah, and interestingly, we've got, we work for the university, and they've got this real sense of place and place making, and they're addicted to building things. And in this kind of place making working group, I had to fight really hard for them to start to consider that also there's a digital place, particularly for students who are now accessing sort of 30% of their lectures and content online. So what is this digital space? We can't just ignore it. It has to be considered as part of that kind of place-making strategy.
Can I just emphasize the Fortnite example? Whilst in general I'm post-screen, or like try to advocate for post-screen experiences, Fortnite is so compelling because it is a social space. And I think that we will see one of these tipping points, at least in terms of format, when, call it 2021 or 2023 or so. I mean, Apple's AR glasses, augmented reality glasses, are supposed to hit the market in 2021. Let's say the first generation sucks, but by mid-2020s, that Fortnite social experience will be remappable onto our urban environments, and Pokemon Go is a leading example of what that might look like. I mean, it was the single most effective public health intervention in the world. Like, truthfully, people lost millions of pounds off their bums, like walking around. And so that's a way to start to combine those things. And I think we'll see more of that as that sort of digital social space starts to remap onto the physical environment.
And Minecraft Earth is coming out.
So, great example. Actually, great example. Yeah.
Look it up.
Yep.
Yeah, and what a perfect answer from the actual physical museum of the future. I think I liked the idea that after the ineffectiveness of papers, that it was a physical space that helped you communicate the ideas, right? In the music world, there's also this constant debate about why is there a need for live performance if you already have a proliferation of CDs and streaming and so on. And for me, nothing beats the physical and very visceral experience that you have live in a concert hall that you cannot really replicate regardless of how powerful your sound system might be at home to do so. On the topic of a clash of ideas also, I think there's an interesting question here that is directed at Noah from your speech, but the idea of a future that's centered on the self versus a point made by Dr. Jeff on people wanting to be part of a group, which I think is also one of the main arguments behind retaining physical museums and concert halls, because of that physical space bringing people together. How would you say these two ideas square with each other now and in the future?
I think that's an absolutely awesome observation. I think we are approaching the end of that glorification of self. We could argue all day or debate how much of that has to do with the shift of political and economic and cultural power away from the West and the kind of Western Enlightenment project, which is all about individual liberation and self-gratification, towards a more communal spirit of perhaps the East, although that's probably overgeneralizing it. But even in the young people that I talk to in the West, people want to be involved with something that matters. You want to be part of a cause. You want to do something that has purpose. And I think that's the post-millennial blowback against social media. You see it in deleting Facebook, or you go to nightclubs that won't let you take photos anymore, like at Berghain and stuff. This is the response to wanting that authentic and face-to-face experience where you're part of something that is actually more than yourself. And I think that's definitely the future, and I think indeed that's going to be the only way we start to handle the traumas associated with the transitions that climate change and joblessness and generational change are bringing about already.
Any thoughts?
I think it happens concurrently. I mean, there are times where I really love hanging out with my friends, having wine, just chilling and chit-chatting. There are times where I just want to be with my wife, romantic dinner and all. And there are just times I want to be by myself. So there's nothing wrong. I don't think they need to be an either or. And I think we need to design for moments like that, where we have meaningful discussions and reflections. Like one of my friends right now is going through Vipassana. For those who don't know, it's I think a 10-day meditation, which with nothing. You cannot do anything. You just be with yourself, know nothing. And it's scary. A lot of people who came out from it told me that they understood themselves so much more. So digitization, innovation, nothing. It was just nothing, basically.
Literally.
Yeah. Let me take a look around and see if anyone would like to ask questions in a non-digital manner. I see a hand in the third row from the back, please. Appreciate if you could also tell us your name and where you're from.
Hi everyone, is that working?
Can try that again.
Hello.
All right, I will re-echo your.
Hi everyone, my name is Rupert Thompson. I am from Arts House Limited here in Singapore. Thanks to all the speakers for some really fascinating insights there. I've got a question about meaningfulness and political context. You're all talking about the importance of a really sincere connection, young people wanting to do things or feel things in different that sort of territory. But you all also acknowledged that the sort of arguments and questions that come up when we look at technology in a creative way take us into political territory, whether it's employment or mental health. It's absolutely on the point of big questions of our day. And so I'd just be interested to ask you what challenges you've faced. Was that audible, or should I start again?
No, it's okay.
No, it's good. You can just ask the question then.
Okay.
That's Rupert Thompson from the Arts House Limited on a question on meaningfulness and the political context, right?
I'd just like to ask if any of you or all of you have examples where you've come across something that was quite sensitive. You're working in different contexts, Dubai, Singapore, Victoria, Australia. They've been sensitive, but you've found a way to navigate it to get the most meaning across to your audience with your stakeholders in mind.
Yeah. I could give one example immediately, especially on the climate change one. We did an exhibition back in 2017 around climate change, and 2016, if you recall, is the year that we crossed the point of no return with CO2, more than 400 parts per million in the atmosphere. So even if we stopped emitting all CO2 today, we're still locked into potentially 2-3 degrees Celsius warming. So basically we lost, right? And that conversation was a very difficult one to have in the context of the UAE, which is the world's second largest emitter of CO2 per capita. And so we wanted to devote this whole exhibition around what the future of climate change was like in a non-dystopic fashion in a political context in which climate change was an extremely sensitive political topic because we were so bad at it. And so there, as you can imagine, a lot of backroom conversations going on. And what our job then as kind of creative directors of this was to frame that in a way which was honest and direct, but also offered some sense of way through that in a way that which wasn't shame-driven or condemnation-oriented. And so we framed the thing as reimagining climate change and about how we can kind of use this crisis as an opportunity to reinvent our society and our economy as the world, right? And then with Dubai as a sort of leading test bed for these technologies, because we write the laws, we can do things in biotech which other people can't, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it was about constructing a political narrative and building the context around that such that that became not only an acceptable thing to talk about, but that was the sort of new norm by which we started to engage that. And very shortly thereafter, we created a Ministry of Climate Change and a Ministry of Food Security, and all these things came out. I can't claim came out of that, but it's part of the larger shifting political conversation. And again, I think arts and culture are uniquely positioned to do so because in some respects, I can't speak for you guys, but I'm a sacrificial lamb. Like, our job is to do the things that if it goes wrong, like a special forces team, you will be killed behind enemy lines and never acknowledged to have existed. You know? That's your job as a cultural institution, right? You have to have some political cover. And for the sort of the bosses in the room who manage the teams there, I mean, your job is to provide air cover for your people to do experimental things that are a little bit beyond the scope of acceptability at the moment. And if it goes wrong, try to save them, try to bring them back. But what we often find is that you gain more credibility in that way, and the boundary of what is acceptable becomes a bit wider and a bit more room for conversation therein. So I think if not us in culture and arts and industry, then who, right, is my question.
Yeah, we did a season this year which was called Disposable, so really looking at, I guess, the waste problem, but with a focus on creative solutions to it. I think young people are really aware of the stats and that, you know, everything is really bad. So we did a couple of sort of larger scale projects that looked at what can we be doing, what are the innovations that might make some people uncomfortable. We had a giant thing called Urinatron, which used human urine and turned it into battery power that you could charge your mobile phone on while you waited. We had a large room full of polystyrene with mealworms that had been trained to eat through it. And so really starting to look at what are these innovations, what is the future of these issues, rather than it's all horrible and, you know, sorry.
Fascinating examples. I kind of liked actually the physical interaction with the audience, so I'm going to see if there's another physical question out there now that we've also tested the mics and they work. Anyone? Okay, we'll let you warm up a bit more. There is a question here that is sort of related to the concept of what do we present and not present as art. And more specifically, this question is on if you want to engage, I suppose, with audiences, and there is so much content everywhere, how much do you think the market should therefore decide on what kind of arts should exist? Wonderful question. I'm so glad I'm not the one answering it.
I won't. Yeah. We work with young people in order to decide what our themes will be. So I guess in that sense, that's, I guess, using the audience as a way in to then program to them. So we have a think tank called Psycurious, and then we also work with a number of different community groups across the state as well to say, you know, we sort of open a lot of the time with the question of what's on your mind. So what are the things that are concerning to them? So Disposable came out of that. Our first exhibition in the building is called Mental. That's been the number one thing that's come up, issues around mental health. And then we're also looking at exhibition themes around groupthink, overpopulation, and urban planning, and then also around gender and technology and the biases that exist in those realms as well.
That's incredible. I think I would bring this back to a point that Jeff made earlier about the need for social R&D or cultural R&D, in the sense that just like in regular industrial policy, you can't expect the market to invest in things which are unproven yet, and therefore it's the state's job to take that patient capital, visionary, long-term leadership approach. I think the state's role is similar in these long-term emerging cultural conversations. You know, the market won't support conversations that are, especially if you're talking about, I mean, if we're not talking about the art market as in pieces of art that you buy, but the kind of sponsorship market associated with cultural institutions, given what we see happening with BP and, you know, all of the bigger sponsors here, companies will not put their name on, therefore fund things which are controversial. And so that means it's the state's job to do that. The market won't bear that. So I think it's an essential role for the state to focus on those early challenging conversations, per the gentleman's point earlier.
Yep, including the political ones, right?
Yeah, especially the political ones, because no corporation in their right mind would touch that, you know.
Yeah, Nick, you had...
I think this is a very philosophical question as well. We could talk about whole day about this as well. I think there is fascism and there is full liberalism. You know, that's just the whole spectrum. Where do we want to participate in? I don't envy policymakers at all. I don't envy them at all. They sort of need to figure out, you know, what's okay and what's not okay. And sort of, you know, the democracy, you will upset some people, right? So it's never 100%. So I think we should have some level of control to say like, hey, you know, everybody thinks this is distasteful. Let's not do more of that. You know, in a nice way. Let's not like, no, you can't do this. And oh no, it's more like, you know, let's negotiate and let's discuss about what didn't you like about it? What do you like about it that you want that we should do more of this? I like right now, being born and bred Singaporean, you know, seeing what's happening in the States with all the talk show hosts, you know, just going at it with the president. I feel a bit uncomfortable. It's just how I was brought up. So I think in each market and in each government, there should be policymakers deciding. And if the question is actually, should the market decide? Then what is the market? If the market is for profit, then I worry.
Yeah. And I think, Nick, just if I made that example, I mean, American cultural dialogue is market-led. The reason the talk show hosts are as extreme as they are is because that's what gets clicks, and therefore that's what pays advertisers. The advertisers pay them for their salaries. So I think that's the risk of letting the market decide what is controversial or is that profit-driven clickbait model.
Yeah, but I think when we say no to a mature audience or a mature population, you need to say why. Why no? Then let's have a conversation and let's agree.
I think in addition to the idea of what kind of topics can or cannot be presented, I think the market being the for-profit market also poses a great challenge, right? The way we resolve it is that we think that the arts and music in particular serves three purposes. So one is that you are there to engage society. The second is to reflect the society that you're in, and the third is to inspire society. So if you don't pay attention to the market, then you immediately lose on the engagement and the reflection of the society you're in. But if you go entirely with the market, you lose the ability to inspire them and to show them a better world and what could be out there in the future for them.
That'd make a nice little pyramid.
That is a pyramid, yes.
No, it's a really good point, and it's something that we grapple with internally a lot, is that often when we talk to young people, they can actually be quite conservative in their ideas, which is always sort of reasonably shocking. So we do need to, you know, it is our role as cultural institutions to present them with these provocative ideas and as well as, you know, consulting with them. So it's definitely a balance, I agree.
And I think it's important to have the North Star and be very clear what the North Star is and set parameters around it so that people know that they won't get slapped on the wrist, you know?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. You know, young people, it's a great way to segue to the next question, which is about young people and youth. And this is specifically about cultured. And are the arts for the cultured? And if yes, how do we make museums accessible? But I think more importantly, the question asker wants to know, if no, then how do you make it accessible to people who may not identify with this idea? Feels like a Lee question.
I mean, it's a hard one, and I spend a lot of my time thinking about this question. So I think, for me, I always think young people want to be places where other young people are. So there's a kind of critical mass factor, I think. And that's why I love queues. I think queues are the ultimate in marketing. You can spend so much money on other things, but in the end, people will join a queue. And so I think it's about, seeing themselves in the program as well. So not being an add-on and having programs that are designed with them and for them. For us, doing this kind of ground-up curatorial process has been great because then everyone involved along the way becomes our advocates and our kind of real-life social network, and they're there spreading the word. I was saying yesterday in a session that in our surveys, still the number one response to how did you find out about this is word of mouth, but I suspect that is social media. And so I think building a cohort of kind of ambassadors is really important, and getting them to spread the word through their networks, but also really programming with them in mind. They're not going to love everything that you do, and that's okay, but what is it that you can offer that sort of appeals to them?
So I love music, but one genre of music I do not like is opera. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Get
but
off the stage.
but no, because it's just okay. Never mind. But what I like, I think Jeff mentioned earlier just now that in the past, opera was strongly encouraged because very few people really like it, and they had the resources to make it big. So if you ask yourself right now, if you love opera, are you cultured? I think it's a moving target. And I think with generations, being cultured changes. But one thing for sure, I feel is that if someone who is cultured would be, understanding to the other party, has great empathy and things like that. And I think these are conversations we can have with young people all the time. It's not about how many museums have you been, how many artists do you know, how many pieces of Bach or Mozart do you know. That doesn't make you cultured. It's just very superficial. I think we need to dive deeper into knowing who people are truly. And I think young people have lots of potential.
I mean, we spent a lot of time when we were doing the strategy for the museum debating about that word museum. Should we even call this thing a museum? Is it a lab or a factory or a gallery or a sandbox or a playground or something? And in the end, we stuck with museum, I would say honestly, mainly out of inertia, because it'd been called that for so long. But it is also an effective kind of oxymoronic prompt, like, wait, a museum of the future, museums about past, and this is about the future. So it was effective, kind of get you thinking about it. But actually our model for what we designed, the sort of interaction in the space, was more akin to the Royal Festival Hall in London, which is this high culture institution, but it's so shot through with so many different activities and communities, from the skateboard park downstairs, the tourists walking in front, to the booksellers, to the lunch. There's so much activity to do in there, but we really tried to say, like, let's take many different communities and layer them on there. So even if you're just an architectural tourist there for a photo, there's an on-ramp into the gift shop, which might give you some on-ramp into the content, which might give you an on-ramp onto our community groups. Or, so the effort is that sort of multicultural, multi-community space that is translated into a physical environment that I think helps to address this in some respects. It's just a cool place to be, and so therefore you start to have some larger rubbing of shoulders with other people, hopefully.
That's a great way to bring together the market question and culture, because I think being cool, the definition of that has changed, and it changes with every definition, right?
Can I just add one more point? So
sure.
sorry.
We will not pay attention to the extremely red flashing light that tells us we're over time.
We'll have a chat over lunch, no problem. Okay, last point.
Yes,
So I was recently in a committee, we were talking about trends for 2020, right? Digital trends and stuff like that. Someone talked about voice technology, Alexa, Siri, and things like that. And the conversation kept going on and on. Everybody thinking about how to use this technology, And I think we are putting the cart in front of the horse. The fundamental question we need to ask ourselves is, what is the job to be done? Okay, if a person, if a chef wants to reorder food because the hands are dirty and make sure that the food comes from voice ordering, that's fine. But do we really need voice? Can't we just stock up the fridge earlier? There's a lot of other solutions. The technology is not the solution. So don't get distracted and let the technology lead the conversation. If we talk about the question, how do we get young people more cultured? Then the question of bringing them to museums is moot. Right? It is a different conversation altogether. And I think we need to focus on the jobs to be done.
Great, thank you for sharing. And it's also perfect because we are talking about food being ordered right now, which is why the red light is increasingly flashing. Have you noticed? Please join me in thanking very much the panelists, Dr. Noah Rafford, Mr. Nicholas Han, and Dr. Lee Chun-Sing.
Thank you very much. Can we have a photo, please, with our panelists, together with our moderator? Also, a big thank you as well to our moderator, Mr. Cheng Hak Peng. Thank you very much. And also to our panelists as well, Dr. Noah Rafford, Mr. Nicholas Pan, and Ms. Lee Casey. Thank you very much. Once again, a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Well, as our panelists and moderator are making their way down back here, well, just again, gentle reminder. Now, if you can please take out your smartphones, just very quickly, please, if you can share your thoughts on this panel. All right, now the topic once again, innovation and digitalization. How can cultural institutions respond? Now, share with us maybe one line. All right, it can be just a couple of words as well. All right, please give us your thoughts, your ideas, all right, because this is a collective knowledge, a room full of very wonderful people here today. All right, so also, as you are doing that, now I'd like to let you know as well, now before we break for lunch, now later on at the foyer area, now we will be introducing all of you a little bit of the future. So we do have two robots, Ella and Chloe. All right, now these robots are from Lionbots, now a homegrown robotics business that manufactures autonomous cleaning robots. I don't think there's voice activation yet, but you can check it out. All right, so you may come across some of the robots at Jewel Changi Airport, NTUC FairPrice, BCA Academy, also at Kallang Wave Mall as well, and also the Esplanade as well. So with the support of the gallery's cleaning partner, Absolute, now Ella has been working 2-3 hour shifts a day at the gallery here for the past 5 months, and we are very pleased to report perfect attendance record. No MCs so far. All right, so working very effectively and efficiently as well. So if you come across our robots as well, so a little bit of the future, please go and say hi. All right, so I want to do a quick time check with all our guests here now. Okay, it's about 12:50. All right, lunch will be till 2 p.m. We will resume here at 2 p.m. sharp. So thank you very much. Once again, you can exit from your right-hand side. We will see you after lunch. Thank you. What do you think of today's presentations and discussion so far?
Okay, I am from Arts Council Korea. I'm here to get to know the information about the art scene of Singapore, because recently the Singapore and ROK we have an MOU signed in South Korea in Seoul in November 25th. So after the ceremony, and there will be lots of things going on between the two countries. Especially the Singaporean partner, they want to have a more focuses on working with us, focuses on the arts and technologies. That is why I am here to get the experiences and their good comments from the experts from around the world on the arts and technologies. Yes.
Okay, great. Second question.
Yeah.
All right, what is your one key takeaway or an idea from today's conference so far?
Actually, my question and my
the key takeaway.
My
it's okay. You want to think about it first?
yeah.
Okay, sure. No worries, no worries. Okay, so what's your most memorable takeaway so far?
Faced with the great challenges that humanity faces these days today, climate change and acceleration of technology, it seems to me that culture still remains the only way out, the only way we could get together and try to find ways to solve this. What was the question?
How will culture fulfill the aspirations and needs of people?
By letting us understand ourselves better. There are a lot of talks about technology, institutions, buildings, policies even, but not enough about where we are, who we are, about humanity. So culture will help the youths to understand each other and themselves better. Okay. Yeah.
What can Singapore do to harness innovation?
Well, I think the most important innovation is respond to the most important social challenges of the day. So the first step is to try to understand how the world is changing vis-a-vis climate change, technological unemployment, the concerns of the young and the old, and then try to see how technology might be used to facilitate a conversation about the kind of future that we want to have together. As Cedric Price said, if technology is the answer, then what is the question? In this case, it has to be about what kind of future we want to have together. what's most exciting about this gathering is the fact that you have institutions from around the world who are all struggling with the same question, be they old institutions who are responsible for history or new institutions who have a digital focus. The real question is, how do you engage people where they are about the things that matter? Some of that is technological, but most of that is just about having a relevant conversation across different groups in a way that people really care about. And that's what's so inspiring, to see that so many people are grappling with these questions from so many different perspectives.
Go. In your opinion, how will culture fulfill the aspirations and needs of future youths?
I think there's lots of dimensions to how culture is relevant to young people today. One is about their future jobs. So we know a huge amount about how creativity is going to be vital to jobs, careers, opportunities in the future. So it's important as a young person you get experience of inventing, shaping, making, creating things of all kinds, not just knowledge acquisition in schools. But also we're seeing a huge amount of innovation around the forms of culture, using AI and AR and VR and so on, and the smartphone as a tool for culture. And young people are very much part of that almost hacking and recreation of culture in all sorts of ways. But I think the other message which we've had here is, of course, so many young people, they also want some very traditional needs solved. How do you feel part of a group? How do you belong? How do you have a place in the scheme of things? And in a way, that's the sort of the overall message again and again, is how on the one hand do we advance the frontiers of technology, which was reinventing culture in all its forms, but also attend to our not very much changing human needs to be part of a community that makes sense.
Okay, great, thank you. Can I ask you the second question
Yep.
now? What's your key thing?
Some of the really interesting presentations here today have been about how culture and galleries and museums are playing a part in thinking about the big challenges, particularly of climate change. So like your Future 2219 show at the Art Science Museum, helping people think through both the risk of 4 or 5 degree temperature rises, rising sea levels and so on, but also prompting action. How do you use culture to help people change their own lifestyle choices, the design of cities and so on, so we don't have to face that future, that rather disastrous prospect.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Only that bit, not this bit. And it works very well.
This is actually a scrub.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch. Managed to see the robot, Ella the robot. I hope you interacted with Ella the robot. All right, so before we proceed to our second keynote presentation for today, now I'd like to share more about the Founders Memorial. Have all of you heard about it? All right, so it's going to be a very exciting time because all of you will get a chance to vote for the design. All right, so the Founders Memorial will feature Singapore's founding leaders and the values and ideals that Singapore was built upon. Now, designed to be an integrated gallery and garden experience, now it will be located at Bay East Garden, now actually just opposite Gardens by the Bay. All right, so I'd like to invite here to share a bit more about Founders Memorial, Assistant Director, Planning and Secretariat of the Founders Memorial team. Please join me to welcome Ms. Sarah Teo, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much to the Culture Academy for allowing us to just share very briefly with you what the Founders Memorial is all about. Without further ado, I'll just play a video that can tell you more, I think.
Look around you. What do you see? A nation born against all odds.
We are going to have a multiracial nation.
A society that always bounces back. A people that dreams, then dares to make it happen. A country that turns every obstacle into an opportunity. A nation built on the values of our founding leaders. Now, a nation will build a memorial to commemorate these values. A memorial built with what we hold dear and what will inspire our future. Come to the Founders Memorial Design Showcase and choose your favorite.
Okay, so I think Lester has already covered quite a bit of what the Founders Memorial is. So it really is a landmark that's meant to honor our past and inspire our future. So not something archaic or somber, but something that really looks to the future and is relevant for future generations. And several things up here, but we also want it to be one that's built on values rather than personalities. So we want it to be something that's really timeless, something that we can share with people later on as well. Okay, and just now Lester mentioned, this is the site of the memorial. It's opposite Gardens by the Bay, the domes. Okay, and some of the key features include permanent and temporary interpretive galleries, programming spaces, because we want it to be a place that people actually use, right? And also a spectacular viewing gallery where you can see the city skyline opposite. So why am I showing you all this? So actually, this time, the public gets a chance to choose their favorite design and let the jury know which their favorite is. In the next year, early next year, the winning design will be chosen, and the jury will be selecting this design, considering both the public choice and also other factors like operationality, technical feasibility. So I'll show you what the 5 designs are, and then you can make your choice at the end of this presentation. So the first is by Edge and RSP Architects.
We designed Founders Memorial as a circle above a landscape podium. Visitors from different ingresses will be channeled into the center. We call this the origin. This is where we come together to forge our common identity as Singaporeans. Ascending to the top is a circle. The circle represents harmony and inclusiveness. It's neutral and non-biased shape. Best reflects a nation that truly believes in meritocracy.
So in the images that I will show you next, for all 5 firms, there'll be images of the exterior, what it looks like from across the reservoir, what it looks like from the MRT station, a future MRT station will be there, and what it looks like from the main road. We'll also see 2 interior shots, one of the viewing gallery and another of the visitor center, which is where people will gather. Okay, and the next one is by Cox Architecture and Architect 61.
The Founders Memorial is both symbolic and iconic. Conceived as an abstracted crescent moon bridging a reflective pool, the building memorialises the triumphant story of the Founding Fathers and Singapore's journey to becoming a great nation. This building is a gift to the people of Singapore, providing them a place to gather, converse and reflect. Its timeless and sculptural quality will enshrine it as a cultural symbol for generations to come.
Okay, this design is by DP Architects.
Inspired by our founders' selfless contributions to nation building and their commitment to nurture the aspirations of our future generations, the memorial takes its form from the hand gesture of giving and cradling. Within and beneath the cradle sit the gallery spaces. Water features add softness and reminders to Yin Shui Si Yuan. Overlooking the bay, the memorial sits harmoniously in the surrounding gardens and cradles the Singapore skyline.
The fourth design is by Johnson, Pilton, Walker, and RDC Architects.
We have created a memorial design that rises out of the earth to evoke the crescent moon of the national flag, symbolizing our young, rising nation. It looks to the future. The arrival experience celebrates the diversity of our people, gathered together from all corners of the world and united by our founding values in our many languages. Set on the water amidst lush gardens and with spectacular skyline views, this is a timeless, uplifting civic place for all generations into the future.
And the last is by Kengo Kuma and Associates with K2LD Architects.
The journey starts with multiple paths that shapes the memorial slopes. We aim to create a garden, a living memorial, inviting all citizens to take a journey of reflection, learning, and sharing. The Founders Memorial, a new kind of monument.
Okay, so now it's the exciting part, right? You get to decide which one you want to choose. So the QR code should work. If not, you can go to foundersmemorial.sg. You should be able to click choose your favorite design. So all the Founders Memorial designs are also at a traveling design showcase right now, and it's at HDB Hub. So if you do want to see the really large models that can show you what it looks like inside and out, you can go and visit HDB Hub. It's at the atrium. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Let's give Sarah a big round of applause. Although, Sarah, it's a bit hard for them to clap because they are busy voting, you know. Okay, so, please continue to vote. We'll give you some time to vote for your favorite Founders Memorial. So certainly very exciting. Now, just speaking to Sarah on the side, the actual site is actually where just beside the current golf course. So if you're familiar with the Marina Bay Golf Course, right, if you're traveling along ECP, you should be able to see the golf course. So it's on the side of the golf course area. All right, so just wait for all of you to vote so that the jury, or rather their jury, will be able to decide. All right, anybody needs more time before we move on? All right, all voted? Okay, great. So thank you very much for your input. Thank you very much to the team as well for sharing with us a bit more about Founders Memorial. Now we're going to move on now to our second keynote for today, Post-Algorithm, Art and Life in the Age of AI. Now our speaker is Ms. Ro So-Yong, Director of Art Center Nabi, South Korea, and she'll be speaking on this wonderful topic. But first, please enjoy this video. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Ms. Ro So Yong.
So, can you hear me? What is algorithm? I'm not just going to talk about computer programs. I'm talking about a concept. Usually algorithm, according to the definition, is procedure or set of rules for calculation for problem solving. It means first there are a set of components and a set of certain rules. And they're contained in a set of framework called modularity. You can take in data, process them, and spit out as outputs. This way it generates valuable new knowledge of the world. Algorithms are powerful because they can go beyond just one-time use. Because of its modularity, algorithms can easily be standardized. Like Lego blocks, you can use them repeatedly, combine them, and build on each other. In this presentation, I'll call the world made by such standardization as algorithmic world. Many good things happen in algorithmic world. Can bring order to chaos, from law and order, our economic institutions, education, and even in art scenes. Algorithms run our lives. In fact, I can't think of an arena in our public lives that there are no algorithms. Also, these algorithms can easily be duplicated and extended. Indeed, we made our civilization on the basis of these algorithms. So, why the algorithmic world? In order to pursue happiness, of course. And so far we have succeeded because we could stop suffering from hunger, extended our life expectancies, and more people know how to read and write. Economy grows, and algorithms increases furthermore. But this algorithmic world has its dark side too. From now on, I'll talk about the dark sides. The biggest problem is that we do not know how it works. Knowledge and expertise are so minutely specialized. It is hard to know exactly what algorithms we're subject to, how they work, let alone whether or not they're good for us. While engineers and scientists and experts make algorithms for us, we have no way of knowing what they make is what we want. In this concealed algorithmic world, our life is not transparent. Getting the information about the system is difficult, even impossible at times. We call this kind of problem opacity. Opacity is a problem in itself, but it is even a bigger danger because it makes us passive. We're discouraged to participate in most decision-making processes. We do not understand how the decisions are made, and we cannot reflect on them either. Hannah Arendt called this passivity or thoughtlessness can lead to the banality of evil. That is, if we follow familiar rules blindlessly, we can unwittingly do terrible things on someone else's lives or on our own. Furthermore, when algorithms are implemented in the real world, the underlying principle or philosophy is utility maximization based on rational choices. Granted, nowadays, this rationality is relaxed a bit, but still, utility maximization holds as the guiding principle in our decision-making problems. However, It's not very clear whose utility we're maximizing or how utility is described, denoted, or defined. With those questions unanswered, let us go back to our algorithmic world. This is sort of mathematical expression of Turing's universal machine. Turing in the 1930s came up with this idea of universal machine, sort of a box that can compute all the problems in the world. His concept made made a source of all these algorithmic development and computer sciences. You don't need to be scared. It's just it's very straightforward. For xt plus 1 is, say, it could be economic growth rate of Singapore next year. And xt could be many variables that determine that. And f denotes the function. It's, how the theories, how various components like labor, capital movement, investment, and all those, or innovation could, innovation is not in the function. It's sort of a straightforward theory or our accumulation of the knowledge about economics. And these little et, epsilon t, is a residual, something we call error term. So it's something that all those things that cannot be explained or captured in this formula. Here, algorithm can be expressed as the function f. F is really the model of the world, which has become ever so sophisticated as we learn more about our world. How do we learn it? Through the errors. We've improved f, actually, thanks to the errors. When there's errors is too big, we have to go back and revise our theory. When we try to solve the real world problem, though, we use stochastic or probability models. Here, the error is deemed 0. Actually, it's not. Especially when we use algorithms, it cannot be 0 because algorithm is based on finite steps of calculations, whereas expectations of epsilon t become 0 only when it reaches infinity. Right, so it's optimization problems. So let's look at the error. What is error? Well, errors come from our limited knowledge of the world, the complexity of the world, and of ourselves, and the irrationality of humans. But, like so. But there may be good errors, humane factors, pursuing objectives other than efficiency and productivity, like sense of belonging, family, love, fellowship, and so on. Particularly, errors can work as good indication in our theory, indication that our theory is not consistent with the reality, providing incentive to improve on it. I'm sorry, I may be dwelling too much on this equation, but I have my reason. It is because nowadays, this way of modeling the world is giving way to this one. Machine learning. So what is machine learning? You give input, a lot of data input to the machine, and the machine figures out the solution by itself. Simple. Here, unlike the previous f function, g does not need to be specified. And the error is gone. Where did it go? The errors are included in the equation. Are they? The machine figures out xt plus 1 without having to have concepts and relationships among the variables, xt. Because we do not know how G works, we cannot improve on the model either. It's more like what works, work. We use various methods that yield good results without understanding why. So if the model F was mainly for explanation and prediction follows, model G is simply prediction model. No explanation, no theory, no rationalization, and very low level of generalization. So let us look at more closely at our new algorithmic world. Though it has low level of generalization, it's built on enormous data, as you know. My first example, I don't know if you have seen this. It's very popular among photographers, amateurs, and professionals. What it is that you hand in your photos, and then the machine rates aesthetics of your photo. It is trained by professional photographers' works. So it can show you how aesthetically pleasing your photos are. So it's automatic, aesthetic is automatically decided. And like this, Huawei is a smartphone app. It's actually this AI learned 100 years worth of fashion iconic dresses, and it uses this particular designers and Akiki's work as like filters, so it can the machine can create new fashions, new dresses. It's an example of how AI could work with humans. Even if we have no representation of our minds, our G function, Gx, tries to predict our choices under certain circumstances. People call that, these days, personalization. It makes us feel as if G knows us. Like this. It's a very familiar Amazon and Netflix recommendations for you. I quite like this new one. For people who don't like to shop for clothes, this is perfect. It asks you questions about your lifestyles, like do you like to go to work with formally dressed or no, or casually, or what kind of party do you enjoy? So it's called in marketing behavioral targeting or market segmentations. Anyway, it recommends you like 5 wardrobes, and plus it delivers them to you on your doorstep, and all you have to do is to choose what you like and send those what you don't like back. Then the machine learns more about your preferences. When I came here, I tried to use it, Google Trip. It crawls data from all my mails, messengers, and figures out my itinerary. And it recommends the restaurant of my choices and hot places to go in Singapore. Unfortunately, it was shut down temporarily, but it's not hard to imagine that there will be services like that in the future. More services. The third characteristic of this new algorithmic world could be autonomy. Surprisingly, nowadays, our machine appears to be autonomous beings. But what is an autonomous being? I looked it up. According to Kant, well, actually, Kant seems to be the only person who defined autonomy. And according to Kant, it's the basis of human dignity. It goes as follows. Autonomous beings make decisions on their own. They make rules. They choose what rules to follow. They even follow rules made by others on their own accord. That's Kantian definition of autonomy. Considering that, the autonomous vehicle is not truly autonomous, is it? That's why I called it a pseudo-autonomy. There's supposed to be a sound, but you could watch it like a silent movie. Thanks. Adobe Sensei, only $19.99 per month. It's amazing what you can do with this new cloud AI. I want you to try it. And this is curation. The machine curated these photographs. Computer vision figured out what the images are, and they found similarities. It found similarities among those photos, and it curated it. And curation, I thought, was the unique human field, but now is being threatened by the machine. This, you probably have seen the images. It's called GAN. It's a new AI application, and it's very easily you can generate strange and psychedelic images. I like this one. On the right top is what he is doing is all he did was he trained AI with lots of American classic literature data. So supposedly AI is supposed to know how to read, how to write, and he used the car as sort of a pen. So he attached various sensors on the car, and he drove from New York to New Orleans, and the sensors took in data along the way. And I wrote, that's what AI wrote, sort of road novel. Here is it's also very interesting. Well, actually, the book it's not that interesting, but there is a chapter on chapter 13. AI writes on itself, and I want to read those parts to you. This is what AI wrote about itself. Okay, while AI tools present a range of new functionality for businesses, the use of artificial intelligence raises ethical questions. This is because deep learning algorithms, which underpin many of the most advanced AI tools, are only as smart as the data they're given in training. Because a human selects what data should be used for training an AI program, the potential for human bias is inherent and must be monitored closely. How did it figure it out? Okay, there's a little more. Researchers and marketers hope the label augmented intelligence, which has a more neutral connotation, will help people understand what AI will simply understand that AI will simply improve products and services, not replace the humans that use them. I hear echoes from the Watson people, because they talk about this a lot. This new algorithmic world also has its dark sides. And it's precisely because of these characteristics I mentioned. And the dark side may be even deepened. YouTube recommendations. What is YouTube? YouTube is the biggest archive of all the video the humans created, right? It's astronomical numbers of videos. And no one in the world can see all of that. So YouTube used a scheme called personalization. YouTube is the most personalized platform we have now. And it affects our taste, preferences, decision-making. And we call this filter bubble, which gives us the impression that what we see is what's there. In other words, we end up sharing our autonomy with this platform. So the more we are used to this kind of services, the more the world becomes opaque and the more passive we become. Okay, then what are we to do? How do we solve this? The solutions are not likely to be found inside the algorithmic world. Why is that? Because we don't quite understand GX. So we don't know how to set GX in evolutionary or innovative path, though some computer science never stop trying so. The point is that we must get out of the thinking that there is nothing that cannot be written as algorithm. Can I repeat? We must get out of this thinking that there's nothing that cannot be written as algorithms. That is, there are things in this universe that cannot be included in our algorithms. According to physicists, some 95% of the universe is unknown. It's either dark matter or dark energy. So to be humble may be the fastest way towards the true intelligence. So these are the elements that makes it hard for us to turn the whole world into an era. The first two, you may say, are being taken care of with the exponential growth and development of AI, or G function. But our AIs do not tell us anything about the third one, about the values. They may be very efficient in coming up with solutions given objectives, but AI cannot choose the values and objectives on their own. Currently, I find it curious, with all this talk about AI and superintelligence, there is no mention of the objectives. It is obvious that we need to talk more about what is a life worth living and what a good society is as we face new opportunities and options. And different people have different values, of course. How do we introduce different values and objectives here? Do these look too familiar? Maybe a bit cliche. But when we think of the dark sides of this new algorithmic world, increasing opacity and passivity, they may not look too cliche. I happen to be in the circle where there are higher concentration of all these eyes. And I can attest to you that trying getting out of the algorithm, sometimes just by pushing the boundaries, other times flipping around and playing around, disrupting the existing algorithms by such means as hacking, thus repurposing, reshaping, reconfiguring, representing, etc., has been a joyous journey, most of all. This was when we became truly alive. like this one. Do you know what this is? It created a small scandal in the art world. It was in the Christie's auction not too long ago, and it's just straightforward off-the-shelf CNN. And then the artist just used it and then printed it out and framed it in a very nice frame, and then autographed it at the bottom with mathematical formula, and then sold it for this. So somebody obviously thought it was worthwhile. Well, a lot of discussion about what is art and how can algorithms be art and all that ensued. But after Duchamp, who can say what is art and what is not? Is this a good art? Well, at Art Center Nabi, we do it slightly differently, though we use the same technologies. I'll show you our exhibition that was in 2016, about 3 years ago. And we were one of the earliest to show artworks using these latest technologies. Artist Golan Levin, he used satellite images from Google Map and it's pattern recognition technique. So you point a certain region, it just instantly finds similar patterns in geography. Now this has become popular. It's called style transfer. What it is, it learns, masters the styles. Kandinsky, and that's Braque. And it photographs like following the master style. It's very easy to understand, so it became our sort of representative one. Can AI be a collaborator in art making? And what it is that you draw something and you choose what styles and whether it's bright or dark, abstract or concrete, and then this Google TensorFlow makes art with you. These little guys are cleaning robots, and we hacked them and then turned them into music bots. They go around actually in the room and collect sounds, noises. They go around too much. They go to the elevator, so we confine them there. And then now they make music. We use what's called reinforced learning. So at the beginning, this robotic arm could not play air hockey very well, but after about a month, it became unbeatable. This is to make a point that in the AI world, it's garbage in, garbage out, so data quality is very important. So we used all the dirty data, meaning environmentally polluted data. For this, we collaborated with Watson, IBM, and tried to make this robot into English tutor. See how it works.
Is she pretty? Yes, the Little Mermaid had a beautiful looking, but what's more beautiful than her looks was her heart.
It answered the questions about 70 to 80% correctly. This was done by someone whose father had a stroke, and the physical therapy is very expensive, so it's a personalized rehab app. like so. He made it into sort of a game like, so you can do this. Can score you. We trained the machine with like lots of sentences, some 300,000 of them, about philosophy of science. It's rather difficult. And then we saw how much the machine can understand the concepts, and none, zero. It was grammatically flawless, but semantically nothing. This was about the problem of classification. Those in the AI know this is a familiar problem. So these two artists use really absurd classification for classifying animals. It's out of this Borges novel, classified animals into 14 categories. Autoencoder is neural network that sort of is really good at erasing noises. So Blade Runner is the AI learned Blade Runner like 30 frames per second, and this is how the machine saw the movies. This is educational, sort of, it tries to teach the people how we got here from multimedia, interactive, hypermedia, all the way to artificial intelligence. This was interesting. Artist Benayoun, he used brain waves using EEG, and he measured brain patterns of each individuals. And he gives abstract concepts like intelligence, power, love, and then you are to form with using your brainwave, the shape, you are to shape, say intelligence, or love, or power. And then you print it with printer. So abstract concepts become materialized. I guess I'm over time, but I'm almost done. So this is what we did, and we're still playing, learning with the new technologies. And this is my last slide, and it's, oops, sorry, I think I passed it. Oh. Okay. The reason why this John Cage's work is great is that he showed us clearly the algorithms of a concert, and also pointed to the direction how we may break it, escape it, and rewrite it. Indeed, we could do more than just coughing and fidgeting. Now I leave it up to you how you will do your part by being a splendid era. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rowe. Please kindly remain on stage. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here to facilitate the question and answer session, I'm pleased to invite on stage Mr. Paul Tan, Deputy Chief Executive of the National Arts Council. Can we please give Mr. Tan a big hand as well? So once again, ladies and gentlemen, gentle reminder, you can use Pigeonhole to submit your questions. If not, of course, if you'd like to ask questions via the microphone, our moderator will be picking you out as well. All right, so once again, I'd like to hand the time over to our moderator, Mr. Paul Tan. Please.
Thank you, Lester. Thanks, Lester. Oh, good. Questions already in. Hope you enjoyed the presentation as well. I think we were all fascinated. Yeah.
Were you really?
Yeah. Thank you for inspiring us.
Unconventional. I try to be an arrow as much as I could.
No, I think for giving us a sense of what's possible, but also kind of suggesting some of the darker sides of technology. We have questions here, but I will take the liberty, as always, the moderator, to privilege people who want to ask questions from the floor, and also, as the moderator, the prerogative to ask my own question, right? So I'll just get that going. I think your presentation tries to strike the balance between what human beings can do, you know, in almost in kind of opposition to the darker potential of technology and artificial intelligence. I mean, already in your presentation, you talked about the hockey game, right? Which, you know, already the machine could already defeat anyone. And I was reading this book, which I, by the way, coincidentally, you know, nothing to do with the moderation of this session, but it's a very relevant book to this particular session. It's by Noah Yuval Harari. Some of you may have heard of him. There's a book of his called, he's got a series of books. The one that's relevant on AI is called The History of Tomorrow, Homo Deus, right? Where he talks about how technology and algorithms and artificial machine learning, you know, is so advanced. It's beyond the hockey game, right? Even, apparently today, even human beings, no human being can beat the computer in chess and Weiqi, Go, the game. No one can beat. It's already it's beyond human capacity to beat the machine, right? So the provocative question here is that, of course, you had posited in your presentation that humans can master AI, right? At the end of the day, through values, through a sense of consciousness. But could it be that the AI hasn't developed that far yet? That at one point it would be so well developed, so sophisticated, so intelligent, that everything, you know, all the human endeavor becomes irrelevant. Whether it's painting, because the painting that you saw was the first ever. What will it look like 100 years from now? Would it be a painting that would be far more, you know, sophisticated and more impressive, more inspiring than any human endeavor?
So what are we for, right?
Yes. Yeah. So what are the human beings for?
Are we useless?
Yeah. And that you just defer. You just, as you say, passive. You just submit to the algorithm. The algorithm knows everything. The algorithm knows what I'm going to do next. That you know, and what I'm going to ask next, because it is all-knowing.
Well, I'm not an expert in AI, but as far as I researched and I learned, there's no such super intelligence yet. And we don't know. And there are some pros and cons whether we will have such super intelligence. Some people say, they will be, human will be useless, like Yuval Harari, also famous people like Stephen Hawking, Elon Musk. I simply don't know. But what I can say is, right now, at present moment, AlphaGo, or the next version, better version is AlphaZero, can beat all the masters in Go and Atari and all these video games, but it cannot bring himself to the game. Yeah, it cannot fetch coffee when it's tired. And it's still humans who have to give order to the machine. Okay, let's play Go. Okay, or something. So, and another thing you mentioned, you touch upon a lot of issues like creativity. Can machine be truly creative, or what about the consciousness and all that? But I touched upon autonomy because I could, rather than using the word intelligence or creativity, I use the word that is sort of defined, autonomy. But concepts like creativity and even intelligence is not defined. We don't know how human creativity works. We don't know what it is, let alone program it to machines. So
so you have a slightly more optimistic outlook than some of these other thinkers. Then, you know, there is hope for all the artists and the writers in the room. There is hope.
I think we should not give up. Yeah, we should not. We should not just give up and wait and sit and wait until these machines take over. But right now, I can just, what I witnessed is that the machine is very good at doing a very specially defined, narrow task. And as I said, it also needs to be given objective. Artificial general intelligence is something that most computer scientists in the world are working really feverishly. Is an AI that can define objectives or prioritize objectives by itself. But we haven't come up with it. There isn't any AGI yet, thankfully.
Okay, I'm going to open it to the floor first. If there's anybody who wants to take up the microphone or just holler their question from the floor, you get the first stabs at this. Now, if not, I'm just going to go to then the pigeonhole, right? Because all of us are reticent, shy people. This question has got 5 votes, and I'm going to try and put it up. How do I put it up?
It's on here.
Yeah, it's up
here.
there.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Question is, how can we be more... No, this is not the question I have up, actually. See, so the AI is already conspiring. Okay, yes, that's the right one. I think you need the human to override it, right? So the human with the autonomy.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. So there's a lesson there. So how can we be more digitally literate to recognize the boundaries of when tech or AI is no longer meaningful? Okay. When it's tech for tech's sake, yeah. What a cheap question, actually.
Back about 20 years ago, or more than that, about 1995, I remember the time because I'm old enough, and it was when the first World Wide Web was, came out in the world, and people talk about digital literacy. Now it's maybe what we need is AI literacy to understand how it works and what it is. And I looked through many areas, institutions, sites, looking for AI literacy. How can we learn this? Because I'm not a technologist, and I needed to learn. I need to figure it out. And for lay people, for ordinary people who gone through secondary school level, like high school, the best I have found is what Finnish government put it out. It's called Elements in AI, something. It's very useful, just for a tip. But I'm saying that AI literacy may be necessary.
And this is available online. It's free.
It's free.
It's called Elements in AI.
Elements in AI.
Done by the Finnish government.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
That's a useful tip. I'm going to go and check that out.
And then what was the question?
So if we become more digitally literate by checking out the Finnish government's useful tools, I guess we will be able to then better tell the difference, to know that actually when the art is, I hope I get this right, that it is not just tech for tech's sake, that there is something beyond the tech that speaks to the human experience, that has really got something to do with the business of being a human.
Yeah, the biggest problem with this new technology is that lawmakers in Congress and most people who are not in the computer science, they don't understand what's going on. They're just, But that doesn't mean that we should give up trying to know.
And I think all of us are also grappling with it because it's moving so fast, right? I'm sure in 2 years' time, whatever the Finnish government put up would have been out of date. That's the other thing that's quite scary. We were just talking about this just now.
But it's about fundamentals, and fundamentals has not changed from the Turing era, which is 1930s. The fundamental concept of the computing. And it's just acceleration of it because of the development in hardware, and we could process a lot of data at one time. So, yeah.
Okay, so you're making it a little less intimidating for the rest of us. In fact, I think this is one of the few presentations ever organized by Culture Academy where we had the algebra equations come up. I don't think we've ever seen one, so this must be a kind of a new frontier-breaking slide, you know, for some of us, I think. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go to this question, which has got 6 votes, and well, I'm to read it out. It's interesting that those of us who have come from media art tend to be a lot more critical and skeptical about the potential of technology than those in other areas. Well, if you are in the audience and you are from the media art scene, I think you're actually more comfortable with the tools, I suspect, than the rest of us in this room. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. Why are we more?
Why is that so?
Why are we more critical? Because we are misfits. No, I'm serious. Artists have been misfits, I think. We either willingly or unwillingly, we do not belong to the algorithms. So we're sort of in the periphery. But because technology affects our lives so greatly, so we cannot ignore it. So we look at it, we examine it, we flip it around, we play with it. And we try to, our main objective is to find out what it is, rather than how do we make money out of it. So our perspective is different.
Yeah, and I think keeping that spirit of inquiry and curiosity is important as well. I'm going to go to this question, which I suspect came up because you had such beautiful slides of the Nabi art space, you know, which is perhaps a more maybe a more nuts and bolts kind of question, right? I think, which is, you know, given that there are people, there are friends here, you know, who will come from institutions which present art, right, and also or are thinking actively about art making. To share your thoughts, what should an ideal incubation lab look like? What kind of people do we need to put together in the lab to make innovation work, and how much time to incubate work, especially with self-learning and deep learning?
Right. I had a chance to visit a school. It was an architecture school called Strelka in Moscow. And that school was very interesting. It was one of the most innovative schools. Its whole purpose was to innovate Moscow. And the way they, run the program is very new and novel. But what impressed me the most is before they made classrooms, they built a bar. It was by the Moscow River. It's beautiful.
Vodka, I'm sure.
Yeah, the bar was, it was one of the hottest places in Moscow. People hang around, and actually the students are selected from around the world, and they're given like 1,000 euros per month just as a stipend, but they use all of their money in the bars. But what I'm saying is...
that alcohol fuels creativity. No.
Or coffee. Coffee. Some medium, I think, is necessary. So it shouldn't look like a lab. I haven't been able to make one myself, but it's one of my bucket lists to open a media bar in Seoul soon.
Okay, hopefully that gives you, inspires you, some of our friends out there. There is a question here on how do we not leave people behind in the age of AI. I mean, that's something actually that's very much in the book as well that I was just sharing, right? That there is even if you argue that the human beings have mastery over the intelligence process, right, the artificial intelligence process, then in a way, the argument from Noah Yuval is that it creates more inequalities because then certain people have the access and the control over their algorithms, right? And then there'll always be a group that will be kind of disenfranchised or left out, which I think is related to this question.
Yeah.
How do you make sure that people are not left behind, especially people who don't have access? How do you resist, if, another way of looking at it?
Yeah, when I first encountered this new neural network and AI, I was concerned about this problem. That was about 2014. Called some small organization called Singularity 99. It was just to address that problem, and I couldn't find a solution. Just looked and looked, and it's just this technology is accelerating, and this polarization of income and wealth will just increase. Until I found a center. Actually, this is just. I'm sorry, I can't really generalize it, but I'll give you an example, anecdote. I found a center in Armenia, of all places. It's called TUMO, Tumo, and they're just doing just that, very effectively. So it's a center for learning creative technologies for youths. They started with youths from 12 to 18, and they've been doing it for about a decade, and they've been so successful. I don't have the figure, but it's either 30 or 20 or 30% of the whole youth population of Armenia are in that program. It's an after-school program. It teaches these youths how to make music videos, how to learn animations, robots, all kinds of technology, but with emphasis on culture and art, creativity. So I visited there, and it was such an eye-opening experience. They, in one center in Yerevan, which is their capital, they have several centers around their country and branches around the globe. But in one center, they train more than 10,000 students. More than 10,000 students in one. It's a big building, but it's not huge. So they make it so effectively and efficiently. And I was there for about a whole day, and I haven't found one pupil look bored. So I was just, it's a combination of online and offline, and you're not allowed to do it elsewhere. You have to be there with other pupils. And the kids in Armenia, they're just waiting for that opportunity to go to the center and learn these new things, these cool things. And so there I found some hope. So it's really up to people like you and me and people here in the audience. We just have to be very smart and very diligent in coming up with new ideas, new solutions, try out new things. It's something about education, literacy, community, and creativity. It's all of those. And there in Yerevan, in Tumo, I found such a great mix of that. That's working. And also it's scaled up.
It's government funded or private sector?
No, it's private funding.
Private funding, yeah. But I suppose whether it's government or private funding, the point is about being very deliberate and intentional about interventions, right? For people who may not have the kind of access to resources.
Yeah, these kids, these teenage kids, they should be, except for this Tumo thing, they could be hanging out in the streets, making troubles, get into trouble and playing just computer games and all that. But instead they were engaged in learning and creativity. So
how does Korea do it? Because in a way, Korea is probably closer to Singapore, where you have very high internet penetration, and I don't think we have the same kind of youth situations, with unemployment. Let's say you might have in other countries, perhaps like Armenia. Perhaps Singapore is closer to Korea. I wonder whether there's anything that you're doing in Korea that would be useful for us here in Singapore.
We were looking to you.
Oh, we learn from each other, yes, but all good instances. Yeah.
Well, our official area, like government, public education, they all suck. It's and people are looking for alternative education in schools, but still, it's the parents are still sort of fixated into this. Okay, you have to go to a good college, and you have to go through this competition and all that, without realizing that the world doesn't need those people with going through this official, algorithmic world. Not that much. So there is a lag between what the skills that this world require and what our education system produces. Yeah, I guess it's pretty much similar to other countries as well.
Yeah. I think
It's
everyone's
hard
kind
to keep
of
up.
trying to keep up and trying to feel their way around and respond in the.
So maximum flexibility and agility is what's required, I think.
That's useful for us, right? Sometimes we're not known to be the most agile and flexible, even in Singapore.
Are you not?
Yeah,
Really?
sometimes, right? Do you think flexible and agility, good takeaways for I think some of us in Singapore? Yeah. I have about 2 minutes left. Before I get to the questions here, I'm again going to give you someone. Yes, I have a hand. I'm going to give the person who's putting up a hand, and I think it's Bevin, if I see it correctly. Yes.
Hi, thank you. My question is about preservation and conservation of digital works. So as hardware changes so quickly as well, we know a lot of works are no longer compatible with the platforms in which they are created. How does your center think about preserving these works that we now call futuristic for the future? Thank you.
That's a big problem, actually. Next year is our 20th year anniversary, and we have 20 years worth of all the data, movies, and all these. And so there's no human way to organize it and to present it. So one of the reasons that we study AI very hard is to let AI do the sorting and visualization and all that. It's just impossible. It's just don't think about doing it with your hand, or you should learn AIs and leave it to them. But
good to know we're not alone. I mean, I think in Singapore we face the kind of similar kind of conundrums when it comes to documentation.
Yeah. It's a real concern, actually. Yeah.
Just about 1 minute left. Any final thoughts? You have a whole bunch of questions there, but just any final thoughts to share with us?
I don't know. I made up my point successfully, but I was going to talk about the errors. Yeah, and after all, I think our lifespan is short, but we sort of we take ourselves too seriously. So relax a bit more and play a little bit more. And it's important to be joyful, though, because I see the most common trait in all the creative people is that they really find it joyful. They really enjoy what they're doing. So.
Yes, I think that's a good, joyful, hopeful note to end on. Yes, it's a good reminder for all of us here as well. Can you please join me to thank Sir Yong for a very interesting talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And also a big thank you as well to Paul. Thank you for moderating the session. Can we have a photograph, please? Thank you very much for the wonderful session, the wonderful Q&A session as well. Thank you very much once again, Ms. Ro So Yong, as well as Mr. Paul Tan. Big hand once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, gentle reminder, please share your thoughts with us because we want your collective thoughts on this topic, all right? Post-algorithm, art and life in the age of AI. If you could please help us do that now on Pigeonhole, all right? That's at the session at 2 p.m. You will be able to see it. And of course, share with us your thoughts. Just a simple sentence will do, all right? So we can all tap into, the collective knowledge here today about the future of culture. Now, we're going to move on, of course. In your own free time, please kindly help us do that. Now, the next panel for today, it's called Communities of the Future. Now, this panel will discuss how communities will be organized in the future and what must be done now to engage them and to remain relevant to them in the future. Now, this session will be moderated by Ms. Horner Arger, Executive Director of the Art Science Museum. Now, also, our panelist for today is Ms. Stephanie Winkler, Director, Research and Insights, Vice Asia Pacific, Ms. Tisa Ho, Executive Director, Hong Kong Arts Festival, and Mr. Jean Tan, Executive Director, Singapore Bicentennial Office. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome our moderator and our panelists, please. So once again, keep your questions coming in on Pigeonhole Live. You can choose to ask any question via the microphone as well. Right before we hand the time over to our moderator.
Afternoon, everyone. Is the mic on? Yep. Well, thank you for sticking with us. It's been an absolutely fascinating discussion from the morning to the afternoon. And hopefully your minds are reeling now from what was a truly provocative presentation about both the perils, the pitfalls, and the potentials of new technology. My distinguished panel is going to focus on community and the future of communities. Since the landmark publication, Building Communities, Not Audiences, The Future of the Arts, published by Doug Borick in 2012, I have seen a noticeable shift within cultural organisations. Leaders now often speak about developing communities of interest rather than growing audiences. This panel is going to be looking at what that shift means and how arts and cultural organisations can identify, nurture, and develop the future of communities. We'll explore who the communities of the future might be, how future communities might be organised, and what might be done to engage members of those future communities. What policies may need to change to foster a future-focused, community-driven approach within arts and cultural organisations. And crucially, what new skills might the sector need to meet the expectations and aspirations of the future and our communities? To tackle these kinds of topics, we've got 3 truly brilliant speakers, and they're going to address these questions through discussions of their own practice. So on the stage we have Ms. Stephanie Winkler, Ms. Tisa Ho, and Mr. Jean Tan. They'll each have about 15 minutes each to give a presentation on their chosen topic, and then we'll join together on the stage and we'll invite your participation in a Q&A. So I am absolutely thrilled to be able to welcome to Singapore the first of our speakers today, Ms. Stephanie Winkler. Stephanie is a cultural researcher based in Australia and serves as Head of Insights for Vice Media Asia Pacific, really one of the top youth media publications in the world. She describes herself as a data nerd with a background in youth media, trend spotting, and analytics. And in the context of her role, she's been the author of several prominent studies on youth behaviour, including The Big Shrink, published last year, and recently Travel is the New Religion, published just this year. Stephanie's talk today is going to focus on our worries and our hopes for the future, asking how we might connect with one another in generations to come. Will our addiction to technology impact on our sense of community? To explore this question and more, welcome to the stage, Stephanie Winkler.
All right, there's the clicker. I was looking around frantically, being like, my God, where is it?
So thank you very, very much for having me. I've been given the immensely terrifying task of speaking immediately after Mrs. Ro Song-Yung in the last session, which was an absolutely incredible speech. And yes, I've been asked to speak today on the future of communities. And from my point of view, it's sort of a bit of a different, thing, because I'm not a futurist, and I definitely don't work for a museum either, unlike most of the other guests. But I do work for a company that makes and always has made content for young people who are building the communities of tomorrow. So my role is as the head of insights for the Asia Pacific, and my job is to essentially synthesize insights from our data stack, what people are reading and watching, and also from our youth research. We run this every 2 years, and with sort of intermediate studies in between. And we run this globally to sort of get a longitudinal sense of like shifts that are happening in youth culture, which could help to shape the world of tomorrow. So today, I'm going to show you some very, very top-line trends that we spotted in our global youth census, as well as in our reading and the things that people were engaging with on our network. And I wanted to take you through some examples of how we use these insights to create work as well, because as a publisher, that is essentially what we do. So our story is that we started as a magazine in Montreal in 1994. And now we're this. So we're a global multi-platform youth media company with lines of business spanning news, digital publishing, so YouTube, our website, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and everything in between. We have Viceland, our network of TV channels and TV channel partnerships. We have Virtue, which is our creative agency, and I'll explain more about that in a moment. And we also have our studios offering, so we make original content with Netflix and Amazon. So has it been a busy last 5 years? Yes, it has. We've grown a lot, and there's a lot to be learned from that. So essentially, a little bit about Vice and how we fit in. Actually, I might grab the handheld mic, because I feel like I'm kind of trapped behind here. Is this thing on? Yes, it is. Okay, so Vice. We are the #1 youth media company in the world. And essentially our mission is to enlighten, empower and entertain young people. And I think what we are seeing our point of difference as being is in a world where, yes, everything is recommended to us by an algorithm, including much of our own content, to be completely frank about that. But where we're sort of stuck in a bubble of seeing the same thing all the time, we want to present people with something that has the element of surprise. We want to show people something or from a point of view that they've not seen before. So we have a reach across all of our platforms of around 300 million globally, around 40 million in APAC. And our audience is very much this sort of young 16 to 30-year-old, forward-thinking, influential and culture-hungry people. Now, Virtue, as you know, every publisher needs to make money, and so we launched a creative agency to help us do that. So Virtue is the creative agency born from Vice. So we find, through our insights and through our connections to youth culture and our place within it, we find, ways for brands to make authentic connections with their youthful audience. So I'll be showing you some examples of some work we've done with those guys as well. So fundamentally, what drives us, and this is something that we've sort of been building for a while, but we believe that the world is young. And this is might sound simple, but it's in a time where we're often talking about the world as being broken, as there being a general sense of doom that covers everything that we do. And it's sort of, the end of times, and we don't really know what's going to happen. But the thing that drives us and our ethos is the fact that, there is a huge generational energy pushing forward innovation, ideas and general attitudes that will change the way that we operate in future. Young people are definitely leading the charge. So instead of thinking of it as a broken world, we're thinking of it as a world in flux. And instead of thinking of it as the end of the end, we're thinking of it as the beginning of the beginning. And that's driven largely by people in our very youthful, very forward-thinking audience. And already we're seeing a lot of the political, cultural and economic drivers coming from the Asia Pacific. So there's been sort of a shift from being seen as the rest of the world to now our region is being seen as most of the world. 60% of the world's young people live here. And when we're talking in a time about, countries with aging populations and the impacts of that, it's really interesting to note that, for example, every month 1 million people in India turn 18. So that's the next generation of people that we want to be at the centre of. And in the next 10 years, these people will enter their peak earning and spending years. So, this will have serious impacts through culture, through branded experiences, through their economic behaviour, how the world is shaped. And these are the people that will shape our communities of tomorrow. But what will these communities look like? So in the past, communities were pretty much defined by a group of people living in the same place or having the same characteristics or circumstances in common. So things like religion, socioeconomic status, language, cultural markers like that. But this is starting to shift. So to lift a few stats from our last round of youth research in the Asia Pacific, we found that around 8 in 10 did not define themselves as religious. We found that half don't want kids, and if you look at the photo in the centre there, you might be able to begin to see why. And around 1 in 2 see their friends less than one night a week on average. So, you know, when you look at that, this could help to explain why we're all so lonely. So lifted from ID, one of the sites in our network, around 1 in 4 millennials don't have a single friend. So that's a pretty damning statistic, particularly when, as we know, you know, the signs of a happy society are having a community of people around you, as we learned earlier today. Yeah, we might be a bit screwed. But yes, old communities collapsing, all of that sort of stuff. They're not dying, they're just changing. So social media has a lot to do with this. And Anna mentioned this to a point just before, but it's gone from being connected by our circumstances to being connected globally by our passion points and our shared beliefs, rather than, say, by how much we earn or what thing we believe in. So young people in Asia are particularly leading the charge with this, and I'm just going to walk through a few of the future communities that we see sort of cropping up tomorrow based on the trends that we're seeing in youth culture today. So for the first time in human history, more people live in urban centres than outside of them. And for people in Singapore, that may not be so surprising, but when you say that to people in Australia, they freak out. What? What do you mean? So across APAC, 1 in 2 live in urban environments, and this is driving a lot of technological innovation. And the number one thing that young people are actually optimistic about when looking into the future, keeping in mind the general sense of doom and gloom, is tech and innovation. So we've started to explore this through our content, and we have recently launched in Singapore, and we wanted to launch with a bit of a guide to Singapore and look at like some young innovators who are making change in this area. So I'm going to play you a small clip from that, just to show you some of the sort of people in our network who are sort of a driving force in creating tomorrow's cities.
This is our curly kale. You hear that crunch. That's really unheard of with kale. So not only are our customers excited with the fact they can eat kale raw, you don't have to wash this produce.
This is part of about a 5-10 minute documentary, so we're not going to watch all of it. But these are the types of people that we want to sort of profile and the types of projects that we want to be showing and be at the front foot of. So as I said, we're moving away from religion, from organised religion, I should say, and from believing in that sort of in that sort of thing. But we're definitely on the quest for spirituality, and this is something that we've seen sort of the world over. So while 8 in 10 say that yes, I don't really follow an organised religion, or if I do, I'm not very good at it. 7 in 10 say that they're on the quest for spirituality. So there's still that sense that they are, looking out for a higher purpose. They need that sort of guidance in their lives. This is coming out in several ways, a couple of which are the rise in work-life balance as being considered just as important as physical and mental health. I think people are cottoning on to the fact that they're not robots and they need to be treated with some sort of, balance there to keep their spiritual health in check. And interestingly enough, the number 1 most read content in the Asia Pacific is actually horoscopes for the first time in a very long time. And when you consider that most of the other stuff we write about is sex and drugs, it's actually pretty impressive that it's climbed all the way to the top. And so, again, we're using this to inform some of the content that we make. So Vice is very world famous for its travel content. And we have worked with brands to create content with them, and usually the brief is like, well, we are, from, say, a Japan tourism-based organisation, and we would like you to make a guide to the best ramen bars in Tokyo. And, usually most publishers would kind of just do that, but I think we wanted to take it a little differently. So we made this content earlier in the year, and we wanted to sort of explore, I guess, like this wellness community that is growing, that's evolving right now, and people sort of, the ethos of sort of taking better care of ourselves. So I'm just going to play you a little clip from that as well.
The Yamabushi seek enlightenment by convening with nature and practicing this incredible form of endurance training. They walk on hot coals, bathe in ice-cold rivers, and undergo sleep deprivation. Fortunately for me, they take in city slickers.
修験道は、日本古来の、日本だけの宗教といいますか、道なんですね。それで 山岳信仰。まずは今現代人はやっぱりその時間から時間ということをあまりにも気にしすぎるので、何も考えなくてもいい自分だけの時間を持つということをここの場所に来れば提供できます。
この滝行っていうのはですね、我々はまず身を清めるために行うものでございます。普段いろんなことを考えてると思います。いろんな仕事の悩み、恋の悩み、生活の悩み、何も考えない無心になる、そういったことで新しい自分に生まれ変わることができると思います。
It goes on, she cries, she has a lovely time. But the thing that we're seeing here is a general trend towards people gathering based on new ideas of wellness, of looking after ourselves, of looking after our mental health. And I think that this is underscoring a lot of what we see going on in how people gather. So to that end, I think that we're changing social media for the better as well. And of course, no presentation would be complete talking about digital media if I didn't mention TikTok. So we have noticed something really interesting going on there, where for a while social media was kind of about this comparison culture where you're kind of, constantly stacking yourselves up against other people. You are completely destroying your mental health in doing so. You're subject to fake news and ads and all the rest of it. And then all of a sudden TikTok comes along, which is just this kind of dorky, creative platform where everything is set to music. There are all these cool little communities springing up within it. For example, Indian boys passionately crying is my favourite one, where they might not feel comfortable doing this usually in their physical communities, but online this is a thing. And TikTok's completely removed from older generations as well, and that's why around 1 in 3 young people use it. So to show you what we went out with. It was kind of this very positive, upbeat kind of, following that creative energy there. Anyone guess how many views that got overnight? Not quite 20 million, unfortunately. God damn it. 550,000. So that's pretty telling of where people are hanging out, why they're going there, and I think it's because it's more conducive to a positive experience and sort of staying away from the haters, and the bad vibes. So to that end, we're building a huge global community that is based on creativity. Now, when we look at some of the drivers as to how young people are defining themselves, the number one thing that stands out is that people in APAC define themselves as creators. So that's nearly 500 million of them. When we look at what type of creativity that is, a lot of it is steeped in online. It's to do with the platforms we're using. But people, as opposed to, maybe in older groups, they might be scrollers, networkers, or, following people that have something to do with a professional end. Young people are definitely more creative. They're using these platforms to really express themselves. And this is sort of driven by the fact that most like to be surrounded by different ideas, cultures, influences, and lifestyles. So this is something we're committed to sort of fostering, particularly in Asia. And we had our first inaugural Singapore Creators Summit recently, which aimed to bring together a bunch of young creators. We had around 15 from 7 countries. So, funding the trip for rappers, YouTubers, artists, photographers, and directors, giving people a crash course in production, interviews, telling a good story. So the idea there was to build a community, a network of young creators across the region who can find an ally in Vice and each other. But this is really sort of important to us because we know that creativity comes across all, parts of the region, all socioeconomic statuses, all everything. We wanted to make this as accessible as possible. So funding programs like this is a really important commitment that we're, doing to address that creative community globally in 2020 and beyond. And instead of being divided by our differences, we're becoming more and more united by our sameness. And that sounds a bit wishy-washy because it kind of is. But, I think the fundamental change in how communities are forming is that they used to be very separated, again, by, religious, socioeconomic, gender factors. And now we're sort of being united by shared ideologies. A really interesting one, and this is definitely true of Australia, but also around the Asia Pacific, is the idea of, I guess, like a more global generation, and the fact that around 1 in 3 are either not born in the country where they're living or their parents weren't. And we've sort of explored this in some length at Vice in Australia, and we're sort of making a commitment to do so in the region more as well. But I think, just the shared identity that comes from perhaps being, feeling trapped between two traditional identities, and the sense of bonding that can come from that. And that will only continue to happen as migration becomes one of the biggest sort of topics of the 21st century. We know that around 1 in 4 people are not straight, and those binaries are becoming less and less important with the younger we scale. And again, the thing defining us is our identity or our shared ideologies versus like our sort of circumstantial factors. I'm not going to show you this because I'm 50 seconds away from running out of time, but we explored this with Close-Up, essentially reuniting people who'd been divided by their circumstantial factors, but who were either lost friends, lost lovers, and brought them back together. And we're of course united by a common problem we all face, and perhaps the most interesting iteration of that is seeing the school climate strikes recently. So we know that a third of young people are extremely concerned about the world. Interestingly, another third are extremely optimistic, which is very important in being able to, create policy and move forward conversations, knowing that, we will have a future, we want to be there to sort of create it. We know that the number one concern is the environment, and that 1 in 4 consider themselves activists. And so we have a massive commitment to serving this community as well. We actually shut down our global network of sites for the whole day leading up to the school climate strikes. We redirected all of our content to climate change content and calls to action to attend the march. And I think we had something like 1.4 million page views in Australia, which is just unheard of, and similar trends around the region. So one of our heaviest traffic weeks of all time coming from this content. We also know the brand impacts of that, with 1 in 3 saying they'd pay more for sustainable or eco-friendly products. So in very short, what will our future communities look like? They'll be based on tech optimism and young people, exploring ways that our future cities and our future physical communities could look. They'll be less religious, but they'll be more steeped in spirituality, and there are a million different conversations you can have from that, but on a top level, that's what we're seeing now. We'll be seeing a move away from this sort of comparative, social media towards a more constructive, creative one that's steeped in positivity. We'll be seeing the birth of, I think, a global creative network and the trends that come from within that. And we'll be seeing people united by their shared ideologies versus their circumstantial factors. So with minus 1 minute to go, I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. A lightning quick tour through the potential demographies of our future communities. Thank you. Our next speaker almost needs no introduction to arts audiences in Asia, but I'm going to introduce her anyway. Ms. Tisa Ho has been the Executive Director of the Hong Kong Arts Festival, one of Asia's leading arts festivals, since 2006. Of course, she's very well known to arts audiences in Singapore for her time as the manager of Singapore's Symphony Orchestra in the 1990s, and also for her service across the arts, including at the Singapore Arts Festival. Tisa's also a member of the Performing Arts Committee of the West Kowloon Cultural District in Hong Kong, and a member of the Board of the Arts of the Shenzhen Belt and Road International Music Festival in mainland China. She has lecturing positions in Italy and Portugal, and somehow she also finds time to chair the International Society of Performing Arts headquarters in New York. It's a huge privilege to have her today. She's going to take the podium now to talk to us about a possible turn towards audience-centric curation and how artists and cultural institutions are increasing opportunities for audience participation and co-creation. So please give a big, warm welcome to Tisa Ho.
Hi. I can't tell you, it is such a privilege to be back in Singapore. And my question to Paul, to a few friends, were, why wasn't this available when I was in Singapore? I would have so loved the Academy. I would have so loved these conversations and these dialogues. And we go, I'm sorry, but in this session, you go from youth and the future to age and a bit of the past. And also from very broad perspectives, large numbers, to very small focuses to the individuals. So I'm going to stay within my comfort zone, which is the performing arts. And in this case, for this discussion, particularly music. I'm taking a cue from this morning's keynote in looking backwards to see how we got here, in order to have kind of work out how we're going, this message has sunk in from all of the discussions today. We need to be curious, we need to be exploring, we need to find, we need to check, we need to experiment. So clearly, doing what we've been doing until now does not seem to be an option. So I want to know why. What has gone so wrong? Why is there such discomfort? Why is there this horrible feeling that we really need to do something differently in a different way? And I'm not talking about climate change, I'm not talking about all these big subjects that I know far too little about, there are too many of those, but just to focus on the performing arts and particularly on the performance of what we call classical music, which is generally called classical music, but which I think of as the tradition of music as it had developed in Europe, with a high point in Germany and then spread across the world. So, just thinking of human beings as we have been, children the arts are in a way inherent in human nature. Children will move to rhythm, will respond to tune, will sing, will clap, will love make-believe and stories. If we allow them, they will do this almost naturally. Then at a certain stage, this natural activity becomes more serious. It becomes more complex, the works become more layered, what they do and don't do becomes more codified, and from just singing and clapping and moving as a little child will, instruments are maybe involved and you work with other people, so you have ensembles. And you have jumped, and I've made this enormous leap, from nature to nurture. From an instinctive activity that we all have, that we all know and we all share, to codes of formal training. So we're talking about Western classical music. So in Europe, as far as I can discover, the first institutions for musical training were, and I love that we are an all-women committee. I mean, those of you who know about my work in the women's movement know why I say this. The first institutions for musical training were 4 Venetian conservatories. And of course, conservatory comes from the word conservati, which means to save, and it refers to orphanages. So the 4 first Venetian conservatories were the L'Ospitale della Pieta, excuse the Italian, L'Ospitale dei Mendicanti, L'Ospitale degli Incurabili, you can understand what that means, and Del Derelitti. So they were all forsaken, lost, beggars, and one was pious. They were protective asylums for young women as an alternative to being in the convent, founded in the 14th century. There's very good about a book by Jane Baldorf-Bardes, describes the women musicians in Venice and musical foundations. Vivaldi wrote many pieces for these women that he taught in these conservatory. The Hong Kong Arts Festival presented a program called Chiara's Diary, My Life in the Convent in Venice, which featured her compositions, very talented young musician, as well as some things of Vivaldi. Her compositions and notes were discovered in the archives of La Pieta. So we've also had conversations about archiving. This is a little note there. By the 17th century, these convents were known, these musicians were known and admired. In Rome, Santa Cecilia was officially founded in 1585 by papal bull. The Paris Conservatory was founded there's a little bit of a jump. The Paris Conservatory was founded in 1795. Other European musical schools started. Vienna, 1815, London, 1820, Madrid, 1830, Geneva, 1835, Lisbon, 1836, Copenhagen and Berlin, 1840, Antwerp, 1842, Leipzig, 1843, Rotterdam, 45, Munich, 47, Barcelona, 47, Dublin, 48, Cologne, 50, Dresden and Stuttgart, 56, St. Petersburg, 67, Moscow, 1866. In the United States, in the Americas, Morelia in Mexico, 1763, Musical Academy in Connecticut, in Salem, 1835. Oberlin Boston Conservatory, now merged with Berkeley. New England Conservatory and Peabody, now part of Johns Hopkins, all in 1865. What does this long litany of cities and dates mean? Historians can read many things into it, including mercantile success, growing middle class. But what interests me in this context is the professionalization of musicianship, the separation of the practice at a professional level from the community, from when we got together and made music together. This has, and if you look at the 18th and 19th centuries, this continued to happen. And if we had time to look at the building of concert halls, you will probably find the same sort of rhythm, the frequency and the pace at which these buildings were made. If we turn to the, okay, fast forward to this century now, I'm told there are 900 music schools in Germany alone, and today there are 650 or so accredited music schools in the US, including 8 to 9 independent conservatories like Juilliard, plus all the music schools attached to universities. In Singapore, we have the excellent Yangtze Conservatory, of course, and in China, the often quoted number is 25 million young people studying music, part of the Lang Lang effect. If we turn to, and I don't have the data for conservatories and where all these young people are studying, but if you look at the development of venues, and that's a slide I got from the director of the National Opera in Beijing, you will see the rate, the pace at which China has been building venues. And the number of them today. The point about all of this is that the production of music has become super specialized. And along with this super specialization, for those of us who are working in promoting concerts for symphony orchestras, for concert halls, and I think we can extrapolate from classical music to other disciplines as well, there's been an ancillary supporting service of arts education or music appreciation. I cannot think of a single major performing arts institution that doesn't have some kind of outreach or community engagement program. If you think about it, for something that is so simple, that is something that is so natural, that we should all be able to relate to, now has become so specialized that you need another specialization to teach people how to appreciate this stuff. I think something, and that's why there's a sense of unease, there's a sense of we can't carry on like this. A lot of people are talking about losing audiences, and so people have been investing in, at one point it was called arts education, and in Hong Kong we do this as well. We have a very, to us, kind of reasonably extensive program of young friends, and it is, without apology, called a program of arts appreciation, not just music, because we do opera, dance, circus, and theater, and all the other things as well. But to me, it's worth thinking about. I'm not saying we should stop this. I'm not saying the conservatories and the concert halls are a bad idea. I'm not saying we should stop this music education work. But I think it's worth thinking why we've got here and where we want to go from this. This kind of high level of professionalization obviously is not only in the arts. I mean, if you think about medicine, I can think about 25 specialists that I don't want looking at me, okay? And then the last one being the psychological one, because the bills are going to be too much. Today, and I'm jumping from my notes because some of the things I wanted to say have already been said, including the fragmentization of society, including the loneliness of the millennial, including the people who are in isolation, and yet searching for meaning, searching for connection, searching for something to do together. And in the course of the day, I've been listening to these phenomenal numbers. The number of people who log onto our site, the number of people I'm trying to get a sense of how this is a community. And yes, and what we are defining as community. Shared values, shared interests, shared demography, demographic features. I don't know. So let me go a sec. My son works in AI. He runs a thing called a MOOC. He actually is a founder of Coursera. And I was having a conversation with him one day in which I was boasting about now selling 150,000 tickets for the festival instead of a mere 100,000 tickets for the festival, right? So it's like, to me, that was like, whoa, mega, huge. Basically, we got another 50,000 people to come and watch the stuff that we do. His remark to me, Mom, we went from 15 million to 20 million last week. Okay, I can't compete with that. But I can compete with the depth of the experience. With these kids that we do this, education program, it is not about just dragging them and getting their butts into a seat. We do pre-concert, pre-performance, we do in-depth, we do background, we do social background, we do historical background, so that by the time they get to the show, they are so primed, they have so much information, they have such expectation. And then we do the post. And then one performance is not enough. Once is never enough, dear. This is a systematic continuing thing, and the kids who have been here, who have been with us for a number of years, are absolute converts. When I was working with the Singapore Symphony, we used to do young people's concerts. And I wasn't working in this way then. It was still numbers. It was like, okay, we got 500 kids into this concert. Every time, most times, not every time, but most times when we did those concerts, it would be one of those few occasions I would go onto the platform and talk to the musicians about playing as though this was the most important concert in the year. Because you have 500 kids who have not heard a Tchaikovsky symphony, have no clue what the heck they're doing there, they've just been told to go sit. And you either have, that 25 minutes, depending on the symphony, to have actually got them, and they say, this is interesting, can I come back? Or, been there, done it, like, God, it was so boring, when can I go back to whatever it is? So getting that quality of interest, not everybody, not the 500 will go, not the 5,000, but one by one by one. And I think that, to me, and we were talking about being human, that personal relationship, that getting the people involved one by one by one, I think the depth of relationship that creates amazing loyalty. I mean, in the midst of all the stuff that's happening in Hong Kong and whether the theaters will be open and whether or whatever, our loyal audiences have already bought their tickets for the next festival. I like to create this demand. So guys, if you want festival tickets, you need to hurry up. The other thing, some of our artists, now we say we do all this, but obviously something else needs to be done. In spite of all the education and the outreach, we're just giving information, and the experience is still a bit the same. It's still, you will come and you will share, but you will sit alone in your seat and share. A couple of artists are now responding to some of the things that we've been talking about today, that you needed to be immersive, you need to involve people want to be upfront and part of the action. So let me see if I can find, okay, community, sorry, let me just do this one. This year we started a special program called No Limits, which which presents disabled and non-disabled artists on stage together, all performing at the highest quality, no compromise involved in terms of artistic quality. And we also facilitate the audience access to this program. People getting involved, I think what has helped me think through how we do this are things like Team Lab, right? It's about being in there. It's about deciding where you want to walk, how much time you want to be in this space. It's actually just smoke and mirrors. It's not that complicated. But, you know, heck, the performing arts, a lot of it is smoke and mirrors. I mean, you haven't seen the grease paint up close, baby. You know? But if we do more reality than smoke, if we actually get people in, take a look at this. This is one of the things that we did maybe 3 years ago. It had enormous residual recall, and people talked about it for such a long time afterwards. It's basically a performance of Brahms' Requiem, and because there wasn't an orchestra, it was just piano, and it was called the Human Requiem. But, oh heck, how do I get to the? Sorry, how do I get to the video? I thought we had a link in there. Well, okay, let me just talk you through this. This was Brahms' Human Requiem, but what it was is it was a promenade performance, and it was a promenade not only of the audience but also of the singers. So there's a chorus. There's a, you know, you basically sing the mass. There was a piano on a platform. The piano was pushed around the room. Singers walked around the room. They processed. So you went with the passion, with the whole way of the cross. Different parts of the room. The audiences could join, could step back, could be, you know, as close to the singers as you wanted, or stay in the periphery of the room. At the end of the work, the singers rolled a Hessian carpet along the middle of the floor. The audience just moved off, and a bunch of young kids in white ran in. So this is the hope in the future and the resurrection. It was, I get goosebumps thinking about, I wish I could get the link and show you. This is so frustrating. I'm sorry, I should have checked this earlier. Ah, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Let's just go to the next one. Can we do that? I think you get an idea of what this is like. Because I want to leave the last word to a wonderful young conductor who is doing something really interesting. We had talked earlier about AI and virtual reality and how you can take the piccolo part in an orchestra. This isn't quite it. Because don't forget, I started by talking about the conservatory experience and the training, and it is rigorous and difficult and demanding training. And I don't want for a minute to undervalue the training of these musicians and their ability to perform and to express. But I think there is a different way of presenting what they do than in this, you know, frontal thing. Can we get the other one? I can let Wilson speak for himself. It's much less interesting if I have to talk my way through it. Oh, no. Okay. This wonderful, adventurous young conductor has got an ensemble of friends and put them in a bar, in a room with kind of furniture, and has audience sitting in the room as well. So you could be sitting next to the viola, you could be sitting next to the piccolo, you could be sitting, and he conducts from a corner of the room. And so you're really in the music, not just sitting in an orchestra facing that way, but in a group of highly, highly trained people making music together, and you're in there with them. I hope that, I've gone over time, have I? No. Have I? I'm so sorry. I can talk about this forever. But I would love, I love what I do. I love the stuff that we present. Joy. I get so much joy out of what I do. And the greatest joy is to be able to share it. So thank you for letting me share this. But come and share the music. That's even more important.
Thank you so much, Tisa Ho. I'm going to move us swiftly on to the next presenter because we're a little bit over time. It's a wonderful pleasure to be able to introduce my friend Mr. Jean Tan. He's the Executive Director of the Singapore Bicentennial Office, based in the Prime Minister's office here in Singapore. And in that capacity, he's been at the artistic helm of the whole Singapore Bicentennial project, but most particularly the centerpiece, I think it's fair to say, of the Bicentennial from Singapore to Singaporean, the Bicentennial Experience at Fort Canning. He's held many other posts in Singapore. He's been a director of the National Library Board, director of the Singapore Memory Project, and earlier on today we saw one of his recent projects which was highly influential, the Future of Us exhibition, which Jean led in 2015 for SG50. We watched a whole documentary about it. Teasing. So I've been working with Jean for the last year and a half on the exhibition that is currently on at Science Museum 2219, Futures Imagined, which is the future component of the bicentennial, which takes that time frame of the bicentennial experience and projects it forward rather than back. But to tell us some stories, I think, about the bicentennial experience and what it's like to have to create an exhibition which has the full weight of the national narrative on its shoulders, and perhaps to speak a little bit about the communities that have coalesced around the bicentennial experience. Please welcome Jean Tan.
Thank you. Hi guys, could we show the video first? Thank you.
I found out about the bicentennial experience through word of mouth. I heard a lot of people talking about it. Even my mother knew about it before me.
I would want to tell them everything, but I don't want to spoil it for them. It's something that you really have to see yourself.
My expectation was it to be more of like the generic experience that we always have when we go for schools, but this was showed in a different light, in a different way.
Before I came here, honestly, I didn't have much expectation because I didn't know it was gonna be like a full-scale experience where you actually get to live in that moment.
I think all the acts were very cool, but my favorite act is actually the one where we were sitting on the boat. It really felt like I was on the boat itself because of the effects. The screen was like 360. When the screen closed up, it started rotating. It was damn cool. I liked how immersive it was. It makes you feel like you are there. One thing that stood out to me was how, for example, Lim Boon Keng, I never knew that he was someone who helped to rid the opium problem with the coolies. To see the scene itself painted a visual in my head that I never saw, that was pretty impactful for me.
In the first act, it took us all the way back to the 13th and 14th century.
That one was actually history which they bring to us in terms of visual. They added like the travelator, they added the lights and the people. So all of it encompassed and encapsulated the journey which transcends 200 years.
I think this act was really impactful to me because it's a part of our history that I'm not so familiar with. There was so much that I don't think I've ever heard about before.
It was definitely nice to actually go back to like our origin story to know exactly what it actually meant to us.
My favorite act was the bunker one, the one that had a lot of anecdotes in World War II. The bunker was pitch black. I could really focus on the story instead of being bombarded on a sensory level. To hear the fear, I guess, like when they're telling the stories, you can feel like it's always a part of them.
Our knees were tight, and we were telling ourselves that they were really going to shoot us.
The last part is basically a recount of someone who survived something he shouldn't have survived. To hear it straight from the people who actually survived World War II, I think it really puts things into a new perspective.
My favorite act would definitely have to be Act 5. Everyone took an umbrella, and then once we entered the room, the very first National Day played on the screen. They were talking about how Singapore's biggest events were actually all sort of linked to the weather, where it was always raining. When I was looking at the exhibition itself, I felt like, wow, it was a lot more impactful because I'm living in the current period of time. We've lived through Lee Kuan Yew's time to when he passed away. Act 5 in itself was about how we are actually progressing towards a better future. After going through the entire exhibition, it really showed me a lot more about Singapore compared to what I was learning back in school, like social studies, about the World War and stuff.
I was engaged from start to finish. It was a very educational yet entertaining experience.
I'm usually not the history kind of person, but all this helps to make the entire experience very cool.
Okay, thank you. I need to apologize to everyone. You know why? So I have to say 3 stories before I begin. The first story is, how many of you have seen the bicentennial experience in this room? Oh, thank God. Okay, so I should say sorry to the poor sorts who have not seen it, because God, tons of spoilers in that video. But I was worried that some of our foreign guests might not have seen it, so I wanted to give you a little feel of it. The second story I have is that there are no more tickets left. We're ending 31st and December, all the tickets are gone. So we're trying very hard to squeeze people to say, be responsible, give us back your tickets, please don't sell them on Carousel, so that the other poor souls can actually see it some more. But if you'd like to see it, just as a benefit to my dear friend Thangam, and because I love NHB so much, I have black market tickets. You can look for me later. And the third story, which is the most important story, is that I'm very sorry, I'm not going to talk about the theme at all, future communities. I'm a very self-involved person, and I'm just going to talk about the bicentennial. Is that all right? Yeah, and can I ask at least one kind person to just drop a pity question into the pigeonhole? Because I know you guys just care about future communities, right? Yeah, and you can ask Stephanie all kinds of questions, but just ask me one. Yeah, you could do that right now. Yeah, right now. Just one pity question so that my ego doesn't take a bruising. Okay, so I have 30 minutes now, and I'm going to go through my slides. I've got a lot of slides, but I will just step back in time. Let me just give you a little bit of background on this. Wow, the people who laugh are really old. Yeah, this is a very old song. Okay, so anyway, the bicentennial was something that relates to the coming of Sir Stamford Raffles in 1819. Let me take you back. And I take you back to, this is the night before we open. Yeah, I'm very vain. I do a lot of Huawei pictures. Huawei takes better pictures than iPhone. Okay, so that's me on Huawei. And this is the night before 31st of May, 2019. But let me take you back even further. And this is when the creative team was appointed. I'm saving some stuff to say in my long table. So I'll talk about the creative team later and how it relates to creating fantastic experiences. That's Michael Chiang, most successful playwright in Singapore's history, and Beatrice Chia, Richmond Theatre Director, both creative directors of the bicentennial. And then I take you back to even sadder time. This was 2017 when we finally got approval to set up the bicentennial office. And you know what? Why that's so sad? It's so sad because I was actually in this room. Doesn't that look like we just had a fire? But I lived in that room for 1 whole year. And for 1 whole year, I had nothing to do but to read. Yeah, some of you think it's fun, like according to the millennials, right? Like work-life balance. I had a lot of life, but I had not enough work, so I was really quite suicidal. Okay. So let me tell you what happened. The story behind the bicentennial. You guys are going to hear this, okay, for the first time. A lot of people think the bicentennial was done to win the elections, which is likely to be next year or something like that. It started 3 years ago, and I was asked, after The Future of Us, I was asked to think about 1819, because it's in all the Singaporean textbooks. That's where we began. Said, Jean, can you think about 1819? And I said, what about it? Is there like some brief? And they said, no, the person who said I is actually very powerful. And he said, we're not quite sure what to do with it. We might not do anything. So it really was up to me to figure it out. So like I met librarian and started reading, and I read a lot. And after reading and reading and reading, I decided to stop reading and just think about Star Wars. Why Star Wars? After all the reading, and I got my great colleague who's in there, Director National Library, and she would know that, after reading so much, you realize that we can't possibly start our history in 1819. Just like the Americans can't start their history in 1776, or according to George Bush, 1976. Oh God, yeah, sorry. George Bush is so over, right? Doesn't get any jokes anymore. I need to throw a Trump joke in. Okay, so Star Wars. So we say we can't possibly start that. But how do I convey that to people? So the one thing that I felt that crosses generations is Star Wars. So how many of you have seen The Force Awakens? Oh God, you guys are really... No, not Star Wars, Marvel fans. Okay, so Star Wars. So Force Awakens is the 7th episode. So I told someone extremely powerful. I said, Force Awakens is like SG-50, which is 1965. But in order to understand what happened to Han Solo in Force Awakens, I'm not telling, don't do spoilers. And what happens to Luke Skywalker in the Jedi thing, can't remember the name. Not Return of the Jedi, right, Sharon? Something Jedi, yeah. And whatever will happen to Princess Leia in the final one, The Rise of Skywalker, you will never understand the impact of what happened to them if you did not watch the original trilogy, episodes 4 to 6. So the history of Singapore is like episodes 4 to 6. So basically, God damn it, you need a prequel to Singapore history. You need to do a prequel to everything that you think you've ever known about Singapore. And so I proposed to start the bicentennial in 1299. Yeah, and then, I tell you guys, I don't know about you guys, you guys heard, so when we started that, wow, I tell you, I got bitching upside down on social media. So people say I backpedal, I say, hey, come on, I thought about this in May 2016. And not a day in May 2016, come, give me a day. Star Wars fans. There you go. Who said that? Oh, hi, Honor. Okay. So May the 4th, I literally handed the paper over May the 4th, 2016, that said we are going to start this like Star Wars in 1299. Okay, then after that, what happened? So much material. Oh my. You guys are curators in this room, right? I presume? Some of you are. Okay, so the sexy ones are curators, the rest are administrators. So the curators will know that it is really hard to do 700 years. I mean, God, what have I got myself into? And thankfully, I was saved by Prada. Okay, so Prada, when she did this February show, the fall 2016 show, she thought about the clothes of a woman and how to lay everything out so it makes sense. So I laid everything out. And I tried to make it make sense. And then after that, I pick up the pieces that I will show for the collection. And the pieces will be the ones that will be the essence. And then I thought, how am I going to do this show? And then Steve Jobs came to the rescue. Have you guys read the book by Walter Isaacson? Am I giving you guys a lot of pressure? Yeah. Like read movies, no fashion, no Star Wars, and then, Okay, Walter Isaacson's 700-page book, fantastic book, but you guys will die, reading it. Yeah, there's so much material. And then there was this film with Ashton Kutcher on Steve Jobs. You know that film? Yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't attack you like that, but you're on the front row, so you must be really important. Hi, how are you? So, don't watch that movie. It's the worst movie ever on Steve Jobs, because they tried to do the Steve Jobs 700 years of Steve Jobs. This movie by Danny Boyle is fantastic. It took 3 product moments, I think it was the Next Machine and stuff like that, and they built Jobs' life around it. So I thought, okay, let's do that with the bicentennial experience. Let's do it with a few key moments, and then we built around that. And then how to do this sort of thing? Then I thought of Batman. So this is what I've been doing for a year in that dingy little room. So after The Dark Knight Rises ended, there was a beautiful coffee table book that was called The Dark Knight Trilogy. Hardcover, beautiful book. So I was reading that, and then I came across this beautiful line from Christopher Nolan. to express a feeling of an emotional story in a mainstream way. So you see, Nolan had just come off Memento. You guys know Memento, right? Okay, I should stop saying this, yeah? Because only the middle row is cool enough to say yes to everything. Hi, Jaya, how are you? Okay, so the middle row, I'll just talk to you. I'll just ignore the people in front. Okay, so Memento was an indie film. So our dear Nolan came off that to do Batman Begins. And it was quite a big hit. How did he do that? Then I was thinking, I'm sorry if I offend people in this room, but for a very long time, history was like an indie film in Singapore. It was talked about in rooms like that. And there were lots of lectures, there were lots of books that were usually printed on paper that's too heavy and covers that are too hard, that no one would ever read. And it never made it to the mainstream. So in a way, like Nolan, I have this little dream for myself, because I've been in the library for 2 decades. How do I take history to the mainstream? How do I get people like that girl that you saw, who said, I'm not a history person. Guys, I get so many people telling me that at the Bicentennial. We're going to hit 700,000 people. And like you said, it's that, it's not millions. Because I can only do 51 shows a day, and each one with 45 people. So you do the math. Every single session is full, and of the 25,000 people we keep interviewing, half of them would say, I don't usually do this sort of thing. I don't usually do history. Yeah, so I think I owe a huge debt to Nolan. We Nolanize history. I like creating new words. Yeah, and then this is something I saw at the National Museum. So we decided, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to make you feel as if you're dropped into a moment in time. So just for once, you can study, you can go to museums. There's so much material in the museums. So just for that 1 hour, I want you to feel like you're walking through life. Because when you're walking through life, there are untext panels. There isn't a curator of life telling you how to take, Grab car or stuff like that. How to order Grab food. You just walk through life. So he said, how do I do it if I drop you into the history itself? And then Choi Hak came to the rescue. Okay, Choi Hak is this filmmaker who used to go, okay, this one I have to look at the front row. Used to do this series called The Chinese Ghost Story. Or Pretend Don't Know. Okay, how about the back? Yeah? Chinese Ghost Story is this film from the 80s and 90s. And he was fantastic at developing this whole fluid thing. And then now he starts to do films that are really quite terrible. This is probably his last great film. It's called Detective D and the Phantom Flame. Why do I love this film? Because it starts with a picture of Chang'an. So the camera sort of goes and then it pulls back. And as it pulls back, you suddenly see the whole of Chang'an, which is the old capital of the Tang Dynasty. And the middle is the Guanyin, who's actually Empress Wu. And I thought, fantastic. This is probably the first time I'm seeing China in such a way, rebuilt, reimagined, of a city that's not always seen. I mean, you see all the Qing Dynasty stuff. And God, it took my breath away. So I said, okay, guys, I told the creative team, we have to build a world where you are dropped into it as if you're in a mega film set. And then darkness. So a lot of people ask me, oh, is this going to be like propaganda, because, you work for the government and Prime Minister's office on your name card has got to be propaganda. Yeah, it's built into my genes. Okay, that's good, yeah. I love middle row people, okay? Can you guys come sit in the front? No? Okay, too difficult, yeah. You might get a promotion if you sit over there. Okay, so Darkness. So Dark City, fantastic film, Alex Proyas. It changes the city at night and all that, but guys, this is my favorite. I've never shared this before. It's one of the inspirations. So when we're doing one of the acts, the one with opium, you guys saw that, right? So even those of you who have not seen the show, you saw the sequence on opium. So there's this very talented CGI artist who worked on this, and then he came on and he showed me a lot of black stuff. Young people, in your post, do they like black stuff? Are they attracted to black stuff or color stuff? Not sure. Okay, so this young person was attracted to black stuff, so a lot of black stuff. So it's like just very black. That's why I get it, like you want to show the dark side. And then I told him, can you do Little Match Girl? Can you do that act as if it's Hans Christian Andersen and you're lighting a match, and as the match glows, you start to see. So it's the opium addict as Little Match Girl. Thank you for laughing. Yeah. It's such a sad story. Yeah. There's something mildly pedophilic about that. Yeah. Hence, yeah. Sorry, Opium Addict and Little Magical. So using all these influences, we said, let's really be, and I'm sorry to say this, be a giant copycat. Let's take all these influences that has somehow been with us throughout our lives, take the essence of all that and create this story. Oh, this is a really boring slide, yeah. That's also boring. Okay, so I'm gonna jump through that. Okay, I have 50 seconds. I'm gonna end with this, and then I'll show you some slides outside the 50 seconds. All right, Honor? And then Steven Spielberg. And then we thought we need to pre-visualize. You know, guys, when we do shows like that, it's literally like shooting a film. And Steven Spielberg is well known for being a blockbuster director who keeps under budget. So I said, let's be Spielberg. Yeah, hi sir, how are you? Yeah, oh, he's not even looking at me. Yeah, that's the scariest person in the room is right in the middle. He's not looking at me. Okay, I shall not talk to him. Okay, middle row. Yeah, so Steven Spielberg actually plans all his shots. So he started to plan every single shot. And then we ended with this. Kubo and the Two Strings. How do we end with this, guys? So I don't know about communities, but I do know that when you create things that somehow work in popular culture, it will work in museums. It will work in galleries. And it will work with Kubo and the Two Strings. I won't say too much about this. I can answer this question when you do the pity question during Q&A. Do you recognize this? This is the ending shot of the bicentennial experience. Kubo and the Two Strings, the grand finale. Okay, guys. So let me just talk through some of the things that people have said. So these are just things I wanted to do. So when I did the bicentennial, I wanted to break. I tell you guys, I want to break 3 myths. The first myth is that Singapore started in 1819. The second myth is that Raffles did everything. And the third myth was that we were a fishing village. Yeah, so I don't know whether I have succeeded, but I do hope that we started that. So I'm just going to leave you with these things that people have said, like this guy who said that, yeah, it's gone beyond Sang Nila Utama. And these are all, and they're like, guys, I'm not kidding here, I have 1,500 pages of testimonials with pictures. Because every day my volunteers get so excited, they collect 15. And we are going to be open for 7 months. So you do the math. Sorry, art student, cannot do math. Huh, Thangam, huh? Is it correct? Correct, right? 15,000? 1,500? Thank you. Okay, so Thangam says it's 1,500 pages. Yeah, and then people keep saying they don't care about history. When I was doing this, sorry, over time, but I have to tell this story. It is not easy doing a bicentennial. Because a lot of people told me, and these are very powerful people, who said, Jean, it's too chim, too difficult. It's too difficult for Singaporeans to understand. You have to do history like they do history for, I'm very sorry guys, I love them, but I have to say this because it was how it was said to me. You do it like PA. Okay, so please, I love PA, I love them so much. Shinge is part of the bicentennial. So I'm praying to the imaginary PA god. But I love them, but the point is that was actually said to me, and I was actually deeply offended, because I felt that we are underestimating Singaporeans. It is not the fault of Singaporeans that they've not been in love with our history. It's not their fault that they've not been having a discourse of any level on history. It is the fault of how it has been done. Yeah, so you got a lot of people saying that, I'm interested now, I'm gonna go look it up. And then there are a lot of people who say, yeah, it's so amazing. And I'm gonna end you with this very nice quote. And this is what's happening every day. We interview people and half of them will say they are here because their kids dragged them here. And the kids dragged them here because the kids saw it as part of forced, what do you call that? Learning journeys. Yeah, they forced all the kids go for a learning journey. And the kids are forced, and at the end, they go back and say, Mom, I want to see it again. Dad, I want to see it again. And they drag their asses off to see it one more time. I don't know what it says about community, but I think it says something about how people will pull other people along if you give them something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Come and have a seat. Well, three very different presentations from speakers who are coming from very different perspectives, but are all undeniably working with communities of the present and communities of the future. I don't have Pigeonhole here, so I'm going to start by asking my own question, as is moderator's privilege. And it's one that could be relevant to all, but I think is maybe particularly relevant to you, Stephanie. So this is one of the questions that the conference was really set up to address, which is what new skills will the cultural sector need to be equipped to engage with the communities of the future who will operate in an increasingly globalised, polarised and impatient world. I wonder if you can give us some insights into that.
Definitely. I think the onus is upon, I think as a publisher and as a, I guess a thing that gives creative output, the onus is on us, as I said earlier, to create the element of surprise when it comes to addressing a cluttered world and a world where we're exposed to more and more stuff than ever before. Being able to have a point of view on the way that we tell stories and the mediums we use to tell them is really important. And I think another, and just to address the point of the fact that we're obviously, a media publisher that exists within this algorithmic world, and we have access to a lot of the same data that others do, and the same, potential of using that incorrectly if we so chose. And I think that more and more we're seeing that, the communities of the future are getting more and more concerned with privacy and trust and who has access to their data and to what end it's being used. And so that's something that we really want to focus on. Thank you, Jean. And thank you, Jean. Get a selfie next to it. There you go. I think being ethically responsible with the data that we have access to and being on the front foot with that will be really important as well. I can't even remember the question, man. Jean, everyone, Jean.
No, that's exactly what I wanted you to address. We're going to go to the Pigeonhole questions at some point, but I'd actually like to ask you a question, Tisa, because you only touched on this in a very, very small way in your presentation, and I suspect that there's a lot of people in the audience that would really like you to expand on that. So you spoke a little bit about the professionalisation of music and the arts and how that can sometimes work against the development of communities. But I wonder if you can speak a little bit more about your specific community now, which is in Hong Kong, and about the tremendous changes in the community which have happened this year, and how you as an arts organiser and as a leader respond to this massively energised but also kind of transforming community in Hong Kong.
It's unprecedented what we're going through in the city right now. The bifurcation and the polarization of thought is phenomenal. But as a festival, we had always tried to be not only in the city, but often for the city. So not only serving the people, but also, somebody said, to express what is in the community as well. And one of the things that the festival resists like crazy is to become anybody's platform. Mm-hmm. The enormous advantage that we have is the diversity of the city and the diversity of the festival programming. So we have about 150 performances of between 30 and 40 different programs. So we can have the big opera, the orchestras that appeal to a certain segment of the society, as well as the jazz, as well as the avant-garde, as well as hot off the, very experimental, pushing the borders, not only of the art form, but also of the discourse and the ideas. So it's fantastic that the festival can encompass all of these things. And my feeling is that we address many communities, not one. There isn't, I think there are very few cities which is one community. Some are more homogeneous than others, but still you have different communities. So we try to address different ones.
Are you anticipating, the festival's very soon, it's just post-CNY, right? So are you planning for the festival to become a kind of a focal point, even a point of disruption?
What plans does one take when the community maybe take a little bit more interest in your events than what you might want them to?
No, I don't think. Okay, I think the festival has always been a point of disruption. We do work in a different way. We present work which isn't often heard. So we won't, for instance, even if we're doing classical music, we won't be doing something that looks like a regular subscription concert. You know, the overture, the concerto, and the symphony. We will look for weird underplayed work. So for instance, the opera we're doing this year is Strauss' Ariadne of Naxos. Has never been played, I think, in Asia, never mind, you know, the world. And it's a collision of high classic opera and popular opera. So we're doing this constantly on almost on every single program. So we have a whole Shakespeare series, but one of them is a Kunju and Peking opera, Julius Caesar. One of them is Macbeth II from Sardinius, which is in Sardinian, all male cast, like really physical, gorgeous, you know. One is Juliet and Romeo, and I didn't get the name wrong. It is about this star-crossed lovers who actually didn't manage to kill each other off, are now in the middle age and are going to therapy. Right, so you know, it's a slightly different take on the classics, and with this, I think we have a really interesting kind of Shakespeare line. So they're different. So we do disrupt. So part of a festival is not to do the thing that is in the center of the mainstream. I have to pay the bills, so we will push at certain points, but not at other points. But it's a scale, and you know, not my son's sort of numbers, but my sort of numbers that allow the diversity and the differences. So it's not homogeneous at all.
Very good to know. So we've got some lovely questions coming in on the wonderful system that doesn't really work for the moderators. So I'm just going to read the questions since I can't bring it up for you. Jean, how successful do you think the bicentennial experience has been in shaping or shifting a sense of citizenship amongst a new generation of Singaporeans?
That's a really big question, and I will answer that using the 1,500 pages that Tangam has calculated. Invariably, something that comes up in our surveys, and we have surveyed actually 26,000 people who have come through the experience. Invariably, something that comes up will be, I never knew there was so much to our history. Yeah, and the experience is actually built from people, we always say this, from 5 to 105, that somehow there will not be an age barrier. When I started the Bicentennial, one thing that I keep saying, which is my secret hope, is that I believe that Singapore is more than this. That Singaporeans are more than a word. Give that word kiasu, joke, kill, you know, or things like that. We're more than a word. At the end, people ask me what Singaporean is. I've done lectures. This is probably my 10th lecture. And before that, they're all like, you know, Sigina, all the poly kids and uni kids. And and at the end, I always tell them I don't know what being a Singaporean is, but I like that we are talking about it, and we are no longer stereotyping Singaporeans. And the idea that there's going to be a generation, and I hope after this, after the Bicentennial, there'll be a generation of kids who will grow up not like us in this room, and they'll grow up always knowing that Singapore history is so much more. I don't know what it does to the brains. I don't know what it does to how they're going to approach life. But I like to think that it's going to be a much bigger life than maybe any one of us in this room has.
Great answer, thank you. I think when we think about communities of the future, we naturally gravitate, I think, towards a discussion of young people, because they will, as we saw in Stephanie's presentation, literally form the communities of the future. But we live in a society here, also in Hong Kong and in many of the countries where our international guests are from, which are aging and are, you know, compounding that problem with low birth rates. So we have a much, much larger community of seniors than perhaps, kind of our scenario planning kind of enabled us to kind of consider. So Jean, I wonder if you can talk a little bit about how you've engaged through the bicentennial experience, and actually in the past also with the Future of Us, the pioneer generation, and how you've actively sculpted and shaped them into being a future community.
As in Singapore's pioneer generation, I have to say that I didn't target any groups. It was an open door. So, for instance, for this particular bicentennial, we have 3,000 volunteers, but they come from all over. So I don't have, I'm sorry guys, I don't actually have like a pioneer generation volunteer group. I just have volunteers. And it just happens that maybe 20% of them are from that category, and then another 20% are, what's the other one, the M1? Merdeka generation. Yeah, and then there's millennial. I'm so sorry, guys. Yeah, it's all things we do, to look better. And then we have all these. So what I like about it, and I'm sorry I'm not answering your question. I'm really not good at answering questions. Is how this mixed-up group actually does it together. Yeah. So this mixed-up group are the ones that gave me 1,500 pages. They're the ones that try to mine all these emotions that people have once they get out. And they're the ones who tell me, Jean, this is how we're doing. They're the ones who tell me, I see people walking out and they have this really, excuse my language, blur F look on their faces. And it is astounding to a lot of them, so old or young. Yeah, so they take part in this. And I like that the taking part is not by age. Yeah. I'm going to quote Stephanie here, and I'm really very inspired by your presentation and your numbers.
I love numbers, man. They say more than words ever could.
And what you said, it's people who come together by passion. It's not because I profiled them. It's not because I have to get X numbers of pioneer generation or Merdeka generation so that I can, get promoted. Yeah.
Although that's true too. Yes. Stephanie, one of the things that I think came through really clearly in your presentation is how Vice use data, and how you specifically use data to try and kind of keep track of what your audiences and young people generally are interested in. So we've got a great question from Pigeonhole here, which is, how do you do it? How do you keep up with rapidly changing interests? I think it's a little unfair to call this ADHD, but let's say just rapidly changing interests. How do you spot them? How do you track them? And how do you understand what's important?
Sure. Our editor in Australia and the Asia Pacific generally has a really good analogy for this. So the publishing game is kind of like little kids on a soccer field. So the ball goes over there and everybody runs over there and writes about that thing. Then the ball goes over there and then everybody runs over there and writes about that thing. And that's how you end up with a newsfeed clogged full of just the same stuff, everyone running after the same stories and doing the same things. What we try to do is be the ball. So we will try and have a different point of view on, even though we are in the news cycle, I was explaining to a few people I spoke to earlier, we will not be writing, minute-by-minute updates on a breaking story necessarily. What we'll be trying to do is, sort of lift the lid on potentially a different perspective to come from that story, and to give more of an enlightening point of view. And I think, the way that we use data in that process is definitely not to dictate what we make, because then you end up in a situation where you are just feeding more stuff into an algorithm of the same. But it's definitely used to inform. So we know that, for example, there are definite pillars of cultural interest that sort of supersede these, trending platforms or changing, landscapes or viral, environment. Like, there are just certain themes that we know are prominent and very pertinent in young people's lives, one of which being mental health, one of which being the future of the climate, and ways that we can, become active in changing that or, supporting a future there. And being able to use data to sort of see what people are reading, see what they're engaging in, form like a point of view on how we can help, and then using these as pillars to create content from. is something that allows us to, I think, ride the choppy seas of TikTok and everything else that is coming and going every passing day. So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, that's a great answer. Thank you. I'm going to say that we've got like 4 minutes left, even though it says 6, because I know that we're behind schedule, and I'm sure you'd be quite grateful if we got a wee bit more back on schedule. So that would leave a couple of minutes for questions from the floor. So we've got one in the centre here. Someone's going to hand you a mic, and then we'll be able to hear you, and everyone else will.
All right. Assuming that we are moving forward from the bicentennial year, must we blindly give up our thoughts of bicentennial or continue our Singapore history memories and lessons?
Something vows? Did you say vows? Oh, values. Oh, values. Yeah. Thank you.
History lessons as well.
Thank
and what
you.
the bicentennial lessons learned from this year has values for our future beyond the end of this year.
Thank you. Thank you for asking me a question. And talking to you has overcome my fear. Yeah. Okay. Hi. How are you? Okay. So I don't think you should stop here. We're doing all that we can not to stop here. I hope there'll be an announcement very soon. We're just discussing this, that we want to continue this. One way that we're doing that, I hope we will do a lot more, is the schools, because that's where history is taught. Yes. So in school, that's one important thing. So what we're doing is we're handing over a lot of material to the schools. Okay, it's not as sexy as the bicentennial, but we did 2-minute documentaries for every major event of the 700 years. So we did 2 minutes, and they're all different. Some will be art-driven, some will be talking heads, and then some will be more like investigation. And every moment in our history key moments has a 2-minute video. We're passing to schools for them to use. We created a 700-year fixed social media product, sorry. It looks like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and everything bunched together. But it's headed by 25 profiles, social media profiles, not real profiles, of 25 historical figures. So each one of them has a social media feed. But every single item that you put in, comment or whatever, is drawn from a historical source. So when you read, for instance, Power Mitsora, those of you who are interested in Singapore history, you know they're conflicting accounts. All the accounts are in there, but they're in there as commentary. So I think for the schools, you hope that that will continue. As for the rest of Singapore, I don't know. I like to think the needle has moved. I'm not sure. I like to think it's moved, and I think it's moved to a point where we can't go back. Yeah. But it's also moved to a point where I feel that it's not a zero-sum game. And I always get very worried when we talk about zero-sum games in history. Yeah, because history is not definite at all. So I like to think that as we venture into 2020 and beyond, that we start to get maybe a little bit grey, and to start to explore all the other parts, and to have enough curiosity and information, not just to what happened?
No, it's just that. So I'm gonna pause here. I know that you can find one another in the break. I want to end with asking for the all three panelists to just say something very briefly on a really important kind of question, which is how can arts and culture bring diverse communities together and address some of those issues around social urgency and inclusivity, which came up in the panels this morning. How can underprivileged communities be empowered in the process? So just very briefly, if I can ask for comments by all three speakers, and we'll end on that note. Stephanie, any thoughts on this?
Sure. I'm glad this one came up because I actually wanted to answer the upvoted other one, which is what does our editorial team need to look like in order to tell stories of the Asia Pacific, considering we do have an origin as a Western company, and that is an incredible question and one that we get a lot. The answer to that is representation, both in the youth community, making sure, we are a company fundamentally that makes content by young people for young people, so living that ethos. Again, I am not necessarily one of them, but I'm not making the content, so there we go. Making sure that we're actually bringing in people who are in our audience, making sure that we're doing that all across the region. Content hubs in India, South Korea, Japan, China have been set up already, and we're continually growing those. And I think, making sure that things like internships are accessible as well. We have a paid internship program in Australia, which is a model we're looking to utilise at other places across the region to ensure that they're not just available to people who can afford to take time out from their lives to do that. So just thinking of ways to increase access and make sure that everyone is represented is how we handle that.
Thank you. Tisa.
Very quickly, we have a very, very generous community in Hong Kong. So if it is about funding access for the underprivileged who will otherwise be excluded for financial reasons, there are the resources. That's absolutely not a problem. Finding that is not a problem. The diverse communities of mind, people who think differently, how do we bring them together? I think the theatre is one of the few places in the world where you can explore other ways of thinking in a very safe space. You can take those thoughts to extremely extreme spaces. Right? And I think that's actually one of the great values that theatre offers to life and how we think about ourselves.
And you also mentioned earlier the fantastic work that you're doing on inclusivity with disabled and non-disabled kind of performers as well, which is great to see. Jean, I think it's very fitting that you have the last word. I'd really love to hear your comments on this, because with 700,000 visitors to the Singapore Bicentennial Experience, one imagines this has been a massive diversity of engagement, and this is an example of a cultural event that has brought diverse communities together. So your final words on this?
Exposure. Everyone deserves the same exposure. Yeah, and you don't want some people to get more tuition in the story of Singapore than others.
Thank you all for joining us on this exploration of the future communities. Can I have a big round of applause for our three amazing panelists?
Thank you very much also to our moderator as well, Ms. Honor Arger. Can we have a photograph, please? Thank you very much once again to our distinguished panel. Thank you very much, Ms. Stephanie Winkler, Ms. Tisa Ho, Mr. Jean Tan, and also Ms. Honor Hager. Exploring the topic, communities of the future. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause, please. Thank you very much for the wonderful session. Well, so ladies and gentlemen, just give me a moment. I'm going to share with you what's happening after tea break, okay? So this is very important. This is something new as well that we are doing for the first time here, okay? It is called Long Table. All right, so Long Table actually started out as performance art. So what happens is we'll have a very nice U-shaped table here. We'll have a host, Dr. Kenson Kwok, with 4 permanent members. And what's fun about this is we have 3 other seats on this table that any of you can join in. Okay, because everybody can have your say. This is a dinner conversation. All right, so to make it a bit more realistic as well, Dr. Kwok, our host, he has also brought in some very nice bites and sparkling wine as well, okay? So if you join in the fun on this table later on. All right, so anyone can come in and join. I'll tell you more details about it later on, but I need all of you to do one thing for me now. Okay, if you take out Pigeonhole, okay, you go to the session 9 a.m., you see word cloud. Please help me here. Please click on it, okay? Because our host will like your ideas on it. We will have, of course, some of you have already input one keyword. All right, so input one keyword that you feel is relevant to today's theme that can be discussed later on at the long table discussion. All right, so later on, long table is really like, it's a free-flowing, there's no moderation, everybody just say your piece, all right? And of course, there is a friendly, lively debate there. All right, so innovation seems like a very good word. All right, empathy, chase greatness, #chase greatness. Okay, so that's very good. All right, so you can think about it. If you have any new words that you like the table to discuss, please kindly input. But of course, I hope all of you will come back to join us, because this is a very new format that we're trying out here. Of course, I'm very excited that all of you will join in as well later on. Come to the table and have a conversation with us as well. Okay, so time check, 4:43. All right, we're going to do a very short 10 minutes tea break. Okay, if you can please be back by 4:55, that would be fantastic. Thank you very much. We'll see you all in a short bit. Thank you.